Okay, hi everyone. Hi everyone. Sorry about that. Let me double check my camera or my mic. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're like a couple seconds late. Sorry, that was me. Sorry about that, Danny Phantom. But we should be live again now. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, hi, welcome back. Hi, Roxy. I'm sorry it is just me right now, which means that the dad joke portion of this little 30-minute segment might be sorely lacking until Josh or Devin or someone jumps back on. No, it was me. It was me. I was a couple seconds late. Yeah. How did everyone enjoy the worldwide meetup part, though? I watched some of it while I was like continuing to caffeinate. I know this is not a Coke Zero, but I have a Dr. Pepper Zero now. But when I was like down in my living room, I was still watching the stream. It was so good. Okay, you guys have me? Okay. I expect some help with the dad jokes here. Yeah, it was really great to hear Caleb. When Caleb gives talks, all I can think is like Caleb is so cool. Like it's all I think the whole time. And I love the idea of Blaze too. Like that's really cool. Okay, I think we're getting into the dad jokes part. So I have DJ Brunch said, "Someone tore off the 5th month of my calendar. I'm completely dismayed." That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's see. Carl, I expect your help with the dad jokes. I'd like to see a dad joke. Oh, I did. Okay, Carl did say one. After an unsuccessful harvest, why did the farmer decide to try a career in music? Because he had a ton of sick beats. Okay, I like that one too. We're about to start doing some of the giveaways now. So if you haven't already, make sure that you have signed up using the form that is on our 1 year of Laravel Cloud landing page. So if you go to laravel.co, so lrvl.co/1year party, you can go, it'll take you to that landing page, and then you scroll down, actually, on stream. So why don't I screen share? Oop, and we got Josh to help with the dad jokes. I'm bringing them up.
Hey everyone, we're back.
We're back. You're here to save me with the dad jokes because I've got none.
You got none, not even one. I feel like you could have like an honorary dad joke.
I should have a dad joke and I just like don't. I'm blanking on all of them.
Okay, I got one.
Okay.
What did the drummer name his daughters?
Symbols? I don't know.
And a 1 and a 2.
Oh my god. Okay, that one's good. That one's good.
Hey everyone in the chat. How's it going? How did everyone like the Laravel Worldwide stream?
I was
Didn't feel
asking it
towards you.
too. It was so good.
I know. I got the chance to see a little bit more of Blaze when we were at Wire Live in Buffalo. But it's just crazy how incredible it has been to see, like, oh, like you can ship things or you can build things that are super fast.
Yeah. And he said they rewrote it after the demo for
Yeah,
Laracon US or whatever, right?
completely from scratch, I believe.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. But anyone who hasn't filled out the form, make sure to go to the link I have pinned, and this is what the page looks like. If you scroll down, oops, sorry, too far. You will see this form down here. Please fill out this form. You can see how I always test my stuff. It's funny I have Florian here. I think that's from when we did Wrapped. But if you fill out this form and hit count me in to submit it, this is how you get entered for the giveaways that we're about to do. A couple of giveaways now, and then we'll be doing more giveaways later as well. With the giveaways, the people who win, you'll be winning $75 of credits to use towards swag. Our merch store is currently sold out, but that will be getting replenished like very soon, and then you'll be able to use those credits for that. And if you fill out this form, you will get cloud credits as well. So A lot of goodies today.
A lot of goodies. I love it. I love it. We had a firefighter. It's funny how Carl, you got the joke before. I think you said this before I actually said the punchline. So congratulations, you are a dad. If you didn't know that already. Luigi said, "What did the firefighter name his kids?" Jose and Jose.
I still didn't get. See, I'm bad at dad jokes. It's like I can't do them.
It's funny when you say it. I read it and I laughed already, but then when I said it, Jose and Jose
Yeah.
B.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but Hoseby, but Jose and Hoseby was pretty funny. I like it.
Because at first I was like hose A, and it's like, why would you ever name your kid that? And it's like Jose. It's like duh. It sounds the same, but in my head it did not click.
I got another one.
Okay.
A perfectionist walks into a bar.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the bar wasn't set high enough.
Oh, that is good. That's good on different layers.
You got a couple layers there. You can be
It's
unpacking
like
that one for a while.
Yeah, we've got an onion of a joke.
Onion of a joke.
You do. You have so many layers. Oh, we do need. I think Josh has a soundboard, right? Don't we have?
There is. I don't have the soundboard. Actually, I probably have it like connected to here, but I know that StreamYard also has sound effects too. So like they have like we could go into the whole pause.
That's good.
Yeah, I should have it. I technically do have a couple here as well.
I added you, Devin, to help with bad jokes.
We'll see.
I know Josh is professional. He has a dedicated. Oh, that was a dad joke. A dedicated
dad joke, Cam.
That's just me not being able to talk, but we can say it's a dad joke. Wait, do you have? Well, I think isn't that what your thing says? That you have like, is it just database? So you could say you have dedicated RAM too, dedicated RAM for your database.
Dedicated RAM.
Yeah.
Oh man.
We just going full on into dad jokes right now?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
While we're waiting for
Devin.
the form info to do giveaways. So just check.
Like reading through my list here. All right, here's one. Why did the Git commit go to therapy?
Why?
Too many unresolved conflicts.
Mine was thinking of our issues we had yesterday, and I was like, no, that's not the answer to this joke.
Yeah, I've got some cricket sounds now too.
Okay.
Oof.
That's what you're gonna have to use if I try to do a dad joke.
Yeah, we got that. Or there we go.
No, it's good. We needed that for Anna 1 and
I
2.
know.
Dang it.
Anna 1 and 2. Well, what about if lightning hits an orchestra? Who's most likely to get hit? The conductor.
Yes, I knew this one. Okay. I was like, who? Dang it. Dang it.
Oh, man.
My brain's too slow, and it's going to get worse. Like, the longer we're on stream, the worse it's going to get of me getting the jokes.
It feels like we have been here for at least a couple days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In a good way. It's like if you feel like Laravel Cloud has been here for what, like a good 5 years now? Laravel Cloud, 1 year. And then all of our stream has only been here for what, 4 hours so far?
Time is so fake right now. Like it always is to me, but especially today. I have no clue. Okay, we started at 7 a.m. our time. 9 a.m. ET.
5.5.
5 or 4?
4.5. Yeah, you're right. Math is hard.
It's hard. And I majored in math.
I have a Coke Zero now though. I went with the Coke Zero vanilla, and now this is my first drink of the day, which is not a good thing.
Some cold brew.
Nice.
People always say I have ADHD for many reasons, but one of them is because I have multiple beverages at all times. So I have water, a Dr. Pepper Zero, I have tea, which is still Earl Grey from earlier, and I have another optional water bottle in case I don't want to drink from this water bottle.
Same. It's a problem.
Variety. Yeah, it is. Okay. If that's a tell, then anyone who has ever been to a restaurant with me would know.
There you go.
Wait, Leah, that's attention deficit and hydration disorder. Like the H for ADHD, but hydration. That's good. That was a really good one here. Yeah, at least I have water. At least it's not like 3 monsters. Whenever we were in San Francisco for an offsite in January, I had 2 monsters that I was drinking. I can't say that was good for my health. So
I was there. I saw it.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I think I'm gonna get the giveaway going. I just have to figure out my tabs because I have too many tabs. What a surprise. Okay, so I think we're going to do the giveaway and then we'll find a winner and then we'll do a dad joke and then we'll keep going, keep alternating.
Fantastic. And then it's going to be Taylor up soon, huh?
Yes. Yep.
The moment everyone's really been waiting for.
You're saying they're not here for us? What a surprise.
The numbers never lie. I know that.
No, it's always Taylor. Plus, I feel like talking with Taylor about like cloud and how it's been out for a year and kind of like getting his perspective on that is going to be like really interesting. As well as of course talking about Coke Zero and all the things I feel like we always talk to Taylor about.
Yeah. I asked him last time. I actually the cool thing that I got to know for those in the chat just joining a little bit of personal tidbit history on me, Josh, as I love Taco Bell. I found out last stream with Taylor that I did on the Laravel AI SDK that Taylor is a Taco Bell fan. Has one near his house, goes and gets a couple bean burritos.
How often?
There you go. He made it sound like it was like a regular thing, like not like he was like, oh, it's like one of the fastest things. I was like, okay. So I said, Laravel Cloud is technically powered by Taco Bell. Mm-hmm. Laravel itself was built with Taco Bell. We could call it that. Unofficially sponsored.
You just need your sponsorship. Josh is like trying every angle you can.
You got to do the marathon.
We found that out. Yes, that is true.
It's funny. Oh. The marathon's in Colorado, I think. And someone shared it
in Colorado.
Yeah, they tagged Josh, and I was like, I could not do that. Because I live in Colorado. I was like, there's no way.
Absolutely I was trying to convince Josh to do it last year. I was like, we should do this.
I know myself, and I know that would actually be very tough for me.
It didn't seem fun. I'm going to be honest.
It's an experience.
If I'm running, I'm running from something. So if you see me running, you better run too. Let's see. Okay, so we got a first
website made with Laravel by any chance. Devin, get on that.
Ooh, I do have my little thing. Is it? No, it is not.
Okay, get on getting them onto Laravel Cloud. Yes,
gotcha. Yeah.
First one.
You're trying to give Josh a sponsorship from Taco Bell. Please find my email.
Christopher Ray. So if your name is Christopher Ray, you are our first raffle winner or giveaway winner.
Yay!
I'm so enthusiastic.
Nice job, Christopher Ray. You did it.
You did it. You get $75 to spend on Laravel merch.
Ooh.
Woo!
Nice.
That's good.
We have
That's
some-
good. That gets you far in Laravel merch.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I was gonna say, I thought you were gonna say Laravel Cloud credits. I was like, that gets you far too. But Laravel
Pretty
merch.
far too, yeah.
For the swag store, people who fill out the form will be getting cloud credits, but for the giveaways, we are giving away $75 for the merch store.
Fantastic. That's at shop.laravel.com, correct?
Yes. believe so.
Shop.laravel.com. They have a little baby onesie that I just got for my baby.
Oh yeah, that's so cute. It's Laravel new, right? What it says.
Laravel new.
Yep,
Yep.
Laravel new.
So good.
And the
Let's see. Oh, and do we have a dad joke? To alternate before we do another giveaway?
yeah, Devin, you got one. And Samantha from Laravel also just wanted me to let people know that things. So if you get the Laravel stock, or if you get the Laravel shop credits, like the $75 in credits, or if you or just you're looking to get Laravel merch swag, things are showing us out of stock right now, but there'll be more in the next like 1 to 2 weeks. So hold on to it. Wait for things to get in stock. There's some fun stuff. I think everything will be in stock in the next 1 to 2 weeks.
And we're restocking everything that's on the store, right? So they could still go on it and like kind of look at what they would want to get whenever it restocks.
I believe so.
We'll share the link just for when it's restocked.
Yeah.
Great.
All right, you ready for this one, Josh?
Let's hear it.
There are 10 types of people: those who understand binary and those who don't.
I like that one a lot. I like it a lot.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
All of those are like similar to John O'Nolan's obscure AI reference. Like you have to know it, but if you know it, then you know it, you know?
His AI reference was so funny to me because it's like so AI pilled, you know? It's like he talks about using AI, and so you can be like, okay, he uses AI, but then he makes a reference like that, and you're like, okay, you use AI. Like,
You're like, oh yeah, you do use it.
Because he said it, and I'm just like, yeah, but I'm like, I would never like think of that reference, you know? Just because I don't use AI enough. Okay, and then our next giveaway winner is Christina Ellen.
Woo!
Woo! It's so hype. It's like getting me so excited. Oh my god!
You gotta get a drum roll sound effect in there too, man.
That's what I don't think I have one. I know that StreamYard has one. I do not have one on my little thing. I think it looks like they have little
That one's fun.
that's a good one. That's a good one right there.
And there should be a
Christina
space
Ellen.
there. Typing's hard, so I forgot the space. But Christina Ellen.
That's also for $75 at the Laravel merch store.
Yes. All of
Nice.
these are $75 at the merch store.
I love it.
Let's see.
Carl said, what did Yoda say when he saw himself in 4K? HDMI.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay.
TRPWR official, will there be some hoodies with the next restock? I do not know the answer to that question. I think everything that is in the store currently will be restocked. I don't know if there's anything new that's coming to the store specifically.
But if you would like hoodies, keep asking, and we'll keep mentioning it, and hopefully get hoodies in the merch store eventually. I think hoodies would be really cool.
I
But
joined the
don't
call the
know.
other day, and I was the only person who didn't have a Laravel hoodie. I was very upset.
Oh, really? Like, did they have the gray ones or?
Yeah, they had the gray ones, and then one person had one of the OG black ones.
Oh, yeah, I don't have those either. I just have the jacket that we gave away at Laracon US. Or we didn't give away, but it was for speakers and staff.
Yep. I have my jacket. Super excited to get patches put on it. So I did not have it in Australia.
The Laracon patch.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sad I missed out on the India one because that patch was really, really cool.
Oh, that was a really, really, really cool one. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited to see the EU one, though. I haven't seen that one.
I got my Australia one right here, so it can go on my jacket as well.
That's really cool. Let's see. Okay. I feel like I'm so slow at getting these giveaway winners. Sorry, friends. Okay. One more. Okay, we have Dave McLaughlin. I think that's how you'd say it. And again, this is for $75 on the merch store. I think we need the super enthusiasm again.
Dave McLaughlin.
I keep forgetting to put a space. I'm so sorry. Woo! I love that so much.
Well done, Dave. You did it. If you are still watching, thank you.
And if not, we're gonna email you. So if you are winning, you will be getting an email later. I think today. If not today, then tomorrow you'll be receiving an email to tell you about the $75 of credits for the Laravel merch store that you just won. And then also should mention what Josh just mentioned about things being out of stock currently, but they are being restocked very soon. Do we have more dad jokes?
I've got another dad joke.
I'm ready. Locked in.
So I asked my friend Sam to sing a song about the iPhone. And then Samsung.
Another good one. How come Samsung, but we can't get any of our speakers to sing?
I know. We still haven't been able to sing happy birthday.
No.
I think it's gonna be Taylor's task. If not, we'll make an AI bot to sing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's another good idea. So Josh and I were talking.
Florian.
In between, we should ask one. We should have done that for Florian's. But Josh and I were talking. We want to code something with AI during the stream. I think that'll be during our one where we're showing off Svelte. And we could show. I mean, we could either do a dad joke esque one, or we could get a bot to sing happy birthday for us.
There you go.
And we have Sam here too. Let's bring Sam up.
Damn.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, we need the clap.
Yeah.
Are you gonna sing for us?
I mean, you don't want that.
The funny thing is you can't like have us all sing together and it be less awkward because then it's like then it sounds horrible too because it's latency and all that.
Yeah, especially online. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I love the surfboard, Sam.
Yeah, I just moved, so I've got tape on the walls, so
Ooh.
I don't have as good of background as y'all, but we're working on it.
When you sit there, you kind of hide the tape, so you can't even see it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. So I'm kind of standing straight, so you can't see it.
Let's see.
Sam, for those who don't know who you are on the stream, what do you do at Laravel? Are you at Laravel?
Yeah. Yeah, I do marketing at Laravel and specifically Laracon. So I've been to all the Laracons in the last year and a half. And yeah, I help organize Laracon US specifically, and actually Laravel Live Japan coming up here in May. So that's what I do. Yeah.
That one's going to be a blast. I won't ask you to tell who your favorite kid is, because if I asked you like what's your favorite Laracon is, that's like asking like who your favorite kid. But what's like your top memorable Laracon moments?
Ooh. Well, as a whole, Laracon US was really special just because we put a lot of work into that one. So seeing it come to life, just like walking into Mission Ballroom where we had it last year, and seeing all the cubes hanging and all the people in there, that was really special. But probably the most memorable moment was when I went and did the Garba on stage at Laracon India. Yeah, Vishal had us come up on stage and dance in front of everyone. It was crazy. So
That's awesome.
yeah.
Is there a recording of that anywhere?
I hope not. Yeah,
We'll have to ask them next time. It's like Vishal,
Someone
please
somewhere
record
has
this for
it.
us.
I mean,
Yeah.
Vishal had like a phone pointed at us, so there's at least that perspective somewhere.
Well, what's the next upcoming either new Laracon stuff or big? You talked about Laravel Live Japan. What should people be looking out for in the next week plus?
Yeah, lots of good stuff coming, like speaker announcements, who will be there sponsoring and things. And at every Laracon or Laravel Live, there's also a lot of side events that go on. So we'll be posting about those. We want the community to come hang out. It's a great time to meet people. So yeah, definitely just stay on Twitter. Keep looking and what's updated. But yeah, the next big event that we're doing is Laravel Live Japan. If you have been wanting to go to Japan for forever, this is your excuse to come. There's going to be a lot of awesome people there, lots of fun content and events going on. So definitely that. Laracon US is going to be epic this year. I went and visited the venue like 3 weeks ago. It was 3 degrees outside, so it was freezing. But in the summer, it will be very nice and warm, and it's such a cool venue. We have a lot of cool side events we're planning. We haven't told the world what we're doing yet, but anyway, yeah, stay tuned on Twitter. We'll give you some updates.
I love it.
Yeah.
And where's Laracon US at this year?
Oh yeah, I didn't even say it's in Boston, Massachusetts. So
Awesome.
yeah.
I actually have not been to Boston. To my recollection, I have not been to Boston, so I'm excited for that.
I haven't either.
It's awesome.
I feel like
I'm there
I've
all the
driven
time.
through it.
I feel like Devin, you've probably been a lot, right?
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're like, yeah, it's my backyard. So good.
I'll be
Basically,
flying
an
through
hour and a
it.
half south of it. So
Friday, my connecting flight for Amsterdam is in Boston,
Oh.
which
There you
hopefully
go.
there's no issues there with all the snow. Fingers crossed, because they're getting a lot of snow. We're not getting like any snow in Colorado, but the East Coast has been getting it this winter.
oh yeah. It was rough today driving
Yeah.
with a blizzard yesterday. It was up to my knee in most places.
Oh my goodness.
That's exactly why I love living where I live. Not having to
But
deal
it'll
with
be
snow.
perfect. It'll
Rub
be
it in,
perfect
why
for
don't you?
Laracon US.
But yeah, I came on to tell people to come meet me at these events. I want to meet you.
When they meet you, what's like a fun thing that they can either tell you or share so that they know that they saw it here on the 1 year
Oh.
Laravel Cloud?
Tell me that you want a Laravel hoodie, and let's see if we can get that on the shop.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
There you go.
How you know Sam was listening into the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, if we hear it enough, it's gonna happen. So
I'll
You
tell
heard it here
people.
first,
Everyone
chat.
I
Let's
see,
go.
I'll tell them.
Hoodies.
I know.
So do you call a hoodie the zip up? Is that still a hoodie? Or is a hoodie like sweatshirt? Like what's the difference?
It's a great question because also in the UK there's jumpers too, which yeah, I don't know what's what, but hoodie to me is not the zip.
Okay.
So
I would agree
That's a
with that.
jacket.
yeah.
That's a jacket.
Mhm.
But then you do have the half zip.
Or it's
and
a
I
zip
think
up.
The half zip is still somewhat a hoodie, like the one you pull over, but you can zip part of it. I think that's still a hoodie to me.
Yeah.
Hoodie.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. Yeah, no,
There's
it's
too
a good
many
question.
options.
I think that one's referred to as a quarter zip. No.
Yeah,
I
like
think
a
so.
half hoodie,
Jumper.
is what I say.
Yeah. Is that what it is? The jumper?
I have no idea, but that makes sense. I would bet on that if that was the jumper. Those in the UK, you can criticize us all right now.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Please school us.
But thank you so much, Sam, for coming on to talk
Thank you,
about
Sam.
Laravel Live Japan and Laracon US
Yeah.
and the hoodies, hopefully.
Yes. Talk to me, and yeah, I'll see you at a Laravel Live or a Laracon.
Yeah.
I love it.
See you guys.
See you, Sam.
See ya.
And then we also have Taylor here to come on for a kind of fireside chat and talk about the 1-year anniversary. So let's go ahead and bring Taylor up. Oop.
Oh.
Sorry, Josh and I clicked at the same time.
Probably.
Sorry.
Bring him in, kick him out.
What's up? What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you great. We'll do the applause right there. So
Nice.
okay.
Oh wow, thanks. Thanks for the warm welcome.
Fun night.
How's
Taylor,
it going
thanks
so
much
far?
for-
Good.
It has been going great. It's crazy that it has been a year of Laravel Cloud. Like, does it feel to you, Taylor, like it has been a year? Does it feel longer or shorter?
It feels longer because, like, you know, there was such a process of building cloud up to the launch, and just like, I mean, building the team to even build cloud, then building cloud itself. And you know, like, so many people that contributed and helped along the way. And yeah, so it is crazy that it's only been 1 year, but you know, for me it's a little bit more like 2, to be honest. Just because there was that whole year leading up to it, building it and building the team.
Yeah. We were saying that it's there was a lot of other stuff that launched a year ago today, like kind of with cloud. It was like the Laravel launch day, but this was like officially the first birthday of Laravel Cloud, but we haven't actually gotten to sing happy birthday yet. So we were wondering if you could.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess we could. I'm not a very good singer, but I can kick it off, I guess.
Okay. I'm down. Everyone, Taylor's doing it. So
All right.
you comment in the chat as well, and then we'll all sing half on cue together.
All right, I guess I'll lead off. Happy birthday
Day
to
to you.
To you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cloud. Happy birthday to
To
you.
you.
I couldn't stop laughing. That was so good.
That's funny.
It's funny
Yeah.
we tried to get Joe to sing it. He wouldn't do it. Don't know
Oh, really?
Nolan wouldn't, but
We literally asked everyone
you
to do
two.
it. You're the first one
wow.
to actually say yes. I thought you were going to say no too. So
That's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty
It's going
wild.
viral.
You know, I'm getting ready for Laracon EU, as I'm sure like a lot of us are, and I logged back into like my Laravel Cloud test account. Like, I have a test org for just like demoing things, and I logged into one of the orgs. It's called like Ship PHP, and my last deploy was actually like about this time last year. I think it was actually a few days before, where I was, you know, doing the Laracon EU thing, and it was right before the cloud launch. So it was kind of nostalgic to log back in there and see, you know, last deploy 1 year ago, as I was demoing things. And yeah, getting ready to be back in there a little bit, I guess, next week.
that's
Mhm.
crazy. What is one of the things that when you, like, let's say a year ago you're deploying today, what's like the thing that you wouldn't have expected happened within Laravel Cloud a year ago, but it did?
Oh gosh, you know, like, the product has honestly come a long way in the last year. I mean, for example, like, we launched without even having MySQL support. We have MySQL in addition to the serverless Postgres. We now have both, you know, Upstash Redis and our own Laravel Valkey. We have Laravel Reverb in there. We've got Nightwatch integration. You know, I think, like, if I had to identify something that sort of surprised me, it's just sort of like the scale of some of the customers we brought on in the first year. I thought it would take time for, like, and I'm sure it will be like a multi-year process of like building trust to get larger customers, bringing pretty significant deployments on the cloud. But that's actually already been a thing that's, you know, happening and ongoing, which, you know, Devin knows about. And it's cool to see like people trust the platform when it's, you know, relatively new. You know, like, a lot of other existing platforms have been out there for a long time. People have been self-hosting for a long time. So to like put your trust in Laravel Cloud, you know, I think we've tried to do a really good job with it. Is something that I'm really like proud of, that we've been able to win some of that. And I think we'll keep building on that, you know, over this year and years to come.
That's awesome. Taylor, we've been doing dad jokes all morning on stream. What's your favorite dad joke? Do you have one for us?
I don't know. I don't tell a lot of dad jokes.
Did it
It's
just
kind
roll
of
off the
weird.
cuff easily for you?
No. Although I am turning 40 this year, so like I probably need to brush up on my dad jokes. I don't know. I guess I don't know. What is a good dad joke that I would say? I don't know. One thing I do that is kind of corny is like, I don't know if this qualifies as a dad joke, but anytime my kids are like, "Oh, this is going to take like a million years or whatever," I'll just like be like, "Wow, that's a really long time." Actually, that's really that's surprising. I didn't expect it to take that long, and they're just like eye roll. But I like to be very literal about their time estimates and give them a hard time about it. But yeah, I don't think it's a typical dad joke.
I think
That's
it counts too.
That counts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very dad thing to do, probably.
Either dad thing or like that's a very like AI thing to do right now. It's like, hey, this feature, we estimate this like the next 5 to 6 weeks. This is your timeline. It's like, no, you're doing this right now. This afternoon.
Yeah. Does the TA and Taylor stand for Taco Bell?
Because Josh mentioned he got you to say you like Taco Bell last
Yeah,
time.
well, he didn't have to force me to say it. I do like it. But then I think it came up last stream because I was telling Josh, I can't remember if this was on stream or like off camera, that there's actually a Taco Bell like right outside my neighborhood. I mean, like literally pretty much across the street. So I can get there and have 2 bean burritos and get home. Like, oh man, it would be so fast. It like 5-10 minutes, I'm in and out. So it is a pretty like frequent stop for me at this point. And they're starting to actually learn who I am, to be honest.
That's the win right there. When you can say like, give me the usual at Taco Bell. That's the win.
Yeah. Although they were kind of confused the other day because like I think I dropped this in the chat, but you know we were celebrating some like Laravel Cloud win or milestone or something in our like Laravel Slack, and someone dropped sort of like the Kobe Bryant "job's not finished" or "job's not done" GIF or emoji, and I was like, oh yeah, I love that like clip of Kobe when he says that. So like I said, I'm going to embrace being Kobe today. So when I went to Taco Bell, I always order on the kiosk where I had key in my stuff and put in a name. So I put in my name as like Kobe B, you know, as that's my name. So when they called out my order and they saw me come up to the stand, they just like looked at me kind of weird, like, why are you putting your name in as Kobe B? But I didn't even explain it. I just took my food and sat back down.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I think you're living Josh's dream being that close to Taco Bell, though.
That is
yeah,
my Taco Bell is around. Like I have to get out of my neighborhood to do it, but the close, so I can get there and back in like 20 minutes, not 10 minutes though. 20 minutes I can get there and back.
Still better than me, man. It's about a half-hour round trip for me.
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Brutal.
Brutal. Yeah. So Taylor just confirmed that it's GIF and not GIF. So there we go.
Oh yeah, GIF or GIF. I usually say GIF if I'm just saying it. Yeah, if I'm just saying it to someone. What's the real pronunciation? Didn't the guy settle that? Whoever made?
I think he did, but I always forget which one he said. I think he says.
Yeah.
I think he says GIF.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of like the time that Hasbro posted there is no such thing as stacking take twos in Uno, and then somebody's like, obviously you haven't read the rules.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm never not stacking. Like, you have to stack them.
That's funny.
Yeah, if someone confirmed the creator did say GIF, but everyone else says it's
Gotcha.
GIF. So who knows? Who knows what it is? Who knows? Just like everyone, Taylor, I'm sure everyone mispronounces Laravel from the get-go.
Mhm.
Have you just not stopped correcting people at that point? You're like, eh.
I never really correct people. I mean, you can always just sort of like awkwardly slip it in conversation if someone mispronounces it. Like, oh yeah, that's cool that you like Laravel, you know, if they like weird. But you know, I still get asked about it a lot, to be honest. Like, how do I say it, or how should it be said? I think there's like probably like a couple pronunciations I would consider correct. Like, obviously Laravel is how I say it. I don't really mind if people say like Laravel with like, you know, kind of a lar sound on the front.
LARPing, Laravel,
Yeah. I don't know what other pronunciations I've heard. I don't
heard
think I've heard
larval.
anything like larval, like a larva.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Chris Vidal kind of makes fun of that. I've never heard anyone say like anything really crazy like Laravel or something wild, but
I think I have. I think I've heard
All
Laravel. Laravel.
I've definitely heard some interesting ones. Yeah.
My family does, but they don't know anything about tech. So they could even say like Laravel. Like they have no clue.
Yeah.
They just
Yeah.
I've actually
also-
heard that
funny.
one,
yeah.
Laravel, before. I've got that one before.
I also hear the enunciation of the vel, so Laravel. I've heard that.
Yeah.
Laravel.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Like that's
It's been a crazy journey building Laravel. You know, like as part of Laracon EU, there's actually some people working on kind of a PHP documentary. I don't know if they've been very public about it yet, but I don't know if people remember like the Laravel documentary, and there was like a Vue documentary.
Yeah.
Kind of the same crew of people are doing like a PHP documentary. I can't remember what anniversary it's for. I can't remember if it's like 25 years of PHP or something else, but it had me thinking about like just PHP and Laravel in general this morning, and like what a wild journey it's been, and like, you know, the ups and downs that PHP has had over the years, and kind of the cool people that I've worked with, and the cool tools that are sort of come and gone, and it's been a pretty fun journey, and I'm actually really excited for like, anyway, it got me thinking about like the road ahead, and like I sort of feel like the AI agentic age is like an opportunity for almost like another PHP renaissance, where like, you know, it's just a great stack for getting stuff done. And, you know, we've talked about that, just sort of like the convention over configuration stuff of Laravel and batteries included frameworks. It's sort of like another interesting moment, I think, in PHP and Laravel's history.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
John and
Not
Nolan
too
was talking
shabby
about
for-
that earlier too.
Yeah. Yeah. He's been loving some Laravel lately.
Mm-hmm.
Not too shabby for a dead language, huh?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It just keeps on ticking for sure.
Did you expect, like, let's say 5 years ago, that this would be where it's at today?
Oh my gosh, no. And like I've said before, like, you know, when I used to tweet like every so often about like, hey, what should I improve in Laravel? Or like, what would you like to see? Just to sort of just gather feedback from the community. It was literally always a joke. And people would respond with like, can it build my app for me? Can it just like write the code for me? And it's just like, that is like literally real now, which is so like mind bending. I mean, obviously Laravel's not the one doing that. It's like the AI models, but just like the fact that we are living in that reality in a very real sense, where like we're getting to the point where writing significant amounts of code by hand feels actually painful. No, I really could not have dreamed it even 5 years ago, you know. And even just a couple of years ago when like sort of ChatGPT, I mean, I think ChatGPT just released in like 2023.
Yeah.
Even when it first came out, was kind of first writing code. It felt like cool and a little bit of like a novelty, and, you know, like interesting, I guess, as sort of a proof of concept. But now to be at a place where it's like a very significant part, I think, of a lot of developers' workflows, maybe even most developers' workflows, is pretty crazy. And it's been also crazy to watch sort of like even the transition within AI development from like, you know, sort of like the novelty era to, oh, that's neat, but it will never really do anything serious, to like sort of like, I would say almost like the tab era of like the cursor tab to complete, which felt like sort of its own little era. And now to just sort of like the editor becoming a relatively maybe minor part of the stack of like coding, you know, is like this very fast transition that's crazy, but also exciting.
Mm-hmm. How do you think with AI, like, how do you think that has helped with cloud or like impacted cloud's growth?
I mean, I think, and I would like to believe and hope that, I mean, I do believe that probably more software than ever will be created in 2026 than probably the past few years combined, just because it's so much easier to write. You know, like code was so slow and so expensive to create that trying things or working on side quests or ideas was like legitimately expensive to your own time, maybe to the company's time. So like, you know, side projects were notoriously left unfinished, right? Or projects were kicked down the backlog, or it was just, there was no time in the schedule to go try to proof of concept something if it was going to take 3 weeks. Whereas now, like, you could proof of concept something maybe in 2 days that otherwise would have taken 2 or 3 weeks of time, and things get like a lot more interesting. And that code has to run somewhere, and it has to be deployed somewhere. And, you know, we would obviously love it to be with Laravel and on Laravel Cloud. And I think we just will see an expansion even if we sort of, let's just kind of disregard the fact that a lot more people might come into the Laravel ecosystem, but just the Laravel ecosystem that exists historically, I think those developers and those companies are going to write more code. So we're going to see expansion there in the number of things that they're deploying, the number of, like stuff they're putting out there on the web, even just internal tools that they're writing at their own company. I think there's going to be an increase of that because it's just faster to do. It's less expensive to write that code. I think there will also be like, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit at Laracon EU, just sort of how I see this. I think there will be a big influx of just new developers. Even at Laravel, we have people that are not on the software engineering team proper that are writing code. So these are people that are in sales, they're in marketing, they're not traditionally software developers. And when I say writing code, I don't mean like vibe coding. I mean like they have like, well, it is a flavor of vibe coding, I guess, but they're not using a tool like Lovable, right? Like they have like Claude Code on their laptop and they have a code editor on their laptop and they're like using real developer tools to write and ship code on the cloud. So I think there will be an influx of that. And I think that's where we actually have a big opportunity, but also a big challenge in front of us where I was telling someone the other day, historically, I think I have viewed Laravel as having a low barrier to entry, but the bar where that needs to be now is a lot different than where it was pre-AI. So like, for example, if you go to the laravel.com installation page and it starts talking about Composer and Herd and Docker and NPM, it can be overwhelming fast. Whereas like a few years ago, we might have think like, well, that's just sort of like the cost of software development. You got to know about this stuff. You know what I mean? Whereas now, like, I don't feel like we can make the same assumptions, or at least not if we want to like, if we want Laravel to be a landing place for sort of like the next generation of software tinkerers, I think our assumptions have to be a little bit different. We have to on-ramp them a little bit more like gracefully. We have to onboard them more in a way that is friendly towards people that haven't traditionally been developers. And I think, in years past, it was easy to say, like, if you don't know about Composer, like, that's just sort of like barrier to entry to Laravel. Like, you just got to know what that is. But, I think, like, it's made me rethink, like, the whole installation docs, the whole onboarding experience of Laravel, how we get people started. Also, like, kind of how we reveal complexity. I think it's made me think a lot about, Laravel has always prided itself about how we have like a tool for sort of every solution, right? We have like Laravel Scout, we have Laravel Horizon, we have Laravel Telescope. That can also be overwhelming. So I think also just like tweaking our onboarding so that those tools are there when you're like ready for them. And I think Evan Yu with like Vue.js has done a really great job of like revealing complexity gradually in that ecosystem as well. It was what drew me to it originally, but we have to do that as well, where we bring people on to the sort of like minimal tool set that is very, very productive, and they can expand out from there like naturally.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry for that little rant. I feel like I've been talking for.
No, it was good. It was really
Perfect
good.
rant.
Very insightful.
Yeah.
I think the question that I have with you for that is like, how do you think that has shaped then and we could talk about like even AI specifically, but how has the last year even shaped of what your goal is for Laravel? Like, how has the last year of cloud shaped even your goal for Laravel moving forward? Whether that's the cloud, whether that's AI. I imagine if we asked you a year ago, like, okay, what's the next year look like? It would probably be a completely different answer than now.
Yeah, it has changed. I mean, some things have changed and some things haven't changed. I think.
Yep.
I think we're always going to be thinking about how do we serve sort of like, let's say, our core historical audience of Laravel developers, and there's a certain set of features and like functionality we want to provide to them that it's just they will expect and they want to see. I think what has changed is just like the user profile of who is going to be deploying to cloud, in my mind, has shifted throughout 2025 and throughout the first year. And because of what I just said, where if you would have asked me this time last year, who's going to be using cloud, I would have had like a profile in mind of like people like us on this call, right? People that are tech savvy, they're familiar with building Laravel applications. They sort of know about infrastructure and even, like a queue worker. If you tell them, oh, you need a queue worker instance for this, like they kind of have an idea what that is. Whereas now, like if we want cloud to be as successful and powerful and great for developers as it could possibly be, I think the user profile in my mind has shifted a little bit, which might in turn affect like how we present certain things in cloud. And I think it goes back to sort of how we reveal complexity, right? Like, how do we get people on board with the setup they need in terms of like web and workers and scheduler in a way that feels natural and intuitive and is not overwhelming? I think the canvas in cloud is actually a really great start to that, and is a great sort of like foundational piece of like, it's this very visual representation of what's going on. And I think we can continue to build on that in a way that is sort of like friendly and welcoming to non-developers as well. And it may require like a little bit more explanation or hand holding or like crafting a happy path to how things should be deployed than maybe what it is today. But anyway, that's just part of kind of like what has shifted in my mind. Is just the potential audience for people that might use cloud is actually significantly bigger, which is great. Like, I think there's a lot more potential customers on cloud in my mind than there was a year ago. And I already thought there was like a lot of people that would be interested in cloud, but there's like way more now potentially. And we just have to I think that's the challenge ahead of us, is doing a really good job making cloud accessible to those people.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I think the part you called out
without
there
losing sight of our core community, right? Like,
Yeah.
without losing that.
Right. I was going to say, I think that the part you called out about the canvas is really impactful, because even people who do understand really technical concepts, being able to see like a topography or a visual representation of that helps to get some of the questions out really quickly and whatnot. And I think for both non-technical and technical folks, the canvas is really just revolutionary in the way that you communicate how systems are created and intertwined.
Yeah.
I can talk to that a little bit about when I first started building with Laravel. And thankfully, like when I first started building with Laravel, it's funny because I have not known Laravel before AI. So I've only known it since GPT 3.5, or maybe it was even like GPT 2.5 or whatever that was initially in like 2023. But I knew how to build it locally. And I knew all the things like queues that happen locally. I knew the things that like schedulers that happen locally. But when it came to time to deploy it, that's why I always opted for Laravel Vapor, for example, because I had this one document. It was vapor.yaml file that said, okay, I have a queue runner, so my queues are running. I have, I have this much of a instance dedicated to this particular worker. And like the server aspect didn't blend well with my mind initially, because I was like, I don't know how all this works together. I just want what's happening on my local machine to be what is happening in production. And so when cloud launched, it was this thing of like, oh, like if I had this when I first started building with Laravel, like things would have shifted differently in terms of how I was putting things into production, because it is, hey, here's all the things that I know that my application needs, and it just works for it.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious how AI shapes this as well, because like, I think you'll always obviously be able to go into cloud and sort of configure things and add workers and add replicas and all that. But let's say you're building with Claude Code or Open Code. I think we're working towards a future where, okay, you push to cloud, or it adds a feature in your Laravel app that uses Reverb. Let's say it uses WebSockets, and you push that, and Claude Code knows your app is on cloud, and it says, hey, we just added a Reverb feature. For this to work on cloud, I need to attach like a Reverb server to your application. Do you want me to do that? Yes. Okay. It uses a cloud API. It's done. Boom. You can just like sort of chat through deploying on cloud as well, which I think will be really interesting, and something we'll probably, work towards it really in the next month or so. I think Florian tweeted something the other day. He has this open claw, like manipulating cloud. Just the workflows of how people interact with not only cloud, but all sorts of tools, I think is really changing and shifting in really cool ways.
Yeah, Florian was on earlier, and I think he showed off that then. Like he had his OpenClaw bot, and he had it like deploy to cloud and do all of that using the cloud API. And I think once, because it's in what, developer preview right now?
The API is launching. I think I put in our Slack, let's launch that this week. Yeah, it is in developer preview, but it should be GA this week. And which is, in time for Laracon, because I need to show some stuff at Laracon that depends on the API. So we got to get that in GA.
But that means everyone can have their OpenClaw bots using the cloud API coming this week then?
Yeah, pretty cool stuff.
I already have some like app ideas for the API specifically, where I'm like, it'd be so much quicker to just be able to spin this up really quick. So I'm excited for that. I actually haven't gotten to play around with it too much while it's in developer preview.
Yeah, it's really pretty full featured. I mean, you can do a lot of stuff with the Cloud API. Almost really most things that you can do in the UI, you can do via the API.
Taylor, when you think back to like a year ago when it comes to Laravel Cloud, how do you think what's something that's changed how you use Laravel Cloud, like in your personal workflow or just in like team workflow that exists now that didn't exist a year ago? Like, how has your work at Laravel changed because of Laravel Cloud? Would be a better way to say it.
Oh gosh, I mean, definitely the preview environments. I would
talked
say
about
it's sort of
Svelte
like
earlier.
the number one most like practical thing that I just interact with on a daily basis. It feels like where, especially on a lot of our kind of more like, let's say, marketing oriented pages like laravel.com or cloud.laravel.com, where we're making changes, pretty frequently, and just having that preview environment URL right in the GitHub comments or right there in Slack is just like so nice just to be able to go out there. Once the PR's merged, everything gets torn down. And the thing I love about Laravel Cloud preview deployments is, they're full stack. I mean, kind of like Laravel. So they handle the database, they handle the cache, and that's I just appreciate like how well thought out they are throughout the entire stack. And I think that's just like a hard thing to get right. It's a hard thing to get right just from like the assumptions you make and the infrastructure. And to me, it just makes it feel so much more valuable. It makes it feel so much more like real world. I think it's easy just to like clone a preview environment for a static website. But when you start talking about like actual databases and like, do you want to use the same database? Do you want a new database? Do you want a new sort of like schema within that existing database? There's all sorts of things you can do. And Laravel Cloud sort of lets you take any of those paths. But I think that's just super cool. And probably the piece I interact with like the most that's really changed like my workflow. Um, the other thing I do is like any new side project idea I have, almost like right after I Laravel knew it locally, I put it on cloud and I just turn on hibernation on the compute and on the database. So I just like have a cloud URL that's like out there all the time in case I want to share it with someone to go take a look at it. It's just like ready and available. We're going to be making that quite a bit easier actually, just to like spin up a new Laravel app locally and ship it to cloud immediately. So I'll demo some of that next week. But those are kind of two things that come to mind is sort of preview environments and then just sort of like I've just been clouding by default for new Laravel apps and just turning on hibernation.
That's awesome. Yeah, like I feel like it's always fun to see even like internally, but then the stuff that you share externally of like the avatars project for Laravel Cloud.
Yeah.
And recently like the audio one. I forget what was
the radio
radio.
radio.laravel.cloud.
Yeah. It's stuff like that you probably I would imagine, I could be completely wrong, but I would imagine, a year, 2 years ago, even if you spun that up, like you probably would like, like this is just something fun for me. And you might not have like actually been releasing it because of how easy it is, like with AI, with Laravel Cloud, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, both of those projects actually were just entirely AI coded, with Laravel and open code. So I probably wouldn't have created them at all,
Yeah.
It's just, and I think that's just the crazy thing about AI is I feel like I've done so many things that just wouldn't have made sense. Like they wouldn't have made sense in terms of the time required or just like to figure them out when I could be doing other things. But if I can fire up a new Laravel app and fire up an AI agent and just build it in like 5 minutes, and I think that's just another, that's just an example of those are two things that would probably have never been shipped to cloud or deployed to the internet that exist because of AI. And I think there will be a lot more of that.
I think so too. And like you were mentioning earlier about like people internally spinning up apps with it. Like I know a lot of our marketing team is, and hearing like Cynthia even talk about, I think she's talking with Andrew about it. She's like, no, you can't. You have to get off of using an IDE. It's like CLI is where it's at. Like hearing people who like aren't traditionally developers talk about stuff like that is so cool to see.
Yeah. I'm actually having lunch with a college friend tomorrow because he messaged me and said, "Hey, I've been sort of vibe coding using like graphical app builders, things like Replit and Lovable. And I'm kind of like hitting the limits of what I can achieve on these platforms. And it's like getting to be tough. But he's pretty far along on this app idea and he wants to learn like how to actually do like real Laravel development locally and deploy it to something like cloud because you just have like a little bit more power, a little bit more options. So, I mean, yeah, it just seems to be happening like all around. And I've got multiple actually just like local friends that are not developers that are like actually becoming developers because of all of this stuff. It's really crazy to see.
That's really cool. It, like makes me excited because I feel like we're gonna see more of like a boom of
Yeah.
developers like on social media too, due to that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's going to be a huge boom. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't really relate to sort of like AI doomerism around like software. I think it's just like, if anything, it's about to get like way, 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 way bigger.
Mm-hmm.
I think the senior developers, like those of us that have been around sort of pre AI, are going to have like an important role to play in sort of like onboarding these people, educating, about, um, how to build software, how to architect software, what different things mean.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be an exciting time.
Yeah, I think even security risk. It's like what to look out for and do. I think that was a big
Yeah,
thing with like OpenClaw. Some people are like, "What about the security aspects?"
yeah, yeah. It is like I feel like AI. It's sort of like in some ways leveling the playing field of software a little bit, where it's just like instead of being like a battlefield of technical expertise, it's becoming like more of a battlefield of ideas and sort of execution. And the code and the technical expertise is becoming like slightly less relevant, although still relevant, but um, you know, less so than it was before. And it's like I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting. And at first, I was worried about that because it was like I had always sort of like tied my identity to like. I mean, it's literally like in the tagline of Laravel, like the framework for web artisans, right? For like handcrafting code. And so at first, like especially over like Christmas break during the holidays, when everything was just felt like it was blowing up around like agentic engineering, everyone was trying it because they're kind of like off for the holidays. People are tweeting like crazy about wild experiments they're doing. I didn't know what to think at first, but then like the more I used it, and I was using it for like an hour at a time, then a few hours at a time, and soon it like felt painful to handwrite code, and I realized like I was actually having way more fun than ever, just like quickly iterating on ideas and like just realizing that was actually always the part I enjoyed. It was never like typing dollar signs and arrows and parentheses and curly braces and tracking down missing semicolons. Like that was never like the fun part, even though some part of me like thought it was. And I'm also finding just like I still have a rewarding role to play on like architecting and shaping AI assisted generated code. Like most of the time I have AI spike out code. I'm still like kind of architecting that. I'm still steering it. I'm still ensuring that like it's not like repeating itself. It's not putting bad patterns in place. It's not doing something that I just know is not going to be scalable, either architecturally or just like performance wise or whatever. So I've just found it actually a much more enjoyable way to work, to be honest. So I'm like having more fun with developing than I think I have in the past few years.
That's crazy. That's crazy to think about, especially from someone like who has been developing and like, you mentioned on the stream that we did with the AI SDK is like your favorite part is usually like defining what that API looks like. And it seems like now you actually get to spend more time on that because you get to like decide it. That's the fun part. And then the agents can build it.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. And it's just so much easier to like to get over the humps of like software development. Like, especially I think, like something probably a lot of people on stream can relate to is just those side projects that go unfinished where like you sort of hit a wall and you lose momentum or excitement on the project and it just kind of like stalls. And with AI, it's just so much easier to like let AI kind of help you over those tedious like portions of a project And I've been using it to do all sorts of like tedious stuff that I would have put off before. Like even for example, like yesterday, and this is not even code related, it's just documentation related. Um, Matthias at Laravel had PR'd a new feature to the cache stuff in Laravel. There's a new function in the cache on the cache facade called cache funnel. It's already in the docs, so like people can go read about it if they want. But so he had actually wrote the code to do it. PR got merged, and then he submitted a docs PR. And when I saw the docs PR, all the content was good, but I would have like reordered it and architected it a little bit differently because there's another feature in the cache that's very similar. And I thought it could kind of be combined into like one section that talks about both features because they're really related. And like previously, I would have been like I've got to clone down this repo. Like I've got to copy and paste text around and like move it, make sure the headings are still right, make sure the links are still right. And instead, I just like cloned down the PR. I fired up OpenCode and said, hey, this is a PR for this new cache feature. And I think it kind of belongs like, I think there should be a merge section with these two features, like do that. And I only typed like a few sentences, to be honest. Like it's very minimal input into the AI. And it just like nailed it like immediately, in 10 seconds basically. And that's just something that just like would have been so easy to put off. And it probably would have taken me like legitimately like 20 real world minutes to reorganize it, to double check it, to make sure I didn't make any mistakes. And just like to be able to do that in 10 seconds, it's just like get that 20 minutes back is crazy. And I feel like I'm doing that basically every day.
That's wild. I love that. Someone in the chat said Laravel Cloud and AI Codex as a plus the opinionated Laravel framework plus Boost is the single reason my non-developer wife has been able to create a super mature prototype for her dream app. So thank you. That's awesome. That's great.
Yeah, it is cool. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that in Laravel. And to be fair, it's always been part of Laravel's story. Thanks to things like Laracast and how easy it was to get started with Laravel historically, where every Laracon almost, I would have someone come up to me and be like, I used to do job XYZ. It could be anything. They were a nurse, they were a car salesman, they were anything. And now I like watched Laracast and I started building Laravel and like I have a developer job now, or I built like an app or something. And I saw that before AI. So like I can't imagine like after AI. Like I think it's gonna be like an exponential increase of that kind of thing.
Yeah, we were talking with John O'Nolan about how it seems like kind of similar to what you're saying about the idea becomes the limitation, but it seems like before it was very much a thing, and Laravel was always this piece of like, okay, it has all the pieces that you need to build it, you just need the idea. And the hard part was, getting all the code to be in the specific format that you needed for the idea to take shape. But now it's like this aspect of like this personal software thing that I've really enjoyed is that there's so many things that I just need. Hey, I need this, but I want it in this one particular format that no one else is going to find useful except for me. And being able to build that with Laravel and then put it on Laravel Cloud within like an afternoon is crazy. How much is improved, my personal life and also like my life with and how I do chores or errands for my wife or whatever. Like I have a personal gym app that I use because I needed this one app that I use regularly, but I needed it this particular way. It's crazy how that works. And it seems like the limitations of, apps we use or software that we use is going to be less about or more about like making it personal for you.
Yeah, I agree.
Kind of a question along those lines. You kind of mentioned, I saw, I think this was in our Slack about, it was kind of along the lines of like security aspect in the sense of Laravel has always been opinionated and batteries included. Where do you draw the line? Because especially when we think of like Laravel Cloud, where do you draw the line of giving people options while also still putting them on the right path? For example, Laravel could probably be like, hey, you can never make security mistakes and it's built into the framework. But obviously you can still do dumb things and you can, do weird exploits. Where do you draw the line of whether it's shipping a feature for Laravel Cloud or whether it's shipping a feature for the framework that this is the preferred way to do it, or this is you have options, let's do it this way?
Oh gosh. I mean, I think that is honestly like the $1 million question for this year, probably, especially in the age of AI, because it's like, it sort of goes back to what I said earlier about, I think the way I think about revealing complexity and giving options is like shifting. And I'm sure a lot of like open source projects are going to sort of cross this, and are thinking about this because we just were able to assume so much in the past that we just simply can't assume anymore. Like if you want to be widely relevant, let's say. So, and it's going to be a tough line to walk because developers, and when I said like traditional developers, pre-AI developers, like really value options, right? Like they really value being able to like customize things in their own special way, blah, blah, blah. And a lot of the people that are going to be coming into software development maybe don't value that as much, right? They just want to get stuff done really quickly. And I think we've always sort of had to walk this line anyway, because there was always people like new to the framework that they just want things to work, right? They don't care about all this customization or whatever, or different features. And there was more power users that was really important to them. So I just think it's like been amplified, and it's going to be continue to be amplified in sort of the AI age where people that are new to the framework want sort of like even less decisions to make. They just want to like, hey, I just need to get in and like I have this idea and I want to build it. While at the same time keeping sort of our core historical audience happy. And I think we're doing a good job of that so far. As far as like what is a feature of the framework or cloud and all of that, I really just try to always make decisions based on what's best for like the developer and their products. And I try not to think about like, I don't know. I think there's all sorts of like dark patterns you can get into about like, I'm going to like hide this feature and put it in behind something in Laravel Cloud where you can't use it, even though it doesn't make sense. Like, I don't really think that way. I just try to think of like the best possible solution and the best possible like answer to that, whether that's in the framework or it's in cloud or it's in a product or it's in an open source library. Like what is actually the best for the user. And I think usually things just work out well that way. And I think developers are just good at figuring out like if you're like artificially doing things like that aren't in their best interest,
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll be interesting, like as far as like guardrails and security, like I think it's going to be a big topic of like, how do we build secure code in an AI age? I think the models will just get better over time. Like they'll just write better code. So the code that models generate by the end of this year is going to be better than the code they're generating now, and that's going to help. They're going to make less mistakes. I think there are guardrails we can put in Laravel Cloud and guardrails we're already exploring around common exploits. A lot of these exploits can be sort of sniffed out in the request payload. If we see that there's SQL injection attempts happening, right? Like we can see that in the edge network through their parameters that are coming in or the query string, and filter that out. And in fact, we already do basically filter out sort of the most common security exploits at the edge on Laravel Cloud. And I think another benefit of cloud is we can be very opinionated about what we do there. So like we know you're deploying Laravel apps, right? It's called Laravel Cloud. And we can make certain assumptions and build certain experiences based on that I think are, creates a very like cohesive, unified experience and a platform that's very fine-tuned for the framework that's being deployed.
Yeah.
Which was also kind of the idea behind Nightwatch, right? Like we can build an observability tool that it just goes way deeper than what other people might offer because we're interested in Laravel apps and we're going to be very opinionated about that. And we're going to surface Laravel specific things in a way that maybe other platforms or other companies, it just doesn't make sense for them to do, which I think is just sort of like the value we provide, having both the framework and the platform.
Yeah. Oh, that's incredible. I love that. Something about being able to have that tailored aspect, no pun intended, of like, like, hey, here's like, this is what we know you as developers are shipping, and so we can make it perfect for that.
Right. Yeah, I think so.
I think about so like if we think about 1 year, I think the actual deployments was 2.8 million deployments over the last year in Laravel Cloud, over 40,000 environments and everything like that. But what do you think was the biggest challenge when scaling up Laravel Cloud? Did you know it was going to be a challenge when we started off like a year ago, or even before a year ago, or was it kind of like an unexpected challenge?
Gosh, I think there's challenges both technical and non-technical building something like Laravel Cloud and just at Laravel. Thankfully, like I'm of course aware of the technical challenges, but I can't say that like you know the engineering teams and the infrastructure teams at Laravel have done a really great job of tackling those challenges, both scaling. For instance, if we have a private cloud customer that hey they're being DDoS attacked, and we have people jumping in on a Saturday night. Or like this happened when we were actually at AWS reInvent, and we're literally sitting at a restaurant table in Las Vegas with laptops out, diving into these technical problems. Like those are technical challenges, and each one we encounter helps us improve the platform and is an opportunity to sort of like win trust with customers, right? We learn a lesson of like, oh, here's how we can make this like never a problem again. And then also just sort of like the level of care we provide to our cloud customers, I think is an opportunity to just win trust with them. There's also non-technical challenges, right? Like we're a distributed company of 100 people, building a very technical product that there's not a lot of like prior art out there. There's not a ton of people in the world that we can go to and say, hey, you've built a fully managed PaaS before. Do you want to come help us do that at Laravel? Like there's just not a lot of people like that in the world. Because it's just been very few of them historically. So it has been challenging. We've had to learn a lot along the way. Thankfully, we have been able to build a team where we have a mix of people that actually kind of have done stuff like this before, and some that haven't. And we're learning along the way, and gathering expertise, and I think building a really great team. Doing that all remotely is a challenge. I think we've done pretty well at it. Laravel's always been a remote company, and our user base is distributed around the globe. Our employees are distributed around the globe, and just staying in sync and staying like really focused on what we're doing. It's tough at any company, but I think it is a challenge at Laravel. And, I think it's been fun, and, it helps us build this really cool, diverse team of interesting people around the globe. And it's been it's been a really rewarding experience.
I think it's fun seeing like how the different teams operate too, because it seems like with the cloud team that they're always like on tuple with each other.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
are always sharing. I think the Nightwatch team's pretty close. A lot of the Nightwatch team have all worked with each other before, which is really cool.
Yeah. Like it's sort of like when we first started growing the team at Laravel, we hired a mix of people that had been around Laravel for a long time, and there's a mix of people new to Laravel. And, it's been great to see everyone work really well together. And yeah, a lot of, especially on the engineering teams where like a lot of us have been developers for a long time, a lot of us did kind of like know each other. And it is cool to finally get to work with people you may have, interacted with in the open source world for years, but now you work together on Laravel Cloud or on some other projects at Laravel.
I think recently we've brought in, because I know the open source team has been growing recently too. And it's like really cool seeing people that has been active, like contributing to Laravel and the open source framework and stuff, like being brought in and now working as part of Laravel.
Yeah, it's super cool.
I think one of the things that I think of when it comes to built like having cloud and the difference that even the initial first step within cloud and your initial demo, the one that comes to mind is like the actual, we talked about a little bit, is like the actual graph on the homepage of like I'm blanking on the exact name that we use for it internally, but the grid to show your application, any queue clusters,
the canvas.
Canvas, there we go, sorry. Like the canvas itself, why do you think the canvas is important in that sense? Like why was the canvas a thing? Because I don't think in the initial demo for Laravel Cloud at Laracon US last 2 years ago,
2024.
2024, I don't think it was part of the demo, if I'm correct.
Yeah, that's why I was laughing, is because the canvas was a very late addition to Laravel Cloud. Basically, we had built Laravel Cloud basically to almost launch readiness, let's say. And it was Not really. Some aspects were similar to what you see today. It was very like card based, and as I was using it, I was doing a lot of clicks to do things like, for example, if I wanted to add a replica to my app compute, I think at the time I needed to go to like the environment, then I needed to click settings, then I needed to click compute, and then I needed to click app compute or something like that, and then finally I could scale clusters. And I actually counted the clicks and put it in our Slack with sort of our head of design and the cloud leadership, and was like, hey, if I want to scale, it takes me 5 clicks to scale. And I think that like really it should just be almost like one click. I think at first I even advocated for like a scale button that was like literally like a purple scale button.
Yeah.
And I was like, developers they'll love to click this, like they'll all scale their apps, like they can't resist it. But then I like drew up, and I think it was in an app called Excalidraw. I drew like sort of a marker sketch of the canvas of like, or we can kind of have this like graphical representation of it. And I click the app compute, and then I just like drag the slider, and it's just 2 clicks.
Mm.
And that was right before like Laracon EU 2025, I guess. We literally worked on it at the hackathon at Laracon EU, and like the whole app changed almost at the hackathon. And we were drinking like nothing but Diet or Coke Zero and pizza and hamburgers, and everyone was just like super locked in. And Jason Beggs did probably the bulk of the work, like getting this canvas implemented. And we spent a lot of time, like there was so much complexity that went into like like when you hover over the app compute, it like actually draws little lines between like the app compute and the database, and like what can talk to each other. And I remember we were working on that, or Jason was working. I wasn't doing any of that, but Jason was working on that. And but I was working on like command palette, getting that going. And yeah, it was just a very late addition, but I think became like this very formative piece of Laravel Cloud, and I think one of the coolest parts of it. And anyway, I'm excited to keep evolving the canvas this year.
Yeah.
What, like 2 weeks before launch then?
Yeah, literally. Very soon before launch. But it was just one of those moments like, where we're all there in person and everyone's just really focused. And we had one Notion doc that had everyone had like a section in the Notion doc and a to-do list. And we were just cranking through so much stuff in that hackathon. I think it was only like 3 days. That it was the app really like transformed and got into what you see today, basically.
Yeah.
I love that.
I remember those 3 days. I wasn't there, but I remember them because I was trying to get ahead of schedule on like recording videos for like the cloud launch, because I was working on the Laravel.com video at the same time too. And I just remember logging in after after EU, and I was like, well, never mind.
Yeah.
The application is completely different. I have to re-record all this.
Yeah, it was crazy. And I'll always look back on that hackathon as like, one of the best memories of building cloud with, so many cool people were there, and it was just fun being, so close to launch and just like tackling really ambitious stuff. We did similar things, with like the Forge hackathon in Denver, where like there was no built-in terminal in Forge before that hackathon, and Kieran and Ryan Chandler just like lock in and like knock out this terminal.
Yeah.
We put a lot of polish on the app, but yeah, those hackathons are always fun.
That's crazy. I'm just thinking like my question then is, it's kind of hard to play, it's hard to do this thing of like, oh, what if? But I'm curious, do you think anything would have changed? Maybe not in output, but maybe in just, I don't know, feel, vibe overall, if AI was as good as it is today as it was like a year ago? Like, what would those hackathons have looked like?
Oh my gosh. We honestly have not had, I don't think we've had a hackathon post like agentic wave of coding. So I'm very curious. We don't really have a huge hackathon going on this year for Laracon EU, but I think we should definitely get one going for Laracon US, because it would be fun to see like the output. I think there would definitely be more. Because you could be reviewing something while an agent works on something, and like be able to like, and just have more concurrency on what we're doing, I think, even with limited people.
more hands in different pots
Yeah.
and finger stuff like that. Because I imagine for those two big hackathons, it seems like it was very much like small teams are dedicated to like specific tasks.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, where now it could be like, okay, here's the 30 different tasks. Let's make it work, kind of thing.
I literally don't remember if anyone was heavily using AI last year at the Cloud Hackathon.
Okay.
Maybe some people were using Cursor, but of course we weren't using Claude Code or anything like that. But yeah, I was walking around the room all the time reviewing stuff, and like no one like had their agent working on anything. Like that wasn't a thing. You know, we were handwriting most of that code. So it is wild the difference a year makes.
That's crazy to think about.
Mhm.
Yeah, especially knowing that Claude Code isn't even a year old. Like I think it was
I know.
August, I think, of last year.
That blows my mind. I forget it's like newer.
Yeah.
Wild.
It is crazy. Yeah, general availability was May 2025.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Nuno said
Probably
for real.
1,000 Coke Zeros in 3 days.
Oh yeah, I had like a pyramid of Code Zero stacked up on the desk. It was honestly probably like a hazard to the equipment and stuff.
To the equipment, not to your health. You know, like not that.
Yeah.
I said I made a obscure quote earlier. Well, I just remember reading this article, and of course, like I haven't been able to find it in like the hour that I'd said it, but I remember reading this health article where it was like people used to say that sucralose and Coke Zero was bad for you, but it's not like you would have to hit the limitation in order for caffeine or the sucralose or anything else to like affect you is like somewhere around like 47 cans in one day.
Yeah, I was thinking it was a little bit over 40 a day.
Yeah. See,
Taylor, so I got breathing room. Don't worry. I haven't hit that number yet.
That feels fake. I told Josh earlier, I was like, I think the reason they say that in the US is because we don't have free healthcare. So the doctors want us to like pay and go see them. So they tell us to drink 40 Coke Zeros a day.
It's mostly water. You're consuming water at that point.
99% water.
Yeah. How many of you consumed today so far, Taylor? Is it a good day so far?
Oh, gosh. Probably 5 or 6.
That's not bad. I've only gone 2 a day, so I'm sad.
Yeah.
I'm on my Dr. Pepper Zero.
Oh yeah, that's good. I've got some of those downstairs.
I was saying,
marketing team's going to be like, "Wow, these people have lost the plot." On the Cloud 1 year anniversary.
Well, like we could
for the pings.
Leah, I told Taylor on the AI chat stream, like a good thing for us for marketing for Laracon US is we have Taylor do like the blind Coke taste test. So it's like one's Coke, one's Coke Zero, one's Coke Zero Vanilla, one's like Pepsi Zero, and like he does like the blind taste and tells everyone.
Yeah, we got to do that. That'd be so fun.
It'd be a blast.
YouTube short. That'd be so good.
It'd be. I could see at least 1 million views easily.
We could make our Laravel TikTok account and just put that video on it.
There we go. Mateus is going to direct my wife towards Josh whenever she complains I don't drink enough water. Exactly. See, it's mostly water.
Yeah.
So Taylor, going back to Laravel Cloud, I think you kind of talked about like that the challenges they face. What was like the thing? I know that the whole story was we wanted to get deploys down to under a minute. Like that was the vision. You kind of alluded to, okay, what does like the next year look like? But if that was the before Laravel Cloud, what was the last year look like? In terms of before Laravel Cloud, it was like, hey, we need to get under 1 minute. What is the year from 2025 to when it launched to now? What was those phrase that kind of drove cloud deployments?
You know, like I wouldn't say we had any particular like phrase like that, but we did spend a lot of 2025 just sort of like, in some ways, like finishing the, let's say, like core foundational feature set of cloud. So kind of like I said at the beginning of the stream, like when we just first launched cloud, we only had, for example, like serverless Postgres. There's a lot of other like components in the Laravel ecosystem that people want to use, whether it's MySQL. We knew that WebSockets were going to be important. We knew that people were going to want to run their own like sort of private cloud installations. That was a whole nother work stream and sort of operation. We eventually got our own like Laravel Valkey up and going. There was just a lot more like foundational work to do to just sort of have like the core suite, let's say, of functionality where it's like, okay, if you have a Laravel app and you use a variety of Laravel packages, Laravel Cloud has everything you need to run that app. Whereas before, maybe we didn't have WebSockets at all, which we didn't for a while built into Laravel Cloud. And I think we just spent a lot of the year of 2025 fleshing that out. We built out our Laravel private cloud story. We built out Laravel Reverb on cloud. We built out Valkey on cloud. We continue to just make improvements to the core like infrastructure of how we even run cloud and roll out updates and maintenance and things like that. And I think like with that behind us, and where I feel like we kind of do have just kind of the basic feature set you need is in place, right? Of let's say like Laravel Cloud 1.0 feature set. I find it really exciting to kind of have, nothing's ever done, but we kind of have that in place. And now we can like really start to differentiate cloud. So like a lot of that work we did last year was really foundational and important, but it didn't really push the envelope of what is possible. Like it was things that existed before, but we were bringing them to cloud. So like people may have experienced those features on Forge or running their own server. And now we can actually, I think, focus this year on differentiating cloud and bringing just like so much value. I think Preview Examples was a good example of this. Improvements to Q clusters this year, improvements to hibernation this year, improvements to like the accessibility and pricing of cloud and how people can get started on cloud cheaper than ever is something we're very focused on this year. The AI workflows and onboarding on cloud is something we're very focused on this year. And this is all stuff that like will push cloud beyond sort of like the basics into just like such an indispensable platform, I think, for building on the web. And I think paired with Laravel and how fast you can build things is just going to be like such a powerful toolkit for shipping software and building ideas that like I feel more excited than ever about like the future of Laravel and what is possible. And thanks to a combination of cloud, AI, where the framework is at, I just think it's just like so set up for being an awesome tool for creating software and shipping ideas to the web. That I feel like I'm entering this year, kind of the second year of cloud, more excited. Honestly, more excited than I even like expected to be. Like I always, of course, like was excited about cloud, excited to keep building Laravel, but I just think the potential audience and the amount of people impacted by cloud has just gotten so much bigger. And to be able to move forward and do something there on that scale is really exciting.
So is the like audience, I know you said earlier, I think kind of like the enterprise customers and stuff too, is that bigger than you were expecting it to be after just a year?
Yeah, I think so. And I think like it makes sense, right? Like Laravel existed for 14 years without something like Laravel Cloud. And we never really served that segment of Laravel users. We served a little bit more like individual developers, small agencies, smaller installations. And I think, we didn't offer anything like Laravel Private Cloud or anything like that. So it was just a historically underserved segment of the Laravel community that now like is able to come to Laravel Private Cloud. They no longer have to worry about managing their own Kubernetes cluster in AWS and all of that entails, which, our infrastructure team is well aware of. And just to be able to have like the user experience of cloud, to be able to have preview environments and auto scaling and all that comes with that. It's just such a big unlock and like helps your whole organization and team move so much faster. Like you want to focus on shipping software, right? Like you don't really want to focus on, at least I don't, and I think a lot of people don't want to focus on managing servers and infrastructure. And like that's sort of like not core to your business unless you're Laravel. So I think it's just a big unlock for that market segment. But then just also on the other side of the spectrum, like I did not expect to be in the position entering this year where I've got people calling my phone that I knew years ago, like I want to start building with Laravel, and it's like my reaction is not like, oh, buddy, like there's no chance, like like
Yeah.
it's too like if you would have asked me that 2 years ago, I would be like, the learning curve is too steep to like come into what it felt steeper than ever, right? Like
Oh,
you've got like React on the front end, Laravel on the back end, inertia. What is Livewire? What is Tailwind? It literally felt steeper than ever to get started. Even though the tools were like better than ever, there was just a lot going on. And now to be in a place where like if someone told me that, my reaction is like, okay, that is achievable. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that is
yeah.
actually achievable. And it is like mind bending. Even a year ago, if you would have told me that, I would have not believed that or like seen that. And maybe that's like my own lack of like vision on AI a year ago. But like, I think a lot of us probably, there was just a more pessimistic attitude of like, it's cool, but like, really, like, is it really gonna like get to that level? And I think not only did it, it's just like opened my mind and vision for what like Laravel can be in like a whole new way.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think it's one of those things where you even a year ago, most developers probably could see, okay, AI is going to be useful for me as a developer when it's going to
Yeah.
make me, I can read docs faster or do whatever, that kind of thing, or I can,
Yeah.
write the boilerplate code that I need faster. But yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think anyone ever could have predicted that's like, okay, it's going to actually allow people who are non-developers to have the
Mhm.
same level of, kind of like you said, it evens the playing field in a lot of ways, especially with Laravel Cloud, because you have the full stack batteries included with the deployment aspect already taken care of. And that's only going to get better and better.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. That's the crazy thing. Like, this is the worst it will possibly be, So like
This
a
year,
year
yeah.
ago or a year from now, like who knows where it will be, but like we're already in a good spot and it's only going to get better from here. And I think it's on us to like to build that ecosystem, and like to create the on ramp for a whole new generation of developers. And I think it's going to be crazy. Like, I honestly think it's going to be a crazy year.
That's crazy.
It's funny because I feel like last year was crazy too because I didn't even really use AI until starting to work
Mhm.
at Laravel because I was against it. I was like,
Yeah,
no, AI is bad. Like, it's not, it writes
yeah,
awful code. And I started working here and I would like ask questions and people were like, oh, like, here's this I did with AI. And I was like, oh,
yeah,
AI is actually good. I can build like way quicker with it. And I use
yeah,
it all the time. And I'm
yeah.
shocked at the quality of code it can provide now and how fast I
Mhm.
can build with it. Like, I'm like you, what you said earlier. It's like more fun building things with AI now because I can just,
Yeah, way more fun.
yeah, I can just get side projects up like just like that. Like I had like a demo ready to go using the Laravel AI SDK right
Mhm.
away because I
Yeah,
used AI with it.
yeah. And I'm excited to continue like improving, Laravel Boost, the AI SDK. I think Boost is a big asset for us, like um since we're an opinionated framework, we have this kind of opinionated AI. I don't know what you would call it. Boost sort of feeds the AI all the latest information
Guidelines,
about,
yeah.
AI guidelines, opinionated AI guidelines to pair with the framework.
Mhm.
Um, it's just a big advantage. And I think like, again, that's something that's only going to get better from here. I think it's just like the ability to bake in our own guidelines about how things should work, what the best practices are, even just how to deploy to cloud it's gonna be a big
Mhm.
unlock.
That's gonna be crazy. Yeah, I think like the biggest shift is how much AI has improved, but then also like the acceptance in a way too. Like I remember a year ago, I was I was using AI pretty frequently, but it was more of like, hey, I would copy all of this into Claude or all of this into ChatGPT, and I would then copy and paste each out, or like I would be able to feed in all the documentation with like a separate thing and then be able to pull that out. But it was one of those things where it was like, I don't really want to let people know I did all of this with AI and it wasn't me, even
Mhm.
though the result was exactly the same or like as good as it could have been in there because I was reviewing it a lot more. But I feel like over the Christmas break was when people were like, okay, it is almost like this culturally, at least in the developer community, culturally accepted thing where now we can have it. And I think that it helps improve Laravel and cloud even more because it's now it's culturally acceptable, but this is existed and already been used and already capable within Laravel from the get-go, because it doesn't have to guess, it doesn't have to think, and Boost was ahead of its time in a long ways, I think, because of
Yeah,
that.
I think so too. Yeah, I think it was ahead of the curve.
One of my questions then for you is, when it comes to Laravel Cloud, when it comes to AI, you mentioned a lot of people are like kind of asking, oh, I want to get started, and like the kind of like texting you. What is like your go-to, like how do you tell people to either get started with Cloud, Laravel? Like what's your personal preference? And then does that change when you recommend it to people? Like how do you tell people to get their foot wet?
Oh gosh, I try to like take as minimal of an approach as possible. So like for me, I actually, it depends on like where they're at and sort of their tech savviness. But like I prefer to use I'll just use the php.new thing that
Yeah.
the Beyond Code people put together. Where like, okay, one command, I have PHP, I have the Laravel installer, I have Composer, I got that. I actually don't even go so far as to introduce like other things beyond that, like Herd or Valet or anything like that. Like, let's just get PHP installed. We can do Laravel new in a folder. We run Composer dev. Here's your website. Like, like you can see it. And then it's just like Claude Code or Open Code, whatever they have. If they have like a Chat GBT subscription, it's just easy to just like link it to that. Or if they have a Claude subscription, most people that are like getting into development, I feel like it's more common for them to have a Chat GBT subscription.
Yeah.
And so link it to that, and then it's like just talk to it. Like this is a Laravel app. I want to do this, and just like if you do that, you can see the changes like live update in your browser. You can honestly just talk your way through a lot of things. I think this is like one thing that the Open Claw did very well, where like if you're hitting a problem, just like talk to it more.
Yeah.
Where like, hey, this isn't working, and like just let it self debug. So like if the screen doesn't look right, just talk to the agent about it. And if you have Boost installed, it's going to read your logs. It's going to be like, oh, I need to run the migration. Do you want me to do that? Like it's just going to help you. So like that's like my most minimal like go to on ramp to Laravel. And then I actually really agree with something that you tweeted recently, Josh, where you were like, it feels like one of the biggest hurdles is actually Git and GitHub of like, okay, there's branches and you got to make a GitHub repository and then you got to like push that to GitHub.
Even
And
just the account itself feels like I am not a developer to have to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that is like quickly becoming sort of like the weirdly like weird hurdle, like an onboarding hurdle.
Yeah.
Because you kind of like, I mean, you kind of want like GitHub desktop or something. I don't even know. Like you get into a mess pretty quick. So I don't know if we'll have to explore like, like non-Git deployments on Laravel Cloud, which would be weird. It's something we haven't thought about before, but like if that continues to be a hurdle, like I don't know, maybe there's options there or like middle grounds there where we can just like ship the app directly to cloud as it stands, like locally. That's kind of what Vapor does to some extent, where it's actually like zipping up your app and uploading it to AWS. Which I guess is like that's always an option that's probably not too hard for us to explore. Then once you're on cloud, but right now we have to link it to a GitHub repo, so we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see how that evolves. Maybe this time next year it will seem really weird that we ever required people to do that. But
yeah, that Git was even a thing. Even if like it would be interesting to see if it would be like hey, you just need a Laravel Cloud account and like the versioning or whatever all happens, because I think versioning is still going to be a thing that needs to exist, because you're not going to be like, oh, I screwed up, let me go back. And I think that probably has to still be there, but it is interesting because I think with all of like the vibe coding tools and all of like, the lovables and everything like that, it has pushed more people into understanding what GitHub is, I think. But I don't think, my friend at the my friend at the rock climbing place, I don't think he knows how to make a GitHub account or even why you would need one, kind of thing. But he still uses Claude and uses Chat GPT. It is very interesting.
Yeah.
Someone said
you can continue.
I was just saying,
Explaining
explain
what-
what a PR or an MR is to a non-developer is the issue.
Yeah.
Preview
Yeah.
environments. No more PRs. Just say I need a preview environment.
Yeah. I'd be interested if we ever end up with like even just prompting something directly into cloud. Like I want to spin off a preview environment and with this feature, and the agent builds it and creates the environment right in cloud. I mean, there's sort of like no limit to things we could do. I think it's just going to be important for us to like, us as a community. I think we've always been very like welcoming, and we're not in like sort of exclusive. If you don't know this much about tech, like you can't be part of our community, like I think, and that's going to be like even more important now than ever. There's going to be a lot of people coming in that like aren't super familiar with Git, like aren't super familiar with deploying to the web. And, like I said, like the entry bar is it's getting more accessible to get into web development. And I think it'd be important for us just as a community, as a company, to keep our finger on the pulse of that, to like, we want Laravel to be the place that a lot of these people onboard and come into.
Yeah. I think it'd be an interesting world where, because Laravel is so batteries included, it's almost like you don't necessarily need to know what a cache is or its purpose, and you don't necessarily need to know what queues are and their purpose.
Totally.
But because Laravel's batteries included, Laravel knows, agents know because of it. And so you say, I just need this to happen when I'm asleep. And all of a sudden that's scheduler, that's a cron. Like you don't have to know those words 3 years later, maybe a year later. I don't know, maybe 6 months later, who knows?
Yeah. And I think a lot of what we'll continue to do this year is sort of bridge the gap between cloud and Nightwatch. This is something we're already working on, where those will start to feel like a little bit more of a cohesive experience. They will know about each other. They will have shared login, that apps on cloud will match to apps on Nightwatch. And what's really interesting about that, sort of in the AI world, is, we see issues happening in Nightwatch, like, for example, your cache comment. Maybe we see a page is slow. Nightwatch itself sort of identifies this in the data. We can queue up a fix for that, like, oh, you should use the cache here. And it's not something that the developer really needs to think about. And we can PR that to cloud, or even auto merge this to cloud. It's like, hey, we need to add a cache to this route because it's really slow. We did that for you. Like we can build these really like end-to-end experiences of shipping and debugging and fixing that's almost like feels fully automated to some extent.
I'm reading through some of the comments here. I'm loving Nightwatch. Thanks for offering a free tier. Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Nightwatch is great.
Yeah, we use Nightwatch quite a bit internally as well.
I love spinning up Nightwatch for like any new project. It's like, okay, as long as I have deployed to Laravel Cloud, I have Nightwatch on it. Those are really like the only two external things that I need. Then all of a sudden it just works.
Yeah, it's great. Team did a really good job on that.
And Jess will be on later today to talk about Nightwatch too. Yeah, which is part of why we did 12 hours, because of the time zones. But having like Joe Dixon on and then having Jess on, it's like there's no other way.
Yeah,
for sure.
1 year party.
Yeah.
Who's on next? Who's on after me?
Eric Barnes. He's coming on for 30 minutes to talk about kind of like a recap from migrating Laravel News from Forge to Cloud, and kind of talking about like what he's found since it's been on there recently. And then Nuno's coming on after that to talk about new features in PHP 8.5.
PHP 8.5.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, Taylor, after a year after this dude called Nuno. Yeah, exactly. After a year of Laravel Cloud, what do you think? I know we've kind of talked a lot about, okay, what's next, but what do you think is like, do you think cloud is the pinnacle for you in terms of like program? Is that what you feel is, hey, I'm putting all my bets on Laravel Cloud? Like what's your thoughts behind something like that? Like, do you think it all hinges around that, or does it hinge around something else?
As far as Laravel, the company?
Laravel, a company, or even just like the future of building web apps with Laravel. I'll say it that way.
I think, I think to some extent, yes. Like cloud, we see as sort of like the central hub of the Laravel ecosystem. And I think the way that it evolves is going to be some ways expected and probably some ways unexpected because of how software development itself is evolving. I think that like the way I pictured it evolving a year ago, I think a lot of that is still true. Like we know we'll still need a lot of the features we could have imagined a year ago are still relevant and still valid today. Like, of course, we always want deployments to be faster. We want observability to be better. We want databases to be bigger and faster. We want the queues to be smarter. All of that is still perfectly valid. And we'll see like where things go and how this year shakes out as far as the parts we couldn't expect and what that looks like. Do we ever have a world where we have like cloud agents that are doing things for you, fully automated bug fixes, which I think we're heading towards for sure. Do we have like, you know, for example, like recently on the marketing team, we had to add a banner to Laravel.com to say, hey, there's a live stream happening. Could you just like prompted that right in the cloud? Like, hey, I need a new preview environment. And there's just like a text box where you're like, I need this preview environment to have this feature. It needs to have this banner. We're doing this live stream, blah, blah, blah. It creates the environment. It updates the code. Here's the preview environment. Like you never even left the cloud interface. There's all sorts of like crazy things I think we can do. And it'd be a mix of like, again, finding the right balance of like what makes sense for Laravel and our core audience, while at the same time being sensitive. Like there's a whole new set of expectations, a whole new set of developers coming on board. And but to answer your question, I think a lot of like Laravel will revolve around cloud and how we continue to evolve that platform. Because it really is the hub of shipping your app, monitoring your app, scaling your app, securing your app, all of that.
Yeah. Kind of like follow-up question that we haven't been able to touch on too much this stream that I'm curious about, and maybe about thinking through the past year. I think even just from my outside looking in perspective, I'm not involved too much on open source side of things and even like cloud side of things. I just watch the Slacks, but it seems like there's been a lot that has been added to Laravel Cloud that is necessary, or to Laravel as a framework that is necessary for Laravel Cloud, that is necessary for Laravel Nightwatch. And I think that's always existed for you as you've built out Forge and Vapor and Cloud now and Nightwatch. How does that shape each other, and how do you envision that continuing to happen in the future? Of like the framework continues to get better because you need it to get better for Cloud. The framework continues to get better because you need it for Nightwatch and Forge.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said, as we started growing the company, like the framework is really the most important part of what we do here. If there are no Laravel framework users, there are no cloud users. There are no Nightwatch users. And if there are not more and more people creating Laravel apps, that affects the future of, cloud and Nightwatch. And that's a big reason of why we scaled up the open source team here at Laravel, to be, we have basically the same amount of app devs working on open source as we do on cloud, not counting the infrastructure team, but just we have a healthy open source team here because it is so important that more and more Laravel apps are being created in the world, that the framework remains extremely high quality, that it's like the best option for building web applications, that it's always up to date. We're literally merging pull requests and doing maintenance every single day, and we do releases every week for the framework. I just did one today, actually, this morning. It's incredible. It's literally the most important thing that we maintain here at Laravel because everything is sort of downstream of the framework. And, a lot of what we're doing, or a lot of what I'm thinking about on the framework side of things is, making sure that it really is the best platform for building in an AI age. And that includes things like Boost, but it also just includes like the features that are prioritized, the maintenance we do, making sure that like this is the best possible starting point for building web apps.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love it.
And the Laravel community moves fast. Like I just saw this morning what is it, the Blaze stuff and Livewire. Like we're shipping that in our starter kits today. So it's just like
Nice.
on by default. Because all of our Livewire starter kits, both the WorkOS and sort of the normal auth version, use Flux, the free version of Flux. So we'll just like install Blaze by default, and we kind of get an immediate benefits, and of course, even more benefits as people add more Flux components to their app. That's just super cool. Not to go on too much of a tangent about that, but like I feel like it was always in the back of my mind when I was using Livewire, like, oh, this is like such a productive stack. But like, what if I have like 10,000 buttons,
Yeah.
blade components on this page? Like, is that gonna bite me? And now just like eliminate that as a concern is like so cool.
That's crazy. Yeah, I was watching the live stream as I was taking a break. I was watching the live stream with Caleb did it. It was crazy to see of even just how far that has improved as a project from when I saw it at Wire Live in November, which was like, oh,
Yeah.
hey, this is only 4 months or whatever later, and it's a completely different thing, and it's 10 times better in a lot of different ways. And I think that speaks to the speed of not only this world we're living in with AI, but the speed of like Laravel, speed of like enabling creators like Caleb Porzio, like yourself, like everyone who is building incredible Laravel packages. It's like, hey, here's what you can do with Laravel because of what you've provided.
Yeah, really cool.
Even with like native PHP, like all they've been doing, it's like everywhere.
It's pretty. They're really pushing the envelope of like what you can use, what you can build with PHP.
But like coming from the JavaScript community to the Laravel community, like even before AI like got to where it is now, I felt that way, that like with Laravel and the Laravel community, everyone's like shipping things all the time. So it's like really cool projects just like being shipped nonstop. It's like hard to keep up with everything going on in the community, but it's really exciting to be part of it.
Yeah, it is like a very energizing, like contagious, like community that has a lot of momentum.
Awesome. We got a couple more in the chat. Patrick says, happy first year anniversary. I've been a Forge user for 9 years and now migrate my projects to cloud recently. Amazing product.
Nice.
Awesome.
Nice. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Glad to have you here, Patrick. For everyone else who's joining, Leah, if you can drop in the rlvl.co/1 year party. If you sign up, we'll do some giveaways, some free cloud credit giveaways, some swag giveaways. And just always like to know that you're here. And if you have not pressed the like button on LinkedIn or YouTube for the stream, do that. Taylor's been with us for the past hour and a half. I think we're wrapping up your time here in a bit. But Taylor, what do you think is, we kind of have asked everyone, and I think I already know your answer because we kind of said it a little bit, and it's been everyone's answer so far. But what is the most underrated feature of Laravel Cloud currently?
Oh, yeah. I mean, me and Beggs were just talking about, I mean, I assume most people probably said preview environments. And me and Jason were talking about just the other day how like we got to do a better job of surfacing. I think we actually made a change just the other day to try to surface it more. It is just like so nice. It's like the first thing I set up like by default now, and maybe we should just set it up by default. I don't really know. But I think it's an interesting option. But it is just so nice. That I think, I think that's honestly probably the most underappreciated one. I think there's a significant amount of people that just like, haven't tried it yet, and even though they're on cloud. So definitely, if you haven't tried it yet, go out there and set it up. It just takes like a couple clicks, and then push, like a PR to your repo and watch the preview environment spin up and how you get like the URL and the GitHub comments. It is really impressive and super cool. And I know we're continuing to make sort of like build and deploy time improvements, so it's going to be like even faster to spin those up. But it's already like 1 minute and you have a preview environment, and it's just a really big unlock.
We even used it yesterday to launch the 1 year of Laravel Cloud like page. We were using it. Tessa was like asking me like, oh, who do I have to go to get this on cloud? And I was like, just open a PR. Yeah.
It's pretty magical. And I think you really feel the magic of it, like I said, when you kind of have a database and a cache and it all like just works and they're, sort of segregated from each other, so you're not stomping on your other environment's data and all of that. It's really cool.
Yeah, you have the magic of teams that you might have access to a repo, but you don't have access to like the actual deployment infrastructure. Well, all of a sudden
Mhm.
you do because you can create a PR, and it just works. I think the other interesting aspect I've liked with preview environments is the fact that, and a lot of people in the chat, you might be thinking, oh, like that's another thing that you have to pay for. The cool thing is by default they spin down, and so in the sense of
Mhm.
like they are hibernated by default, and so
Right.
and you can set it up to where they use a new database or use the existing database if you would like, and use existing cache, existing resources. So essentially it is pennies, if not nothing, to be able to
Yeah.
spin that up, to look at it and then scale it down.
Yeah, totally.
Well, Taylor, you saying I still can't believe that you sang happy birthday, because we thought we were just going to ask you and you were just going to say, no, I won't do that. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
But what is like one thing that you want to leave? Like if you're like, hey, if Laravel Cloud had a bot that had feelings, what would you tell it for its 1 year birthday?
Oh gosh, like happy birthday. It's been a good year. We're proud of you. And there's a big road ahead, but you've done a good job in your first year. And I can't wait to see what you do in the next year. I think it's gonna be really awesome.
I love it. I love it.
That's a good answer.
Florian, spin up a Laravel Cloud bot, have feelings, and then send that message to Taylor. There we go.
Clip it. Send like the video recording of him saying it.
There we go. Happy birthday, Laravel Cloud.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Taylor, for
thanks for having me. It's been
being a part
fun.
of this. I know we got Eric in 30 minutes, I think Lee said.
Yes,
Eric's
Eric's
on now.
He's at 4.
minutes. Okay.
4 p.m. ET. Yeah.
We got some time.
All right, nice. Well, I guess I'll leave y'all to it. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Thanks
so
for
much,
being
Taylor.
on. Bye.
All right. See you. Bye.
See you, Taylor.
Can't
Sweet.
believe you sang happy birthday. That's
I-
so good.
I still can't believe that's why I was like kind of a little bit taken aback, because he started and I was like, oh, I guess we're doing this, or we got to do it now. I thought you were just gonna say, yeah, no, I'll save that for someone else. But yeah,
I couldn't stop laughing to sing it.
oh,
Like just
man.
of us all, because it was like 4 of us all trying
It
to
was
sing
terrible.
it, and it was instantly latency. Oh man.
Awesome. Well, Leah, what's been your favorite part about the celebration so far?
I think Taylor singing happy birthday. That's my favorite part.
Love
Also,
to see a clip of it.
yeah, also everyone saying preview environments has been like really good, because I really enjoy preview environments, but it's really funny. Like every single person who's been on so far has mentioned them. And like for us to say they're underrated, which I do think they are. I don't think a lot of people on cloud use them or know about them, but like it seems like everyone who does know about them just can't stop raving about preview environments. So I think that's been really funny.
I bet someone on the Laravel team knows how many people are using preview environments. So I'd be curious what the percentage is. And if we can bump that up after today's stream, that'd be interesting. We would have done our job.
Especially when Devin's here later. I think he's on with you later when I'm taking a break to eat dinner, because that's important. But he has a good preview or a demo for preview environments.
Nice.
So he'll be showing that off later. So we'll be once again talking about preview environments.
Preview environments. If you didn't know what preview environments are, now you will know in a little bit. And you'll have a little bit of a deeper insight onto what they are. Sweet. Leah, you got a dad joke for us?
I can read Carl's.
read Carl's.
Why did the invisible man turn down a job offer? He couldn't see himself doing it. Okay, I like that one.
We'll do that. I got a couple more. Let's see. Most of them are from this. Like I have this book of dad jokes that my wife got me for Christmas. And so most of them I like bookmarked and pulled out. This one's pretty done. Like for those who know classic, I guess you could say classic country, classic folk. My friend just got done with the Dolly Parton diet. It made Jolene.
Wait, what? Oh, Jolene. Oh my god.
Jolene. It made Jolene.
That one deserves this. That one deserves this.
Oh man.
Oh my god. Jolene. Dude, that one. It's like so bad it's good. This is the problem.
Awesome. Someone said, "Is this the 4-letter names live stream?" Who's the next guest? Ooh. Yeah, Taylor. We got.
We do have Eric next, who
Eric,
is
yes,
also
we-
4-letter.
yeah,
It's
I'm a
funny you said it,
4-letter.
and it's been so long that I'm over here like ERIC. Like I'm not
Oh.
even like.
So Taylor didn't skip the bill, but we got Eric next, so we'll keep with the 4-letter name, and then Nuno after
4.
that. So we'll keep with the 4. We'll just keep going.
But then Devin's back, who's 5.
Okay, sorry, Devin. Well, you're canceled.
You're cut. And then Jess. Jess is 4. Oh my god, there is a lot of us with 4.
There you go. Well, hey everyone in the chat, thank you so much for being here. We're kind of killing time until Eric comes around. I don't know, like I don't know what we want to do. Like we could just hang out and chat. We could ship something. We could do something crazy. But we're probably gonna build that in a little bit after Nuno. So maybe we don't ship something just yet. How dare you ship 2 things in a day?
Yeah, we can't. Well, it almost feels like working at Laravel, like how dare you not ship more than 2 things in a day? You know, like with AI and cloud.
Oh yeah.
Let's do a couple giveaways. So I had done earlier. I had already picked a winner and didn't share it. So next, let's go ahead and share that name.
Fantastic. I'm ready for what the Joshua Barrow says, ship something. There we go.
We will.
Devin's got to lose a letter to get to 4.
Yeah.
Devon.
You're now Devo. That's
Devo.
what we called you, Devin. You're now Devo.
Devo.
Sorry. That should be your
Devo.
bot name. Okay. Next winner, I'm about to share in the chat, and then we'll do a couple more giveaways. So next giveaway winner is MAREF. I feel like we need our
MAREF.
enthusiasm.
It just keeps going.
Yeah. I love the like very loud.
That's
Yeah.
so exciting. Yeah.
It was funny like playing it for Taylor too, and he's like listening to it, and then it kept going on. He's like, wow. Like,
It's exciting. Yeah. I love it. So MAREF. Congratulations.
and then we also have a skills website, I think shipped today. So we can show that off.
Ooh. Okay.
The giveaway. Too many tabs, sorry.
Yeah. So should I share this, or are you gonna share it, or
Do you want to share it while I do
I
like
can-
other giveaways?
you do it? Okay. So it looks like we got a new website to ship, or a new shipped website that I can share. That I actually have not seen this yet. But this is Laravel Skills. Ooh.
Woo!
It's an open directory of reusable AI agent skills for Laravel and PHP. Laravel and PHP. Install with a single command. So this is essentially, and it's crazy, like how fast this has kind of come into play in terms of like the Laravel way, and be able to ship it and also like see it. But it's live now at Laravel or skills.laravel.cloud. And yeah, being able to basically add a specific skill that the Laravel community has created. And so we have ones like eloquent best practices. Some of these are Boost specific in the sense that like I know that there are like official Laravel ones that are Boost specific, but then there are also ones that are like PHP specific that also help with skills. Laravel quality, code quality tool with PHP stand, pint, and strict types. And so in here you'll see like the specific MPX, because this is essentially using the skills. I believe it's skills.sh. Yes, skills.sh. That is the npx command, which is a node command to be able to install this skill across your whole. You can either install it locally within a project. It gives you that ability, or you can install it globally. And so this just essentially takes all of those skills that are Laravel specific and gives it to you so that you know you can find one place to know, hey, here's all the skills that people are using currently. Laravel specialist, PHP best practices, TDD. And so people can input those skills on submit a skill here. But then you can also start using these skills. One of the things I've also found really useful as well is there's a skill to find skills. And so you can have your agent help find additional skills as well, which can help find all of these, but it's good to start off with, I would say, maybe 2 or 3 that you use specifically, or just, hey, you're working on a particular feature. Let's say you're working on, I don't know, API, and then finding a skill that is specific to that feature that you're working on, I think is incredible too, because then you basically then tell your agent, let's say if I copied this, I installed it into my terminal. I then tell my agent, hey, we're going to build out the API for this particular feature. Use the API resource patterns skill in order to make this feature. And again, this skill is basically then this skill, not this skill specifically, but skills in general, then take things that we know about Laravel. Basically, instead of having your agent search up in Boost or search up with the MCP that Boost provides when it comes to searching documentation or anything like that, that works great. And that's what Boost is there for. But skills enhance that even more to say, okay, here's the documentation, but here's how you would use it. And so some of these skills I know have been, grabbed even from specific Laravel docs, in the sense of like, hey, it's telling the agent, this is when you should use a skill. This is what needs to happen if this skill is being used. And so it gives those constraints to the agent rather than just giving it a whole bunch of docs, or in addition, I should say, to giving it a bunch of docs, and in addition to giving it guidelines that Laravel Boost provides. So the URL for Laravel Skills, someone was asking, that is...
Sorry, I'm pasting it.
Oh, thank you. Perfect. Skills.laravel.cloud. So yeah, try it out. It's been great. I have been using Skills quite a bit in my personal building and personal projects, because I've found it's useful for kind of giving a little bit more structured guidelines for individual tasks. Because most of the time, for example, a thing I like using Skills on right now is I think there's a Spotsy skill that Frake and the team gave for called Livewire 4 skill. And so most of any project that I create is a Livewire 4 project, and that skill specifically shows how to use Livewire 4, how to use the new lightning bolt component when you're writing a new Livewire. It basically gives the agent a little bit more clear guidelines on when you're making a component and you have to use this specific PHP artisan skill. When a component looks like it's not using Volt anymore. It's all these little things that change frequently, and I think Skills help with guidelines around that. Have you gotten the chance to use Skills yet, Leah? Other than probably the ones that maybe ship out of the box with Boost.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't think I have, besides the ones with Boost. And I think the ones with Boost, it doesn't bring any in right away unless you're using the like React or Vue starter kit with the is it Fortify?
Yep.
With
So Fortify has a skill, and then if you're using the AI SDK, there's a using
so I have used that one too, because I've used the AI SDK. I want to play around with more skills, and I want to do more AI coding. Maybe I'll eventually do the open call to bot, like especially like talking with Taylor and other people today. I feel like that's really made me want to build more with AI again. Like I already have been, but now I want to like do more with it and look more into skills. And now we have Skills, the Skills website, so I have no excuse that I can't find them, because I can go there. So
there you go. But yeah, like Nuno was saying, sometimes Boost is enough, and I think that's the goal too. It's like Skills might be like that extra little thing that you have, but for building out with Laravel, you probably just need Boost. And the cool thing is, Boost is that opinionated aspect for you, so that you don't have to think about skills. The Boost team, with everyone who's being behind it will also like then be like, hey, this skill is going to be useful for 90% of people who are using this. So let's put this in Boost individually. So then you don't even have to think about it.
Yeah, I mainly just use Boost. Like most of the time, especially like when I'm just like spinning up a side project, I will default to just using Boost. Unless like I'm really trying to like push what I'm using, I guess. Like I said, I did build something with the AI SDK and I did use skills for that. And if I do just use the React starter kit and I bring in Fortify, it'll ask me like, do you want to bring in this skill? And I always say yes to that. But
Yeah.
otherwise I don't go like looking normally for other skills.
There's one that I've found really useful for me that's not even Laravel specific. It's called a front end design skill.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, I think it's by the Claude team, by Anthropic, or maybe it's by Vercel. There's one of them.
Is it recent?
It
'Cause I
is
think
rather recent, like the last last month maybe.
it might have been Claude. I think Vercel does have one, and then I think Claude did show something for front end like that.
Yeah, like if you are doing any, like most of the time, unless I have specific, hey, here's how I want my UI to look. The front end design, if you say like, hey, use the front end design skill, make it look nicer, usually it's going to make it look nicer for some reason. It has like little bits and pieces. But yeah, it's one of those things where you have to use skills sparingly, I think. And you can't be like, oh, let me install 30 skills. You kind of need to use them sparingly, I think. Same thing with like, you can't put everything in your agents.md file.
Or you shouldn't.
Yeah.
At least.
No. Yeah, do not.
I have a question because you've used Figma MCP before, and I feel like with Figma MCP it's good, but like I've been scared to try it again because the Tailwind classes and stuff with it are kind of bad. Like I just feel like it gives you a lot of what's like redundancy. Like you have a lot of repeated classes you don't need, or it does like the dynamic typing for stuff. Like it doesn't use like the Tailwind built-in classes really for like if you want the font size to be 64 pixels, it will just like manually put it 64 pixels.
Yeah.
I wonder how the skills, like the front end skills relate to that. Like if they're better than like just trying to use the Figma MCP, like if they create better like Tailwind classes and stuff and code for like front end, or if it's still the same thing.
Yeah, I think so. And I haven't gotten to try the chance with Figma's. I know that Figma just released something. I don't know if it was an addition to their MCP or like something entirely new. I know that they released something with Claude Code specifically, but I have not gotten the chance to play around with that yet. But yeah, I think the skills itself is more of like, it's less of here's how to do X, Y, Z. And it's more of like, here's what a typical nice ShadCN component looks like. And same thing with Laravel and with the starter kit specifically, there's already those guidelines put into place. So as long as your agent knows, hey, use ShadCN, use Flux, it's already going to be that much better. Yeah, I think Nuno said like, feel like if we use a bunch of coding rules skills, just overwhelms the context. Exactly.
I'd agree with that.
Especially skills, you kind of have to ask the AI to use individually. And so it needs to know the name of the skill. Sometimes it might bring it and you might not want it. So explicitly naming, I feel like helps most of the time. But yeah, like it's one of those things only if you're trying to solve the problem, which is a great use case for developers then. You're like, oh, I want it to be specific. Nuno says, what are you using as an editor at the moment?
Ooh, so mine is different based on what computer I'm on, and not even like operating system. It's like I have a work Mac, and then I have a personal Mac, and then I have a streaming computer. So I have multiple. Yeah. Which isn't a flex. It's just like, I don't know, me complicating everything. So on my work computer, I use Cursor, and I have PHP Storm as well. So I use that sometimes also. On my personal laptop, I use VS Code. And then on my streaming computer, I think it's VS Code. I also use PHP Storm a lot on my streaming one, which is a Windows versus my other two are Mac.
I am strictly, anytime I open up an editor now, which I don't do as much often, but anytime I open up there, it is Z for Windows and Mac right now. I have not opened up VS Code in probably 4 months or any other editor.
You
So,
make
yeah.
me want to try Zed. I'm like hopping around too much. I did try anti-gravity. I think that's Google's. I tried
Yeah.
that one. I wasn't a big fan. Like it's not bad or anything, but I feel like to get me to change to it, it'd have to like be very different, you know? And
Yeah.
it just didn't feel that way. And it's like you got so many tokens for using it, but I instantly ran out. It didn't like last long enough.
That's incredible. Travel Mike, I need someone to make a decent filament skill. This is not sponsored in any way or anything like that, but I know that Filament does have their own. I believe it's a paid version of their skill called Filament Blueprint. So there's probably open source versions of the Filament skill, but I've heard good things about the Blueprint. I've not gotten the chance to use it yet.
It goes on
I've heard
Boost,
good things.
right?
Yes, it works with Boost. Yeah.
Also, let me
But there is
share
I
these.
believe there's like a filament guidelines for Boost that we can help install. I think there's some open source one. I could be wrong on that.
I'm not 100%. I'll have to look into it. I think the Filament team's been teasing a big announcement coming tomorrow too, which I have
Another
no
one.
clue.
There you
Yeah, another one. I have no clue, like if it's related to anything we're talking about. No clue about what it is, but I have seen that they're teasing something. I think for tomorrow.
Nice. Everyone else said for editors. So we have just Steve King using Zed and NeoVim a lot recently. See, I initially picked up Zed because I wanted to try to get better at Vim actions, and then it's all agents, so I don't touch my editor anyways. But I do open it up a lot to like either look at code because I prefer looking at code in an editor over my terminal, over Claude Code or over Open Code. Just switched to Linux. I've been assessing my editors and tools. Had a huge refresh. There you go. Still PHP Storm, Codex for CLI, agent workflow, and PHP Storm for checking changes.
PHP Storm is good.
See, I never got into it. So now I feel like I've completely missed the boat. Sorry, PHP Storm.
I think, yeah, it's like I use VS Code more now. Like, so when I was all VS Code with JavaScript, and then I started getting into PHP, and then we didn't have the plugin yet with VS Code. So I was like, okay, I'll just go to PHP Storm. And that with the IDEA plugin was great, helped a ton. But now we have it with VS Code, like the VS Code extension, not plugin. And I still like using PHP Storm. I still think it's a really good IDE. It's just now we have like a better free version as well. Like now VS Code is like more compatible with writing Laravel code.
Yeah. What do I like about Zed? I know just Steve King said it as well. I think the easiest thing I like about Zed is how fast it is. Like, because when I open up an editor, I basically like Command T in my terminal after my agent did something. And then I go Z dot. And then it's like literally within half a second, it's open and ready to go. And like it just, I like the default look of Zed. So I didn't have to change too much about the UI. I changed so much about my VS Code, but now opening up VS Code just feels so slow compared to Zed.
That's funny because Chip just said something about customization. You're okay. He just said something about customization with PHP Storm. It made me think of what you were just saying about like VS Code.
Awesome. Danny Phantom. I used to play League as well, so I do know that Zed is the League of Legends champion. Yeah. Funny story. But Cursor, PHP Storm, VS Code would be amazing if it wasn't based on Electron. Just feels heavy. I agree.
Let's pin this one really quick. So I did draw 3 giveaway winners. So if you are Clive Wickham, Martin Sesernick, I feel like I'm so bad at names. I apologize in advance. Cernick. It's probably Cernick. Yeah, I'm sorry. And William, no last name for William, but we do have your email. So for everyone who is a giveaway winner or any of the giveaway winners from earlier today, if you won, that means you won $75 in credits for our what is it? Is it shop.laravel.com?
Shop.laravel.com.
Yeah. For our merch store, which currently everything on the merch store is out of stock because we are replenishing our merch store. But whenever everything comes back into stock very, very soon, you'll be able to redeem those credits. You will be receiving an email from us either today or tomorrow with those credits and more info about what I just mentioned as well. But congrats. Oh, do you want to do the
pause?
Hype stuff?
Yeah. It's that last one that always cracks me up.
That gives me so
It's
much.
just like 5 seconds too long. I can't change it right now. I can later, but
Yeah, I guess.
yeah.
So good. Anyone Notepad plus? No.
Honestly, it's probably all you need with like an agent, like your Cloud Code, Notepad plus. You're probably good. You're probably set. That's all you need right now.
Doesn't Taylor use Sublime?
I'm pretty sure he says he still uses Sublime. Yep, I know he uses Cursor, Sublime, and Open Code. Actually, he might not have said Cursor. I think he's Open Code and Sublime. He did say he was going to check out Zed because he has tried to check out Zed because it feels the closest to Sublime, but nothing has felt closest to Sublime for him. I never got into Sublime. Same thing with like PHP Storm. Looks like Dave Hicking went from Sublime to Cursor. That is a lie. I did use Sublime when I was editing HTML files for a job I was doing in college, but
I don't think I've ever used it.
I used it to literally open up the file, make a change, and click save. So I didn't use it much.
I've used other editors, but it was more like specific to languages. Like I used like Sea Lion, and I used was it IntelliJ IDEA? I think IDEA is like the one people really like for Java.
Yeah, all of them from the IntelliJ family.
JetBrains, yeah.
Yep, JetBrains family.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I never used their JavaScript one. I used VS Code. I didn't use which now it's free.
The WebStorm.
Yeah.
Yeah, WebStorm is now free.
Mm-hmm.
Sublime and PHP Storm, says Nuno. Sublime is still good. Definitely trying Zed now. There we go. Another Zed converter. And I heard Harris, who was not live on the stream, but who was in the chat earlier in the stream, said that he is working on something for Zed with Laravel. I have not done it. I haven't even asked an agent to do it yet, mostly because my use case that I've set up feels good enough. I'm curious what he's got cooking as well.
Let's see. We also have Eric here, who's up like, oh my God, I'm trying to do the math. I think 3 or so minutes because my brain's like, it's not 4. Do we want to go ahead and bring Eric up to talk about Laravel news?
Yeah, we can. Eric couldn't have a couple extra minutes. If that's okay with you, Eric. Yeah. How are you?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's good to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. Kind of asked you last minute, but we appreciate you.
If Taylor,
I'm here to celebrate.
We need that. God, that gets me every time. Did you hear Taylor singing "Happy Birthday"?
I did not. I missed that.
See, maybe I was gonna say
maybe you and Josh can do it and recreate it.
Do you want to sing with us? If you sing with us, we will.
Of course we will.
I was gonna say if Taylor didn't do it, Eric would have definitely done it. Yeah. To be fair, we asked everyone before Taylor got on for like the past 4 or 5 hours that we were live. We said, hey, you want? It's a birthday. You gotta sing happy birthday. And no one said, just wait. And everyone was kind of joking and say, just ask Taylor. John O'Nolan even said that he would bet money that Taylor would say no. But Taylor said yes. And I was kind of shocked.
Yes.
We all sang happy birthday together. He started us off.
Oh, nice. That's great.
Do you want to do happy birthday?
Yeah. We ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready. You start us off.
Me or Leah?
Yeah,
you.
You.
Me? Okay. Now I gotta think about the song. You put me on the spot. I need like the wait staff. You know how they have all the restaurants. All right. Happy birthday to you.
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Laravel Cloud.
Laravel Cloud.
Happy
birthday to you.
And Kieran from the Laravel team.
And Kieran.
Spirit fingers.
So fast though.
Eric, can you let people know who you are and what do you do?
Yes. So my name is Eric Barnes. I run Laravel News and been around the community since the beginning of time. But yeah, so basically everybody knows me from Laravel News. My name is Eric Barnes. You can find me everywhere as Eric L. Barnes, because apparently there's a lot of Eric Barnes in the world.
There you go. I love it. And so we've been doing a lot of dad jokes on the stream. Do you got a dad joke for us?
Dad joke. Oh man.
We can let you think of it, and I can pull up one that I've got right here.
Yeah, pull one up. I'm drawing a blank because I had one the other day that I told my daughter, and she's like, "That's the best joke I've ever heard in my life," and that was a lie. She rolled her eyes.
Yeah. My joke is, I had a good one right here that I put back. Let's see.
Josh has a whole book of dad jokes.
Oh,
I got a whole book. I got.
he knows
ready.
them all.
And he does.
I'll go. Rest in peace, boiling water. You will be missed.
Golfer clap. Oh, that was quite the good one. Quite the good one there.
It was something.
I have one more that my daughter really loves, which means it's probably not that good. But it's, do you know why you only make soup with 239 beans?
Nope.
Because one more would make it 240.
I don't even get that.
I don't either. Wait. I have a.
I said it with too thick of an accent. I'm like 240.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I got you.
There you go. That one missed.
I have one. I have one about tomatoes, but it's kind of gruesome. You want to hear it?
Let's
Sure.
hear it.
All right. So there's
It's a birthday party after all.
There's a mommy tomato and a daddy tomato and a baby tomato. And they're walking down the street, and the baby tomato keeps lagging behind, and the mom's like, you gotta speed up with us. You gotta stay with us. And then the dad just gets mad, and then he turns around and stomps him and says, "Catch up." That's the only one I remembered. And I'm sure I didn't tell that one right, because when I first read it, it was funny.
Oh man. Awesome.
Florian was with us. He's like, ooh, now I got it.
Thank you. Thank you for see,
he was with me and Eric not getting it at first.
I'm pretty sure my daughter just laughs because she thinks any punchline is funny, even if she doesn't understand it. So that's probably why.
My brain just hears 240 and I think of 230, like 230, like go to the dentist.
Oh yeah.
That's one way to do it. That's one way to do it.
That's the joke my husband uses. Like everything's 240 like that.
We need one with like 6, 7. We gotta get with the times here, guys. Come on.
Are we being hip?
Yeah.
Trying to fit in now.
I've seen you do some TikToks recently. I saw the one that were like, was it you like spun the bottle or whatever, and you had to
yeah. Yes. So speaking of dad jokes and stuff, so my kids are now older. They're 16 and 17. So I'm the old dad, and they're always on like Instagram. So I always see like these trending reels and all this stuff. So I'm like, I wonder if we could make that into like a Laravel thing. And that one was like all about running, and it's like you spin a bottle, you have like 4 items, and it was going to land on the one item you don't want it to be on, and then you kick the bottle out of the way and you pick up the thing that you really wanted to do. So yeah, I was trying to relate that back to Laravel New and Ian's hat, but Ian said he didn't get it, so it kind of failed, but it was fun to make. It took about 2 seconds.
Ian's too old for that, so he wouldn't get it. So Eric, what is Laravel New, and like what the thing that I saw you do a live stream recently was moving Laravel Cloud, I should say, not Laravel New, moving Laravel News from Laravel Forge to Laravel Cloud. First off, what is Laravel News, and how long has it been a project? What is the thought behind moving something that is such a big long-lasting kind of project like that?
Yeah, sure. So I guess let me start from kind of the beginning. I don't want to go ramble too much, but so in the old days, you know, it was basically Taylor and IRC. And then he kind of got on Twitter, and I was thinking like it would be kind of fun to just kind of share the news, you know, what's new with the community. So we started on Twitter, and it was like a month in. I was like, you know, these tweets have a shelf life of like 72 hours. So it was like, how can we make this a little bit more longer lasting? So then I was like, well, let's just create a blog, and it was on Tumblr, if y'all remember that back in the day. But so that's how the whole site started. It started from Twitter, and I was like, this has no shelf life. Let's put it on a website, and there it went. From there, of course, you know, me and Taylor worked together back in the day, actually, as he was launching Forge. So I was one of Forge's first customers, and been with it kind of ever since, and loved Laravel Forge. But now, of course, the new better thing, the hip thing is Laravel Cloud. And so when I had the opportunity to come and switch over to that, I was, you know, all in, because having everything managed just sounds amazing to me. And for me not to have to, you know, worry about it, because even on Forge, you know, there have been times when we had spikes in traffic where, you know, the server might hit the max CPU and go down, and it's just a whole nightmare. So now, like, I don't have to worry about anything. It's stress-free. And I love it. Zero downtimes, man. I love it. Preview branches, everything has just been so good since I've switched over.
Yeah, and it was really cool being a part of the kind of live migration too, because it was me, you, and Joe Dixon doing that on a live stream. And I was kind of surprised. I mean, of course, with Cloud, but I was still surprised at how smooth it was and how quick it was to get everything set up. How has it been since having Laravel News like migrated to Cloud?
Oh, it's been perfect so far. Like the zero downtime is the one I really noticed like off the bat, because I never had that set up on Forge.
Mm-hmm.
So like now, you know, anytime I'm like, oh, I should probably change this, and I'll just, you know, go and do it, and don't even have to worry about anything about like, you know, if we're about to have a post published or anything like that. So to me, it's just been great. Like I have no complaints about the whole system at all. It's been smooth and easy. And like you said, we did the transition on a live stream, and it was super smooth. I think we had like one problem with a cache, and that was it. Like nothing major.
Mm-hmm. Like even the stuff I think Joe Dixon went into the stream kind of like flagging in his head could like possibly be a hiccup. None of that was the problem. Like there wasn't an issue with any of that. It was just like something else that we didn't think of, you know?
Yeah. I don't even know what happened, but basically we just, you know, did a PHP artist and cache clear, and it was like, boom, it's back. Everything's fine. But yeah, the transition was so smooth. Like if you have an app and you want to swap over to Cloud, like I think you could probably do it in like 30 minutes. That's how quick it was.
Yeah, I think that's how long it took us. It's like 30 minutes, even live with like answering questions.
Yeah. And y'all were like stepping me through the UI and stuff I wasn't sure about. So that was pretty awesome.
And like putting your screen on and then taking it off, because I was scared that the ENV would show, and I was like, I don't want anything to show.
Yeah, that was worrisome, but to me more worrisome was like the IP, like, because like, you know, on Forge with like I was always running Cloudflare in front. I know like if you give your server IP, then people can DDoS that and like go around Cloudflare. I was thinking like maybe there could be issues there, but we didn't have any problems with any of that. So that was good too.
Yeah, no, it was smooth sailing. Is there a feature on Cloud that has kind of like surprised you that you didn't really think of when you were migrating to Cloud before, but now since being on Cloud is something that you use a lot?
Yeah, so the first thing that I mentioned was those preview environments, or preview. I think they're called preview environments. So I made a whole video actually because I was impressed with how easy it was to duplicate the environment, and then so I was like, you know, this is great, whatever. And then Dave come to me, Dave Hicking, and he's like, Eric, you're an idiot. We have a way better way of doing this. And I think those were his actual words. Don't quote me on that. Since he's not here, Since he's not here, I can say, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was thinking you called it preview environments. I think he shared it internally, and he's like, these aren't preview environments, right? Like what he's showing is just replicating it. These aren't actually preview environments. He's like, I'm
Yeah.
going to message him and show him preview environments.
Yeah. And then I was so much
He is
nicer.
here.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. No, those are lies. This is my story, Dave. My story. No, but he was much nicer. But yeah, so then he showed me where they were at because like I didn't even notice them and went and set one up and it's been smooth sailing, man. I love those things.
It's funny because a question Josh has been asking like pretty much all the speakers is I think like what is the top underrated feature in cloud, and like everyone has said preview environments.
Yes, preview environments, and I told Dave, I said these need to be, or I might have told Jason Banks, I was like, these need to be like front and center, like they don't need to be hidden away in these little settings over here, because that's like to me that's like a huge selling feature. It's so nice to have those.
Yeah, no, I think that's what we've realized too after this live stream is we really need more content around preview environments because it seems like a lot of people who use cloud don't know about them, like don't know they exist, but then the people who do know they exist just can't quit like talking about how good they are.
I agree. Yes, totally. And two, I think now you might know, I'm not real sure, but I think like if you're using Postgres, like even those, you can hibernate the entire thing on the preview environment. I think with MySQL, you still have to keep your database up, right? So you will have some sort of charge with that. But I think like as long as you're using MySQL, like the whole thing will hibernate down unless it's getting traffic and everything. So
I think that's right. I think that's what Josh was saying earlier. I'd have to look to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that's what Josh was saying earlier when Taylor was on, is that whenever you have the preview environment, it hibernates by default too. So like, especially if you use your existing database and everything for it, that you can basically like run your preview environments on like pennies. Like it shouldn't really cost you anything to just use the preview environments.
See, yep. That's a win. That's an awesome feature.
We use it all the time internally for like the marketing sites and stuff like that. Cause it's so much easier to just send someone a preview link to like see a UI change instead of like asking them to go in, look at your PR, like go to your branch, run that locally, then like test it. Like they just have a link and it makes it easier to test responsiveness too.
Yeah, true. And I could see it like if you run an agency, like in an agency context, it would be like super nice because then you can, send it to your clients and be like, well, here's what we have right now, go review this and come back to me. I don't know. There's just so many like different features you could use with this thing.
No, I agree. Also, because I know there were some questions about when you're migrating Laravel News from Forge to Cloud before, like people are asking what would the price difference be? And at that time, we didn't really have like, we had just done it like 10 minutes prior. So there was like no reference there. Have you noticed any cost difference since migrating from Forge to Cloud?
I don't think it's been a whole month yet, so I haven't actually looked at it. The other thing that we have to think about on pricing for me is we over provisioned everything on the live stream because we didn't want to worry about anything. So I need to go back and recheck all those and probably bring a lot of stuff actually down. But yeah, I don't know off the top of my head what my current bill is or rate is. I don't think it's that much more if it is more. So it should be pretty in line, I think, with what I was already paying.
Yeah, I remember Joe saying that like during the last stream of wanting to set things at certain limits while we were migrating, but then going back and bringing it down, like provisioning it.
And I haven't done that yet. That's probably should be on my list after Laracon EU.
Or you guys can do it at Laracon EU. Who knows? We could live stream it.
That's true. I'm taking some cameras, so I'll set the camera up and let them show me how to do it while we do it live.
Let's see. We do have a question. Eric, what major benefit did you get after the migration?
Well, it's sort of an indirect benefit, in my opinion, is not, I sort of mentioned this, not having to worry about it anymore. Like I'm never worried that anything's going to break. I know somebody said Cloudflare, but that's just that was a one-off thing. That was just random. But to me, that's probably the major benefit is now I have a team that knows what they're doing. Where even I know Forge provision servers and stuff, but technically the servers you still run the server. I mean, you're still paying some other service for this server, and if stuff breaks on there, you got to figure out how to fix that. So to me, that's probably the biggest benefit of anything, is just not having to worry about it.
Because I know you mentioned a little bit today too, but during the migration stream, you mentioned how like with traffic spikes and stuff like that, you had to go in and kind of like upgrade different things to deal with that before. Have you had any kind of like major traffic spikes since migrating to cloud?
No, not yet. But that does bring up a good point. So on my Forge box, anytime I would hit an issue, basically I would just provision another server that was way bigger and way too much. So that way it would always be under the spikes, and the spikes would come so randomly you would never know when they were going to hit. So I haven't hit anything, but at the same time, I'm not too worried about it when I do, just because of the way cloud's set up and everything.
Yeah, no, that's why, which like with my side projects and stuff, I never have to worry about that in general, like with the traffic spikes and stuff. But that's why I always like put my stuff on cloud, because I love not having to worry about that at all.
Yeah, exactly. And too, like then I'm paying more on my server, the old way, because I'm over provisioned, but it's there just in case. So now I'm paying every single month for this extra that's not being utilized or used. So that should help a lot, actually.
That's why I'd really love to see like long term how kind of like, I guess, the long term effects of the migration from Forge to cloud, at least like in regards to that too, of like before just having to go in, provision a new server, like just try to guess which one would kind of like stop the spikes and stuff like that. So like maybe kind of spending more money than you needed to versus cloud handling that for you and you not having to do that, like how much that ends up with and how like cost effective that ends up being. But that's like a way longer term thing than just a month.
Well, so I feel like I'm getting an invite to come back in about 6 to 8 months. I like
you
this.
You are. Yeah. Let's see. And then we did have someone say, just Steve King said, I can't believe I finally get to meet Eric in person at Laracon EU.
I know. I love Steve. Yeah, we've worked together for, let's see, I'm trying to think when I met Steve. It was probably like 2-3 years ago, maybe. But yeah, I'm super stoked for Laracon EU. Get to see everybody again, see the community and everything. It's gonna be fun. Or is y'all's whole team coming out? I don't know how many from Laravel's going.
Oh, not the whole team, but there's a lot of us. I don't know the number. There's a lot of us. I know just from people who are on today, pretty sure, yeah, Joe Dixon's going to be there. I think James is going to be there. Taylor's going to be there. I'm going to be there. Christoph, who was on earlier, is going to be there. So a lot of us, and like a lot more than that too. So there's a lot, because we're doing like an artisan desk. I think like we're having different booths. So I think there's like a cloud booth. So like a lot of the cloud team will be there. Our support team to help with the artisan stuff. Yeah, so a lot. You'll get to see a lot of Laravel staff.
That's awesome. Yes, Steve. You'll have to come and I'll track you down in EU, and we'll get a selfie or something. Oh, there it is. About 30 of us. And then that sort of does lead in. I did sort of announce this on the socials. I'm gonna help the live stream on the breaks and the lunch hour. So definitely think about the cloud team. Y'all need to come and talk to me and all that live on the stream. So we'll have to get all that set up and planned.
No, that would be great. I can help peer pressure some of the cloud team to be on. I feel like Joe Dixon would definitely be up for it, and some of the cloud team probably less like inclined to be in front of a camera, but I think we can get them.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say there is one catch or one got you, and they have to be under about 5'5", whoever I'm talking to, because I don't want to look like a tiny little midget like I am.
What if like you make them sit down? So you're talking and they have to sit in the chair, so then you look really tall.
I like this.
That's a power move.
Or maybe I stand in the chair and then we only film the top of us.
Oh, that works too, because no one would know. People would be like, wow, I didn't know Eric was so tall.
Yes, I like where we're going with this. Yes.
Yeah. Girl's like, well, I'm out. But if you sit in the chair,
Yeah. Uh,
Steve
I'm
said, I'm
5'9",
5'9",
okay.
Merritt.
Yes, 5'9" is perfect. We'll allow that. It's just Sebastian from Beyond Code and Ben Holman. Those guys are like 6'3" or something.
So many Laravel devs are tall. I think Ben made an app, right? Of like how
Mhm.
tall, like to guess how tall
Oh
people are.
yeah.
Yeah.
I do remember
Oh,
that.
I think because okay, I accidentally misentered my height at first. So you were like, "Oh, there's like people shorter than me," and I was like, "My
Oh
height's wrong."
yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, because you put your height at like 4'11" or something. I'm like, yeah, I'm tall now.
I think I put it at like 4'8" or something. I'm like 5'4.5", so I'm like 5'4". But I put it wrong. I was like 4 foot something, and people are like, "Leah, I didn't know you were so short." And I was like, "Wait, that's not my height." I put it so people were getting my height wrong, and I was like the hard one for people to guess because it was wrong.
Mm.
I felt bad.
That's funny. Yeah, we need to bring that back. We'll have to tell him to pull that app back
Mhm.
out and redo it for the Laracon US, which is coming in July. So
Mhm.
super excited. And I was going to ask, I'm assuming like every single part of your infrastructure now is running on cloud, right? Like all these conference sites and everything, or y'all still have isolated stuff from like the old days, or is everything kind of converted over?
All of our so at least the ones we do, like Laravel Live Japan, Laracon US site, those are on cloud. They were even on cloud as early as last year, right?
Mhm.
And we have, I think preview environments are set up for Laracon US site now. We use cloud for all of the marketing sites. So like for the Nightwatch marketing site, the Forge marketing site, the cloud marketing site, those run on cloud, which that's like the landing pages, right? The home pages
Right.
for the products. Those are on cloud. Or I'm pretty sure the Forge one is. I know cloud and Nightwatch are. Yeah, pretty and like any marketing site we spin up now runs through cloud. Wrapped was on cloud. The Laravel wrap that Josh and
Oh
I put
yeah, yeah.
together. hmm That was on cloud. It feels like it's all cloud. Like we use cloud for a lot of the stuff, especially with the preview environments now for the marketing sites. It just makes sense to use cloud. Like I mentioned it a couple of times earlier, but for the cloud site, we have for the cloud marketing site, we have preview environments set up. So whenever we go to open a PR, even if it's a draft PR, it just instantly creates that preview URL, and it makes it like way easier for us to get those PRs approved. Because like sometimes we have to pull people from the cloud team to approve them because we have to have at least one approval to merge. So it just makes it easier for like us to collaborate across departments and everything.
Right.
So it's been a big
Yeah.
help.
That's awesome. Yeah. And the other cool thing, I don't know if you mentioned this, but when you do the PR,
Mhm.
I think now I'm drawing a blank. Let me see if this feature is actually what I'm thinking it was, because I promise I think I remember seeing this. Is like cloud will actually respond in the PR with the preview URL and other things that's happening. So another big feature.
That is exactly what it does. And that's how we have it set up in our different repositories. Like for the cloud one, like as soon as I open up the PR, it responds with that comment like right away, I think within a minute. I think it's less than that. And then it'll update as soon as it has the URL in it. And then you can just click that.
Yeah. That's
So
perfect.
nice.
That's a great use case. Yeah. That's so good.
The nice part about it is like you don't have to have everyone, everyone doesn't necessarily need to go into the cloud app to find that specific environment, to find that preview link and then grab it. It's just right in there in the PR where you live already.
Yes. Yeah, and too, the Slack notifications are nice too, which I've been using them more for like deployments. Like when I do deploy, then I'll know like Slack will ping me and be like, "This is finished," and then then I go take a look. Things like that. Just y'all added a lot of really nice handy features that just make our lives a little bit easier every day.
I don't even think of the Slack integration, but we do use it a lot. Like we have a channel that updates whenever something deploys on cloud. And even like yesterday, when we were trying to get the landing page for this like stream up, we were like running into an issue. So we were debugging it, and we were like trying to see if our deployments had like launched yet on cloud to like double check we fixed what we were looking at debugging. And we were like looking in the notifications channel and we're like, okay, have we gotten the like Slack message yet that it's deployed to main? It's just so helpful. It's something I use every day. I don't even think about.
Mm-hmm. Those are the best features, right? Because they're just part of your everyday routine. And then if somebody takes them away, like, you know, then it's like, that was mean. That was dirty.
Like then you're complaining. You're like calling Dave and you're like, Dave, get them to add this back.
Exactly.
Yeah, earlier in the morning, I think Joe had mentioned Laracon AU, and just like it was when we had released Reverb, because Reverb was like one of the things within Laravel Cloud that's like, oh, manage Reverb, to have it be a thing. And so I had built a demo for Laravel Reverb, hosted on Laravel Cloud, specifically for Laracon Australia of this past year. And one of the things that Cloud does within notifications is it tells you when you should scale up your app if it's getting too much traffic. And I didn't scale up the app beforehand, before I had mentioned off the cuff and shared the link with everyone. I'm like, hey, here's that demo, like it was in Laracon AU. And as soon as like I looked at Slack, I was like, yeah, we have like 500 notifications of like, hey, this is at 90%. Should scale this up a little bit more. And people are getting errors and stuff like that. But yeah, not a Laravel Cloud issue. That was a me issue.
So
what do they call that? ID TNT errors?
Yeah, I did. That's awesome.
It feels like a dad joke almost.
I
guess
see,
it's
that's what I was thinking
There
about.
you go. You did it. Well, we'll go.
It's like Devin had a binary one earlier.
Yeah, he's like a 1-0.
It was like there's 10 kind of people in the world. It's like people who know binary and people who don't.
Yeah, I remember that. That one's a good one.
That one's a good one.
There was, yeah. I was trying to riff off of the ones and zeros. Like, I could be the one and somebody could be the zero, but I didn't want to throw anybody under the bus as a zero, so I'll not do that one.
You could be a zero.
We'll call it. Just like there's the classic off by one errors.
Yeah.
There's two big problems within development: not understanding binary, complex infrastructure, and off by one errors.
True. Those are all classics. And there's one with regex too, right? It's like I use regex, now I have two problems or something like that.
Something like that.
I
had
think
one
there's ones
problem.
like that about JavaScript, right? It's probably like I had 99 problems and I used JavaScript and now I have like 1 million. I feel like there's something like that.
There's something like that.
Chip said this one. Why do Java developers wear glasses?
Why?
Why?
Because they
I wanna-
can't see. Just that's Steve said that one just because they can't see.
Can't see sharp.
Oh, C sharp, yeah.
But if we called it like C octothorpe, then it's like then the joke doesn't work. Maybe we don't call that sharp. Maybe we call it C hashtag.
Yeah.
See, hashtag.
Some people do, but
I think the funniest part about this whole stream is the number of times people have mentioned for Laravel Cloud preview environments.
Mm-hmm.
So someone in the Slack was just joking earlier today, like if we should have played a drinking game, but maybe we shouldn't have, because that would have been
we'd
been
be
bad.
in the hospital.
Yeah, exactly.
We'd be in
Laravel
hospital
Cloud.
beds it's like us in the hospital bed. You're still playing that like soundboard of people going, yeah, like clapping. We're just like you see nurses going in and out in the background.
Yeah, that's the true beauty of Laravel Cloud. Still shipping even from the hospital.
No one will be there to work tomorrow. No. It's like, what happened? Preview environments. It's like
Yeah.
people wouldn't quit mentioning preview environments.
There's work tomorrow.
You could get you like a vodka bottle and just empty the vodka out and pour water in it and then do shots of water so you can pretend like you're doing it.
That's smart. I could have a flask with just water in it, or like Coke Zero. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's funny because it's the opposite of like, like when you're on work calls, like speaking of like trending reels and stuff, it's like these people are like, you can hide your bourbon in coffee cups and just pretend like you're drinking coffee in the morning. And then, but we can do the opposite. We'll just pretend like we're actually drinking when we're actually just having water.
Some Diet Coke or something like that. Yeah.
Yes.
Eric, my last question that I have for you, or here's a good joke. A couple of relational databases walked into a NoSQL bar. They left because they couldn't find the table.
That one's good.
We need the sound. Yeah, there we go. But
Eric, my question for you is, how has Laravel Cloud helped improve your golf game?
Ooh. So yeah, Jason Beggs always gives me a hard time about playing golf all the time. And I told him, I said, now every time I play, I don't have to actually go and like look at my emails, because everything's going to be up and working, and anything else can wait. So as long as the server's up, I have no stress. So there you go. So that would be my answer.
That's like the tagline we need for like private cloud or whatever. Like, play more golf, spend less time on infrastructure.
Do you touch grass?
Like Laravel Cloud platform for golfers.
Touch grass.
This is perfect tagline.
Yeah.
There you go.
But yeah, so no, the golf game's been sucking, but it's winter and that happens every year. So I can't blame Laravel Cloud for the bad golf, but it does make me not stress about servers when I'm playing golf.
There you go. Gives you more mental game.
That's right. Yep. Not distracted.
Last fun question for you, Eric. Earlier, the very first person we had on was Florian. He had a bot that would buy him, he said, like the top 5 takeout meals. And his bot could like just order it for him. What would be your number one top takeout meal?
Takeout meal?
Yeah.
Ooh.
If you had a bot.
Does it have to be a restaurant like known, or can it just be like what I would prefer?
Just what you prefer. What you would prefer.
Okay. Only one?
Only one.
Only one. All right. Well, I'll go with the easy answer, because it always makes me happy, is we have a pizza place down the road. So it would order pizza from there and have it delivered to me.
There you go. What kind of pizza are you getting?
Well, you got to have, this goes into the, the topic question toppings question. And there's only one topping that goes on a pizza, and we all know it's pineapple.
No. No.
And if you want to mix it up, you add jalapeno. Pineapple jalapeno.
No. Eric, I liked you. Why'd you
I'm
say
okay with that
pineapple?
if you add chicken to it too. Then you're cooking.
Nope. I'm not a chicken man. I don't really like chicken.
I'm chicken bacon ranch. Okay, I love ranch, and I know that's a problem because I love ranch too much, but I can't do pineapple on pizza.
Really?
See, boo this man. Boo.
Sorry if my dog's barking. Somebody just arrived at my door and now he's going crazy. Yeah, but so my toppings, in order would be pineapple, jalapeno, and that's really it. See, pepperoni's overrated because that just makes your pizza greasy. So it's, I would probably do just a cheese pizza because it's simple and easy.
Dave, chicken on a pizza? Absolutely. You can have barbecue chicken. You can have chicken bacon ranch.
Dave,
I know that this is getting into is that a pizza anymore, or is it just bread with toppings on top of it? Yeah, okay, whatever. But
Dave's saying chicken when we were just talking about pineapple and jalapeno. What?
Chicken, pineapple, and jalapeno. If you add chicken to that combo, it makes it infinitely better.
Yeah, I would eat it with chicken versus without.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say the one pizza I had that surprised me because I'm so finicky and weird is a taco pizza, and that was way better than I thought it was gonna be.
Ooh.
That sounds good.
With the lettuce and everything on it too.
Yeah, and sour cream and hamburger meat and all that.
Yeah, I'll take it.
But then my second restaurant would be there's a sushi place down the road, and I really love their sushi. So there you go. And I wanted to make a video for that. That sort of leads into I wanted to make a video announcing Laracon Japan, and I was like, I wonder if I can go get some. What's that thing called? It comes in like a little triangle package, and it's like some sort of it's onigiri. I was like, I wonder if I could go get some onigiri and do a little use it as a prompt. But I haven't done that yet. But that would be fun to do because I've actually not tasted it, but apparently my grocery store sells it. It's probably terrible, but
I haven't tried
like gas station sushi.
Yeah, it's a prop. I guess it's good enough.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Eric,
Thank
to
you.
celebrate 1 year of Cloud with us, doing some bad dad jokes, bringing the hot takes with the pizza.
Yes,
do you have
the
any?
environment's mentioned.
Let me
Happy birthday.
give the happy birthday as we go off.
And singing happy birthday with us.
I won't show you what's in the bag because it's top secret.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay.
Maybe we'll find out at Laracon EU.
For Laravel Cloud's eyes only. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. It's off the stream. Off the stream.
Yeah. Do you have any
Sorry.
closing remarks that you want to say?
Yes.
with
So I was thinking about the movie Elf, and you know how like he buys his dad the little lingerie. I was like, look,
Yeah.
it's Laravel Cloud. Yes. Closing parts. No, just really, I want to thank the whole Laravel team for inviting me on here. This has been a blast. I can't wait to I can't wait to see everybody at Laracon EU. Come find me. Love to talk to everybody. Same way, internet, Eric L. Barnes, come talk to me. I'm a friendly guy for the most part, even though I'm short.
Even though you have bad pizza takes, but it's okay.
You need hot takes. See, I'm learning. If you have hot takes, it gets the community engaged. It gives them something to talk about.
He doesn't even like that pizza. He just says this so he can get more comments.
But thank you so much, Eric.
Awesome. All right. Y'all have a wonderful day.
You too. Bye.
See ya.
Fantastic.
And Nuno.
What's
Hey,
up?
Nuno.
What's up? What's up?
We're ready to learn about PHP 8.5.
Dude.
That's right, man. I have prepared the full thing for the next hour. Okay, so I hope you guys are all excited because I have 1 hour thing for you all. It will be awesome. Yes.
Already. Can you see the chat and everything there?
Yeah, I
All
can
good?
see everything. I can see everything. I can see the chat. I can see everything. Yes. I just need to be able to share my screen. Can I do that?
Yes.
Share
Should be able
screen. All right, window. No window, entire screen. And I want to share the screen one. Here we go. What do you guys see?
Let's add it. There we go. Bam.
There we go.
Install
Bam.
PHP the easy way.
Oh
I
boy,
love
we
it.
so ready. We so ready.
Owen.
Okay, so can I start with this?
Yeah, you
By the
want
way,
just you, right?
Yeah. If you guys want to go for a break, feel free to have the next hour free because I will be here with the chat. The chat will make me some company, I think. So we're chilling.
You are in good hands, Chad.
Yes.
I will go eat dinner and
There we
I
go.
will watch from my phone to learn about the new features in PHP 8.5.
Yeah,
love
that's
it.
right. All right, Josh and Leah. Catch you guys later, okay?
See you in a bit,
What's up, chat? How everyone is feeling today? I'm super happy to be on the Laravel Cloud or on the Laravel YouTube channel, talking about Laravel Cloud, talking about PHP. Before we jump in, I want to know how everyone is feeling today. Florian, Tisa, Mr. Puyapal, Steve, how you guys doing today? Here we are for another celebration about Laravel Cloud. It's been a year, It's been an entire year. Where Laravel Cloud is up and running. I was actually part of the initial development, and I honestly thought that, a bunch of Laravel Cloud is powered by PHP, and I thought about making a little celebration about PHP. So I hope you guys are excited about this, because I have a full 1 hour presentation about the best feature of PHP. We are going to talk about various things like how you start with PHP, how you learn PHP, what is PHP, what is the structure of PHP, and I want you guys to be there as well with me while we talk about all of this situation, okay? All of this situation. Before we jump in, I want to know how many of you do PHP every day. So if you do that, just type yes on the chat. I want to know, okay? I want to know. I'm a Laravel developer myself. I do PHP for a living since 10 years, I think. And I love this language, and this language is much better than people think, okay? Okay, I have been around in many other ecosystems, and PHP is literally one of the best languages on the entire planet. Okay, PHP. Tisa is saying the following, mostly queen to PHP Tech and PHP World. I see. George Sweet is saying PHP forever. Let's go. Up and running. We good chat. I also have here the chat to share with you. Also, this will be fantastic. Now, I want to start by telling you guys how you start with PHP, because a lot of people think it's super complicated like back in the days. Well, not anymore. The only thing you have to do is go to php.new and copy paste the command that appears on screen, okay? You literally just copy paste this, you execute this on screen, on the terminal, and that's it. You have PHP, you have Laravel, you have Composer, you have the entire story on your laptop, okay? This is the first thing you guys do. Number two, the second thing you guys do to have PHP or to learn PHP is literally learn with the best, okay? And there is two things you guys can do. I'm going to tell you, my honest truth about how can you learn PHP in Laravel. Number one is learn through the Laravel website. Call it laravel.com/learn, okay? Here we go. Laravel.com/learn. I love this website. I think it's very well polished about PHP fundamentals, about how you start with PHP and everything. If you guys haven't watched this, just go there and just watch about this stuff, okay? This is absolutely awesome. That is literally 12 hours, I think, content of video, which is mind-blowing about Laravel and PHP. The second thing you can do, okay, and this is not a sponsored content, is go to laracast.com/path, okay? Here we go. I'm going to send you guys the link, okay? laracast.com/path and laravel.com/learning, okay? Let me know how many of you love Laracast. Type yes if you love Laracast, and type no if you haven't watched any Laracast content yet. Laracast is awesome, and this Laravel path thing on Laracast is absolutely awesome, okay? You guys should check this out. Absolutely, okay? Yes. Alexandro saying yes. Florian saying yes too. Luigi as well. Only cool people here today on the chat. Carl, Washker, and everything, okay? And yeah, Laracast is undoubtedly, it's just so good. Laracast, it's literally the place where I have learned everything I know. Okay, this is not sponsored. Okay, it's just my honest opinion about where can you learn the best about Laravel. Okay, so just to recap, two things: php.new. And then you go to laracast.com/path or laravel.com/learn. Okay. So that's said. Now, before you just literally start using PHP, I think it's a little bit important to talk a little bit about who is behind PHP. And who is behind PHP is this beautiful, people call it the PHP Foundation, okay? A lot of the story of PHP was not super well organized, let's just say it that way, okay? Initially, actually, the language was created by a dude who was just developing a language for his personal website. And suddenly, everyone was using PHP for making real money. So if you guys think that is any sort of organization on the history of PHP, that started very recently with the PHP Foundation, okay? And who is the PHP Foundation? Is actually a set of people whose mission is kind of collect money of these various companies that are using PHP for living, and then actually propagate that money into people who know what they are doing. Okay, that is a board, that is a core people who are behind this in terms of development, that is staff, that is a real community. So now we have real people making sure PHP is solid. And this is already up and running for the last 5 years. We have Derek Radens from the Xdebug team. That is a lot of very, very solid people behind the PHP Foundation. So WPHP Foundation, chat. Everyone typing WPHP Foundation because the people behind this are super solid, and I love them, honestly. They are making, their best to have my favorite language in the world the best it can be, okay? So this is the PHP Foundation, chat. I honestly love what they are doing, okay? What else? PHP is open source, chat, okay? PHP is fully open source, in case you guys don't know, so I'm going to share the link with you all. Here we go. PHP is fully open source. And honestly, you don't understand a lot because this is literally C, okay? It's the language C being used behind the scenes, but it's just open source. You guys can go here, see what's being used for every single feature. You guys can click on the pull request tab, on the issues tab. You can just follow the development. Check it out if you haven't already, okay? It's fully open source. Not something you really need to understand, but it's kind of cool just to pretend you know what you are doing, okay? It's kind of cool. What else? I want to speak with you about the supported versions of Laravel Cloud, okay? The supported versions of Laravel Cloud. Before we jump into that, write on the chat which which PHP version are you guys using at the minute? Just type PHP 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, depending on what you guys are using at the minute. I'm using PHP 8.5 for pretty much everything at the minute. I think it's like the latest version ever, and I just like it a lot. So it's 3 months ago, actually, the release. But I wanted to just talk to you a little bit about, the release cycle of all these languages. So a lot of people using PHP 8.5, that's good. Okay, that's very good. PHP 8.5 was released 3 months ago, and the fact that you are using already the latest and the greatest, that's fantastic, okay? A lot of people on PHP 8.4, and that's understandable as well, as, the language, you kind of need to give some time so the ecosystem adapts to PHP 8.5. So, I kind of feel and understand why you guys are using PHP 8.4. What else? We don't see any PHP 7, which is very positive, okay? It's kind of deprecated. That's why I want to talk with you about that. I want to talk with you about the supported versions already, okay? So just to give you the perspective, PHP 8.0 and 8.1 is no longer maintained. It no longer gets security fixes. It no longer gets any fixes whatsoever. So it's fully outdated, okay? If you guys are using this PHP 8.0 and PHP 8.1, you cannot even get security fixes. Now, one cool thing about Laravel Cloud is actually the supported versions we support at the minute are PHP 8.2, PHP 8.3, PHP 8.4, and PHP 8.5, which, if I'm not mistaken, are the versions that are still yet maintained. Now, it's important to mention that PHP 8.2 and PHP 8.3 are only getting security fixes, okay? So if you are using these versions, you are only getting security fixes at the minute, okay? You don't get bug fixes, for example, okay? In order to get good bug fixes, you need to be on PHP 8.4 or PHP 8.5, which is the latest, okay? Now, I'm going to send you this website as well, which gives you a perspective, of, how the release range works at the minute on PHP. Mike is saying the following: I didn't realize PHP 8.5 was now on there. Yeah, PHP 8.5 is out for 3 months already. And on today's live stream, we are going to actually talk about all of the PHP 8.5 features, okay? Some of them have mind-blowing. Others are a little bit edgy. You guys are going to see all of that in a second, okay? Now, what else? We just talked about supported versions, and I think that's it. We ready to go, chat. We ready to go. Yeah, in terms of Laravel Cloud, by the way, I don't know if you are a Laravel Cloud customer or not. If you are, you can literally go to your settings tab of your environment and select the PHP version your environment runs on. And obviously, a bunch of people are still on PHP 8.4, but you can select PHP 8.5 if you want to. But let's jump in to see a little bit, what do we have in terms of features in all these new versions, and finishing by PHP 8.5, okay? Before we jump into the example chat, by the way, I absolutely love to talk about the new features of PHP. So I want to know, like, in the last decade, starting from PHP 8.1, what is your favorite PHP feature, okay? Just write that on the chat so we can understand what's the community loves the most about PHP. I'm going to be honest with you. One of my very favorite features of PHP is enums, which is literally one that was released a decade ago on PHP, but it's still my favorite, okay? It's still my favorite. What else we have? We have people talking about enums, of course, but the same person is saying the match statement, which is something relatively new. Okay, I do have an example on match statements as well. A lot of people in love about enums. I love enums myself. I think enums are fantastic, and we are going to talk about enums as well, okay? That is, in fact, one little thing that I think not a lot of people know about enums that I want to show you guys, okay? So here we have an example, okay? PHP 8.1 enums, where I'm literally just have this card suite enums with a bunch of cases, as you can see here. Now, a lot of people know that they can actually access the value of the enum just like that in the name as well. So if I were to run this beautiful script, here's the feedback I get on the terminal that I can see the value, I can see all of the cases. So this is what a lot of people already know about. Now, there is a little tip that not a lot of people know about, and you guys let me know what you think on the chat, is that you can actually have methods on enums. So on this enum right here, which is called card suite, I can have something like color, for example. Okay, this is one of my favorite features, which combined with the match statement is even better. But this is one of my favorite features about PHP is that enums can have regular methods. And by the way, let me know if you knew about this. But combined with this, you combine the beautiful match statement, which was released after PHP 8.01, and you just get this beautiful syntax to access the color of the given case. So here, for example, what I can do is just clean all of this and just type this info and then just say sweet color, for example, by calling the method on this case, for example. And this will give me a nice output beautifully on the terminal, hopefully. Here we go. The color is red. Okay, so this is having methods on enums. Let me know, chat, if you knew about this. I'm literally curious about this, okay? By the way, if any of you don't know me, let me just present myself. My name is Nuno Maduro. I'm a PHP Laravel developer. I work for Laravel on the open source team. I used to work on the Laravel Cloud team. Actually, a bunch of the initial development up to the release of Laravel Cloud, I was still on the team. And more recently, I've been super into streaming. Okay, so if you guys don't know my YouTube channel, let me just share it with you all. Here we go. This is my YouTube channel. I create a bunch of content about Laravel and PHP. So if you are up to that, that's the link, okay? That's the link. So super into enums. I think enums are fantastic. And having methods on them, it's super, super powerful, okay? So this is enum chat, okay? Now, one of the little features that it was super popular, but not a lot of people really understood the feature. It's called fibers. Okay, let me know what you think on fibers on the chat. I think like fibers are something that, you know, as an end user like you or me, we don't use fibers directly. However, there is a lot of libraries out there which are making use of fibers. Okay, many of them are like being used under the hood by packages like Laravel Reverb. Okay, Laravel Reverb, which is a WebSocket solution of Laravel, is using Revolt and React PHP, and all those packages behind the scenes are using fibers of PHP. Okay, so it's one of the little features that you cannot actually use this as an end user. However, libraries that are event looping oriented, like Revolt or React PHP, they are actually using fibers behind the scenes. Okay, so it's a library that it's basically a native feature that powers many of the event looping libraries. Use it on packages like Reverb, for example. I'm a big fan of Reverb, by the way. Let me know what you think about Reverb. I love Reverb. I think Reverb is fantastic. Using Reverb actually every single day. Okay. Props to Reverb. Reverb was created by Joe Dixon, by the way, which is a big friend of mine. Okay, this is Fiverr chat. Bam, bam, bam. Read-only properties. By the way, before we jump into this, I want to know if you guys use read-only properties yourselves. That is like some controversial in the PHP ecosystem about read-only properties. I actually love them. A lot of people don't use them. What do you think personally about read-only keyword? I'm using it all the time, okay? I want to hear your opinion, so if you like them, type yes. If you don't, type no. Ba-ba-boom, 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 ba-boom, ba-boom. Wilkie saying the following: I like Reverb, but I can pull the trigger on using it in production of how much more it costs to enable to Laravel Cloud. Oh, I feel you, man. I feel you. You know, that's some feedback you can actually give to the team. If you feel like using Reverb is costing a little bit more than it should, the people can literally, you can just report that to the team, and the team will see what it can do. Okay, so in terms of the read-only keyword, we see mixed feelings here. We see a I do not. We see a yes. We see a no again. So, you know, I think I like the read-only keyword, which was also added on PHP 8.1. And I think it's fantastic, honestly, because it gives me some level of mutation safety, basically, okay? And one good example is that if I were to create a class like a new user with a name and with an email, for example, if I were to try to mutate that name, for example, PHP will tell me you cannot modify that. It will basically not allow me. Even PHP Storm, by the way, is telling me that I cannot modify this property because I cannot simply not do it, okay? It's read-only. That's one of the reasons why I love PHP Storm, by the way, okay? Danny is saying the following. I learned enums from Swift UI, and now I use them on Laravel. Yeah, enums are fantastic. They obviously were implemented in many other languages in the past. And to be fair, a lot of languages have learned with PHP like we are learning with other languages as well. I think that is like a mixed, every language learns with other languages, and that's just normal and expected as well, I think, But yeah, in terms of the read-only, I think this is fantastic to ensure that properties do not change state over time. Big fan of read-only properties, okay? Love enums, me too, man. Big fan. W enums, I agree, man. I agree. W enums and W read-only as well. Yes. Okay, so read-only properties, what else? Okay, now we are entering in the section of PHP 8.1. All of this we have seen so far, by the way. Enums, read-only properties, fibers, all of that was released literally a decade ago, okay? And one of the little features that got released a decade ago that not a lot of people know about is intersection types, okay? And if you don't know about them, it's probably normal, because if I'm honest with you, I don't use this myself a lot, okay? And intersection types is the possibility of combining two interfaces in the same type, basically. So here, for example, you want to accept an object, which is the input, which needs to be stringable plus countable at the same time. Okay, this is what intersection is about. In the past, you obviously could do something like a union type, which is like this. Okay, just a simple pipe bar, basically. But you couldn't do something like intersection types. And now you can do that with PHP 8.1 as well. Okay, and again, this is was released a decade ago in PHP 8.1. I think it's valuable, but I don't see me using a lot this myself. I want to see what you guys think about this. I don't use this a lot, but if you guys think of a use case of this situation, let me know, okay? Intersection types. Bam, bam, boom. Something as well released on PHP 8.1 was the never return type, which can be helpful if you have a method which returns an exception, for example. So obviously, this will never return anything. So the way you can type this function, for example, is by adding this never return type, okay? It's a way of going a little bit more explicitly than the void, for example. In the past, we always had the void, which allows you to say that this function returns nothing. But here you specify that this function returns nothing ever, okay? Which is a little bit different and better. Alexandro Covey is saying for enums of PHP than enums of the database to avoid some error in some situations. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of enums on databases just because it requires me a new migration in order to add a new element to that enum type on the database, okay? That's not something I'm super fan of due to the fact that I think like migrations are expensive, and if I can have a database column that can be a regular string is just much better, okay? Let me know what you think, chat. That is just my opinion. A little bit better, okay? Bam, 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 bam. Mike is saying the following. Exactly, I agree with you. I try to avoid migrations if I can help it. Yeah, exactly, man. Migrations, just having migrations is something that you should just try to avoid a little bit. Obviously, you need migrations to add columns, to delete columns, but if you can just be a little bit more flexible in terms of column type by not using enums, for example, and just using regular strings, I think it's a little bit better, okay? Never return type, okay? First class callables. Do I want to talk about this? I think I do. Yes. No, do I? I don't think I do. First class callables is not as sexy as people may think. Let's not do that. PHP 8.2. Okay. So now we are entering on a PHP area that it's still maintained. Okay. Let me just go here into the supported versions. So we were in PHP 8.1. Okay. Okay. And now we are entering, by the way, PHP 8.1 was released in 2023, this cannot be right, but around this area at least. Now we are going to jump into PHP 8.2, which is now on security fixes, meaning that you should probably upgrade too, but equally introduces a few features that you probably want to talk about, okay? One of them is the read-only classes. So we just talked about read-only properties, but PHP 8.2 introduced read-only classes, which is basically a way of having a nicer syntax for this. So in the past, you probably would have something like this, a read-only float X, read-only float Y, and now you can just remove these two, just like that, and go all the way top and just say, I have this read-only class, okay? I think this is a great addition, makes the syntax a little bit better, and honestly, it just avoids a bunch of read-onlys all over the place. I like this addition. Let me know what you think, okay? I like this addition. Going all the way down, what else we have? Ooh, boom, 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 boom. By the way, a lot of these examples was generated by Cloud Code. Cloud Code in AI in general can be super helpful for obviously code, but also like for setting up examples is just fantastic, okay? I literally just generated this entire presentation using Cloud Code. I just asked them, like, I want to pitch PHP with some very nice examples, and Cloud Code just wrote all of this for me, which is absolutely fantastic, okay? What else we have here? We have this very complex type, which was possible since PHP 8.2, which we talked about intersection, which is this one. Now, in the past, in PHP 8.1, you could do intersections, but you couldn't combine them with unions, okay? So now you can, in PHP 8.2, combine intersections with unions as well, okay? This is a nice addition which was added on PHP 8.2. It's called disjunctive normal form. Very complicated name, okay? Very complicated name. Cloud Code for the win, and W Cloud Code. Yeah, I'm in love with this AI area, chat. I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't felt this excited in years, okay? In years, you know? I still remember coming to the industry, especially when I've joined Laravel in the very first year or two. I was just super excited because everything was new. I was like learning new things every day. But like before AI, probably 1 year before AI, there is like nothing really new, you know? Like there is literally nothing new on the industry. We were like releasing packages and everything, but like it wasn't that excited, you know? Like there is nothing super crazy. But now with AI, it feels like there is something new every single day. And it just makes me super excited, okay? Yeah, coding, exactly. Like Tisa is saying, honestly, coding is so exhilarating right now. I also feel that. Like, it's just so much more fun right now than what it used to. Zoro is saying, same, bro. I feel you, man. I feel you. I feel the same, man. Super excited to wake up every single day and just get so much shit done. You don't tell this to anyone, but even at Laravel, you will find me often working on 2 projects at the same time. You know, for example, I'm working on something for the framework because Taylor asked me to, or I'm working on something for past PHP, and I basically just go there and I just have 2 terminals in the same time at the same time. This IDE, by the way, Bidian, is PHP Storm with Cappuccino Mochiato team. What else? I can show you my settings if you guys want to see, but this is PHP Storm, okay? I'm a big fan of PHP Storm myself, okay? I'm using Cappuccino Frappe as a theme. In terms of font, I think I'm using JetBrains Mono, okay? Big fan of JetBrains Mono too. Size 20. Line weight 1.2. Just keep it light and some space to breathe as well. I like big fonts, by the way, okay? Every time you will see me coding will be with a big font like this. I love it. And super in love with this type of setup, okay? By the way, chat, let me know which IDE you guys use right on the chat. I want to see what are you guys using. I'm using PHP Storm, and sometimes I may jump into Sublime Text, okay? Sometimes I may jump into Sublime Text. PHP 8.2 also introduced standalone types, chat, which is the possibility of being a little bit more explicit than the regular bool, okay? In the past, you could do bool. Now you can just specify this is returning true or returning false. You can be just super explicit about this situation. Okay. Carl is saying the following: big fonts, and I cannot lie. I agree with you. WPHP Storm for the win, dude. I love PHP Storm, man. Love PHP Storm. Carlson is saying the following: ZVS Code Neovim. So you use 3 editors. That's insane, dude. Okay, that's insane. Tisa is saying the following: VS Code, but I love big text too. So I'm digging your current view. Yep, I also feel like if I am probably with the small font, I cannot see anything really, I just don't tell anyone, but I have big problems about concentration. I cannot just, I have big problems on focusing on small text, even on text in general. So if I can make it bigger, I just can focus a little bit better. Works better for me, at least. That's my opinion. Leah Coates is saying the following. Taylor even said that when he was on stream, yep, the same. I know. But Ian is saying the following. PHP Storm always and Sublime Text. Yeah, Sublime Text is still the GOAT, okay? A little bit W Sublime Text chat, because I still love Sublime Text, if I'm honest with you. PHP 8.2 also introduced trait constants, which is the possibility of coming here and just adding a constant like that. This wasn't possible in the past. Now it's possible. Not something you probably should do all the time, but it's literally possible. We're talking now about PHP 8.3, which, if I'm honest with you, I think this was the least exciting release of PHP ever, okay? And this is when I think the PHP Foundation entered on the scene. And I think they were literally trying a little bit things at this moment. Nikita, which is one of the main responsibles about PHP development, just left at that time. So this is literally one of the least exciting, I think, release of PHP, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, introduces a few things, like you can now type constants, which, is questionable if it should be a thing to begin with. Also introduce JSON validate, which is a function that allows you to validate if a JSON is valid or not, which is okay-ish, but it's not that fantastically great. It's not compared with something like enums or the pipe operator, which we got a few years later, okay? Chisa is saying the following: gotta have Sublime Text around for MD. Oh, I feel you. And whatever I need to dump in review. That's why I use Sublime Text, because sometimes I need to just copy-paste a bunch of text just to edit it quickly. And I don't need to open a full IDE like VS Code or PHP Storm just to edit that, What is a trait? Ooh, you don't know what is a trait? Well, a trait is basically a way of sharing code, of reusing code between classes, okay? So if you have a class A, for example, or a class B, let's call it that way. Sometimes you want to kind of have a method which is shared between both. Let's just say you have a method here, which is called foo, okay? Just public function foo, okay? Just like that. And you have this method as well on the class B, just like that. So the method is kind of duplicated, and you do the same thing. So what you can do, it's called this thing, call it trait has foo, for example. Okay, and now instead of just duplicating this all the time, you just do use trait. Okay, just use foo. And by doing this, you are effectively saying both class A and class B have the same method, which is public function foo. It's kind of useful, honestly. Sometimes you just have a big chunk of code which lives in two classes at the same time, and you want to kind of reuse that code. And traits are honestly a good way of solving that problem, okay? Either is a good practice or not, that's questionable. A lot of people say no. I say sometimes. Let me know what you guys think. Do you guys like traits in general, or you guys don't believe on traits? Let me know what you think. Biddy boom, bada boom, bada boom, bada boom. PHP 8.3 introduced one little thing called override. Okay, override is basically a way of being explicit that you are overriding a class from a parent class, a method from a parent class. So if you have something called renderer, for example, okay, and if you are overriding the method render, you can literally be explicit about that, okay? So if you were to delete this will throw an exception now, as you can see, which is, I don't think it's fantastically great, but it's something that PHP 8.3 introduced. Alexandro, you welcome, man, you welcome. Yes, for traits, I think. Yeah, traits are used on Laravel extensively, okay? On things like Laravel Scout, for example, when you guys have a model like class user, for example, and you use something like use searchable, that's a trait provided by Laravel Scout. I think it's even like things like as factory, for example. The as factory, it's equally something that is a trait as well from the framework. Bidin is saying the following: contracts, concerns, not traits. Yeah, concerns it's basically a folder where traits belong within. I feel you. Overriding PHP now. Thanks, Nuno. Showcase saying the following: I hate traits except the ones provided by Laravel. Yeah, I don't use traits myself as well, but I use obviously the traits that come with Laravel. Kind of expected. Okay. Bam, bam, boom. As I told you, PHP 8.3 wasn't super crazy, but PHP 8.4 was probably one of the biggest releases ever, okay? And I hope what I'm about to show you will mind-blowing you, because the PHP 8.4 was one of the biggest releases of PHP ever, okay? This is prior to PHP 8.5, which is the latest version. One of the many features PHP 8.4 introduced is called property hooks. Okay. Now, property hooks allows you to hook into regular properties and introduce dynamic behavior. Okay. One example, or the classic example, is that when you have, let's say, a class which is my own name. Okay. You might want to actually use keywords, which is uppercase, the very first letter, before returning the name. For example, if I were to come here all the way down, for example, and let's actually execute this. PHP artisan, bam, 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 PHP.4 property hooks. I'm going to run this. Here we go. So as you can see, what's happening here is quite simple. We are creating a new class with Nuno Maduro. And when we are accessing the username just like this, we are literally uppercasing with UC words the letter N in the letter M before accessing the full name, which is Nuno Maduro. Okay, so you can introduce some runtime behavior before actually outputting the value within the property. Okay, this is very, very exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. Mike is saying the following: PHP 8.4 changed things. I finally changed the discussion that PHP was slow or old school, which was a very annoying topic for many years. Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel like since PHP 8 in general, I wouldn't say PHP 8.4, but PHP 8 in general, people start looking at PHP in a very serious way, which is fantastic. Okay, which is fantastic. So you can introduce some runtime behavior, which is awesome. You can also do something, which I have added a demo here, which not a lot of people know about this, but you can now actually have properties on interfaces. Okay, this was not possible in any prior version of PHP, but you can actually now introduce properties on interfaces, meaning that interfaces can have regular properties and enforce properties on classes. Okay, so on this example, this class needs to have this property because it implements this interface, which is this public string full name. Okay. Very, very, very awesome. Yep. I love this stuff, honestly. So this is property hooks, equally super big in PHP 8.4. Property hooks also introduces something quite interesting, which is the fact that some properties might be public for reading, but private for setting, for example, which is interesting. So on this example, I can actually access the username thanks to this being public, but I cannot actually modify the property because it's private. This is called asymmetric visibility on PHP 8.4. Very interesting feature, which I don't use personally a lot, but it's kind of in line with many other languages which are considered modern these days. Okay. PHP 8.4 also introduced a new deprecated attribute. Okay, so if you guys have a piece of code with a very old method, you can actually use this deprecated attribute to indicate the user that this API is deprecated, and he should be using the new method instead. So if I were to actually run this code, let's just type here PHP 8.4, the example deprecated, okay, this will be literally tell me the following. If I call the old method, will tell me that there is a deprecation, okay, use the new method instead, and which is kind of a nice warning to have in our logs, and this is exactly what this deprecated is doing, okay. Very, 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 very cool. Shit, are you guys enjoying today's demo? I think like I always love to walk through all the PHP features that got introduced recently. And I think like sometimes like the even like the PHP content in general doesn't talk a lot about this new features introduced along the years, and I love them. Okay. Oh yeah, brother. Thank you, Luigi. Appreciate the feedback. Let's move forward. What else we have? Bam, 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 bam. Oh, at the end we actually have one which is very kind of demanded by everyone. So a lot of people actually were begging for this one, okay? So in the past, if you want to, for example, create a new object and call a method on it, just like this, you couldn't actually do it like this. You would have to just use this parentheses or this annoying parentheses all the time, okay? This one plus this one. Now, with PHP 8.4, you can actually omit this parentheses, and this call will still work. I know it's kind of small, but for the diehard PHP developers, we actually love this one, okay? So you can just call it this way, will still work even without the parentheses. You can literally just delete them totally, okay? Zoro is saying, loving it, bro. Thank you. W Nuno, thank you so much, Chad. Appreciate the feedback. So this is the new chaining, really just works. What else we have? Array find. What else? What else I can say about this one? Yeah, a lot of this array find and the array find key in the array all, a lot of this stuff, if I'm honest with you, you could accomplish all of this with Laravel collections, if I'm honest with you. So with Laravel collections, you can obviously do a lot of this already. You can just come here and just grab them all if you want to. You can find one if you want to. So you could just call all of these methods, but this doesn't exist natively on PHP. So in PHP 8.4, they introduced a set of methods which kind of made the native thing equivalent to the Laravel collections. You can use array find as well. You can use array find key. So a lot of these little things got introduced in PHP 8.4, which are great additions in my opinion. As a Laravel developer, I don't actually will feel it, if I'm honest with you. Yes, I know. It's cool, but, not crazy. PHP 8.5. Shit. We are entering now in the section, which is literally the latest version of PHP, okay? This was released 3 months ago. You will find people with various opinions about this new release. And by the way, talking about PHP 8.5, it is already supported on Laravel Cloud, okay? Laravel Cloud supports PHP 8.5 almost since day one, if I'm not mistaken, and I have already all my apps on PHP 8.5, okay? Except this one, which is, I think, pastphp.com. Here we go. Pastphp.com is not yet on PHP 8.5. But a lot of my apps are already on PHP 8.5. Now, the feature, it's not my favorite feature, by the way, but the feature flag, or one of the most talked features of PHP 8.5 was the pipe operator. So I want to kind of feel the vibe here. Let me know what you guys think. Does any of you use the pipe operator often? Or do you think it's a good feature, but unfortunately, you couldn't find yet the use case for it? I'm going to be honest. I think it looks great in paper, but I haven't actually had a lot of opportunities to just use the pipe operator myself, especially because of a lot of the use cases that I would have the need of the pipe operator. I probably would use it this way instead. I probably would just come here and just type the code like this, But let me just explain you maybe what is the pipe operator for those who don't know. The pipe operator allows you to just basically convert code that looks like this. Let's just here go into the result. And you can convert code that looks like this into something that looks like this. I can just type, I'm going to pipe the result, if I'm not mistaken, yes, which is hello world. Here we go. I'm going to pipe this into the trim, and then I'm going to pipe the result into the string to upper, okay? So instead of having this, you can have this with PHP 8.5. And sometimes, especially with these small use cases, I have a very hard time believing that this is literally more appealing, So I still rely a little bit on the old syntax. But yeah, I want to see what you guys think about this. Pipe operator, is any of you using this already, or is something that you guys don't really feel it yet? If you don't feel it, it's kind of understandable because it is indeed something that it just looks that is overcomplicated things. But it is a feature flag behind PHP 8.5. Okay. Again, not my favorite feature. We are going to talk about my favorite feature in the second chat. Okay. By the way, chat, don't forget, let's make sure we put like on this live stream. Insanely important. Josh, Leah have been doing a fantastic job regarding this last 12 hours, I think, of live stream. It's a hard time to do that, so make sure to put like on this live stream. Insanely important. Okay. Wilkie is saying the following: this would be most useful if we could do function composition, which we can't. Using the pipe operator to create functions to use later. I feel you, man. I totally understand you. Yep. Yalka is also saying the following, or with partial application, which is probably coming in the future. Yep, I feel you. I feel you. But yeah, this is the pipe operator. Hopefully will become a little better in the future, thanks to the partial function application, RFC, which is coming in the future. PHP 8.5 equally introduced a few functions that are, again, available on collections, but they make things a little bit better for the native PHP folks. So what you can do is that if you are using Laravel, you can obviously use this syntax, just like that, first and last. However, if you are not using Laravel, you can potentially do this natively using array first or array last. Okay. Let's see what people are saying about the pipe operator. Bidin is saying the following. I don't think it's bad. It's useful, I think. Yeah, it's useful. Again, I was just trying to say that I don't find a lot of use cases for actually using it myself. Okay. I may find them in the future. I'm still yet to decide. Bam, array first, array last, introduced it on PHP 8.5. They look fantastic. Again, if I'm using Laravel collections, I probably don't need them. Clone with. This is a small feature introduced on PHP 8.5, which is kind of handy, if I'm honest. So a lot of you are fans of immutability by default, which I'm also a fan of. But the fact about immutability is that you kind of need to rely on clones sometimes. And in the past, actually cloning something and changing one little thing would force you to do something like this. You would have to do something like this. New static, and then you would have to provide all of the properties again. Now, the problem with this kind of approach is that if you have like one more, and one more, and one more, and one more, you would end up having like 10 or whatever. You would have to copy paste your code literally all the time to this with name. Now, with a clone with, now you can do one little thing which is super awesome in my opinion, which is you can do just this. I want to return this same object, but with a different name. Okay, so kind of a new addition that, in my opinion, makes the code really, really clean. Because even though if you have like 20 more properties, for example, you don't have to literally change a single line on this piece of code. So this is called clone with, because you can literally clone this object with a single property change instead of having to just copy paste all those properties all the time. I think this is kind of useful. Let me know what you think. Okay, this is called clone with, by the way. Clone with. Bam. What else we have? We have attributes. By the way, are you guys fans of attributes? You guys are going to have a nice surprise in Laravel 13, okay? Laravel 13 will introduce a bunch of attributes all over the place on Laravel models, on Q jobs, and many things that you love about Laravel. A lot of them are going to now rely on attributes. I'm a big fan of attributes myself. I think attributes in PHP are one of the biggest things that ever appear on PHP. And attributes are becoming even more powerful on PHP 8.5 with the possibility of running code within those attributes, okay? And one example is this with validator, for example, where you can just inline runtime code like this, okay? So in the past, doing something like this, it wouldn't be possible when combining this with attributes, okay? So this with add validator is an attribute, and you can now equally provide a runtime code which will run inside of the attribute. This stuff right here wasn't possible in the past. Bidin is saying this is super useful on DTOs. Exactly, man. Especially DTOs where you want to validate the exactly input. You can now do it through attributes, which doesn't end up creating the DTO to begin with. Big fan of attributes in general, and now they are even more powerful. Okay. Ben is saying the following: is just me, or the attribute syntax is so messy. I feel like, I'm gonna be honest with you, Ben. I feel like attributes is a syntax that takes a little bit to sink in, okay? I don't have any other way of putting this, but in general, I think like when you look at the attributes, the very first reaction is like, ugh, I don't like attributes that much. But once you start using them a little bit, you will just fall in love with the syntax a little bit, okay? Besides allowing you the code to be more performant, because you don't actually have to create the class to access properties, for example, it just makes sense because it's literally static information about the class. And one example is what it's coming into Laravel 13, which I don't know if you guys have seen the Laravel news article, but in Laravel 13, you will be able to dedicate to have this fillable attribute on top of models, and you can just come here and say that the name is fillable, or Eden, for example. It just makes sense because this is static information. Therefore, it kind of belongs to an attribute, okay? In terms of syntax, how appealing it is, I personally like it. I think it will take a little bit to sink in some people who are not used to it because they are just too used to properties, if I'm honest, okay? A lot of people are super used to properties, and it just will take a little bit to have them sink in these new attributes, basically. But they make sense. Honestly, I can promise you, Ben, people in the future, they will love it, okay? Luigi agrees with Ben, I believe, so we'll take a little bit. It gives a little bit of Next.js vibes, which are super based on attributes, I know. A lot of the TypeScript folks, they use attributes and they love them. And I think you guys are going to love them too. Attributes are fantastic shit, okay? Bam, 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 boom. What else we have? Let's just copy this. This one is not interesting to talk about. Ooh, we have one which is really cool, by the way, okay? I don't know what you guys think, but in the past was kind of super difficult to understand the configuration settings that you guys have different in your own setup, okay? So if I wanted to see all of my configuration of my PHP runtime, I would have to go to the file itself, and then I would kind of have to guess what is different. Now you can just do this, okay? You just come here and you type PHP, if I'm not mistaken, -- init diff. Let me just try it out. Yep. I just type PHP -- init diff. And again, this is specific to PHP 8.5, is a new feature. And what this will give you, this beautiful command, is will give you what it's not default, what is basically changed since the normal installation of PHP. And there is obviously a few changes. Most of them are done by Laravel Herd, but this is what is different on my PHP installation. For example, this post max size went from 8 megabytes to just 2. Probably not a good thing. I probably should increase this. The memory limit went from 128 megabytes to -1, which is probably not a good thing either, but I love it. I just love to have all the memory available for my PHP installation. So, PHP -- ini equals to diff will give you this beautiful diff of changes you have made regarding the default installation of PHP, okay? Bam, and that's it. So, chat, I want to hear from you guys. What do you guys think in general about all these new additions to PHP? We have been talking about probably the last 5 years of PHP. I think in the last 5 years, PHP have made huge progress. I love the progress of PHP. And a lot of the things we see at Laravel, they are powered by this stuff. They are powered by PHP. Laravel Cloud Web is powered by PHP behind the scenes. It powers PHP installations. And also, PHP powers many of our jobs here. A lot of us do money with PHP. So we need to be grateful to the people behind this, but also, sometimes pay attention to these new features coming to the scene. Alexandro is asking the following, excuse me, what is the difference between DTO and the class request validated in Laravel? So it's a little bit different. I think you are talking about form requests against DTOs. So a form request is responsibility, is validating the given request input, meaning that someone will do an HTTP request and the form request will validate the input. What you can do after validating that data is that you can convert that array of data, let's say the name, the age, and many other attributes that possibly are on the request. You can convert that to a simple class, which we call in our world DTO. Okay, so that's what a DTO is about. It's a simple class with information, which then you can share that with your models, with your jobs. You can just literally share a DTO with whatever you want to, okay? A little bit different from form requests, okay? So that was it for me today, chat. I hope you guys enjoyed this little presentation. If you did, please type Nuno or whatever. This took me a while to prepare, so I hope you guys had fun with this little explanation of the latest PHP 8.5 features. By the way, chat, I will be at Laracon EU. I will be the host of Laracon EU, which is happening in a week from now. So I don't know how many of you are going to Laracon EU. I will be there in a week from now. I will be the host. I will be, running the entire conference with a lot of people, of course, behind the scenes. But it will be fantastic. Okay. Will be fantastic. Luigi saying W Nuno, thank you. Zori saying W Nuno, learned a lot, man. Thank you. Appreciate. I think I've seen you already on my stream, so appreciate you giving me the support here. And we are obviously all here to celebrate the Laravel Cloud 1 year anniversary. Laravel Cloud is, and I'm not biased, the best platform to ship your Laravel apps ever. And now supports Symfony as well. And one of the questions I want to make to Joe Dixon, hopefully during Laracon EU, is that if there is plans to expand to other universes, literally multiverse within Laravel. I want to see if it's possible to, have JavaScript apps running on Laravel Cloud and things like that. I think will be awesome. Shoke, thank you so much for the feedback. Bidian, thank you so much. Oscar, appreciate the feedback. Ben, thank you so much, dude. See you on Slack. And yeah, that was it. Leah, if you are around, and now it's a time to jump in. I'm done with my stuff here. Thank you. PHP Multiverse before GTA 6. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man?
Doing fantastic, What a rundown. I love it.
Thank you, dude.
PHP 8.5 changes things. It's crazy how a language like that can still keep going, It can still improve.
Yeah. I know, man. I think in general, PHP, it's like a revamp almost, Felt like dead 10 years ago, but it's just becoming better every single day. I love this language, and honestly, I see myself in 20 years from now still loving PHP and still working for Laravel, still doing what I'm doing every single day. I want to do this forever, man, so hopefully AI will not steal my job by then.
You'll be 90 years old. You'll be swole and buff and ripped, and you'll still be writing PHP, probably like in your brain as you're working out. You're like writing PHP in your brain. We'll have chips embedded into our brain to do that at that point. So it's like, hey,
oh yeah,
Josh runs on everything at that point.
Josh, I wanted to ask you, what is your favorite PHP feature, from the last 5 years? Let's say that.
My favorite PHP feature is attributes, for sure. It's one of those that I didn't necessarily understand them when I first, because I came from the JavaScript world, because I was like, oh, this is different. Right. Because but at the same time, it's visually, it just makes sense. You're looking through code and you're like, okay, this is it's attributed to whatever it is actually right. So I know that thankfully I did not join or grow up in the PHP world before. I think earliest was PHP 8.1 that I remember writing. So I don't know anything before PHP 8. And so everything feels just so clean and modern. And the thing that I think that the thing that also gave me a sense of oh, this is really interesting within PHP is the sense of attributes, traits, but then also being able to have what's it called? Most recently, null coalescing.
Oh, I literally skipped that one. I think I skipped that one because it's 7. It's already PHP 7, I think. Yeah, that's PHP. That is still PHP 7, which is probably yeah.
That's that, but that's pretty recent, right? That was later PHP 7 or no?
I think it was PHP 7.4.
Okay,
which is the latest before PHP 8. So,
that makes sense.
But that's a good one too. That's probably one of the ones that I use every single day, if I'm honest. I was just laughing because attributes. There is mixed feelings about attributes.
Yep.
There is people who find them visually very very appealing. Other people find them not that appealing. I think they're awesome. But I was just seeing on chat, for example, Ben said that attributes they feel ugly. For example, I honestly love them, but yeah.
Just some people dislike, switch statements versus map, and some people dislike odds, for example. I love all of those things.
Dude, for example, since we had match statements, the last time I have touched on a switch statement was, I think since match statements arrived to the PHP world, I haven't done a single switch statement. Because you can literally do everything with match statements at the minute, even more. Yeah. So, I don't remember the last time I've used a switch. It's completely deprecated in my opinion because match statements just do it much better. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no reason to do it. Unless like your AI does it, and then you're like, hey, just tell it to use PHP. Just tell it to use recent PHP features, or just use Boost, and it's automatically using latest PHP features. So you're good.
Yeah.
Oh, 2015, someone says. No coalescing came, okay, 2015, which makes sense. I remember checking out PHP around that time again. I just never built into it. But yeah, Node in 2020 is crazy. That's wild.
That's wild indeed. But yeah, I mean, just sharing my passion about how happy I am that PHP literally just became so much better since Laravel came to the scene. I'm not saying it's because of Laravel, but around that time too, the PHP Foundation took in and just made things much better. Like since 2015, around 2015, with new features every single year. PHP is solid, man. I love the language. I love it.
I love it. Well, thanks so much, Nuno, for jumping on and teaching us something that we all can learn, is that you can still know a language even if your agent writes it. You still got to know all of those little things. Otherwise, you're not going to know to use a match instead of a switch and everything like that. You're like, oh, well, I don't know.
That's right.
Now you got to know.
Right.
You got to know. You got to have opinions. I love it, Nuno. I
All
love
right,
your
Josh,
energy too. Well, everyone,
thank you.
Give Nuno a round of applause. It's happy birthday, Laravel Cloud. Thank you, Nuno.
Thank you. See you around, man.
See ya. We'll pull Devin in. Well, everyone who's still joining, who's still here, who's still live, who's still wishing Laravel Cloud a wonderful, happy birthday, first birthday. Devin, you changed your shirt.
Changed my shirt, got a haircut, got the beard trimmed up.
Looking fresh. Yeah. I got a new hat, same shirt, new hat.
I ditched the hat because now my hair is actually presentable.
There you go. There you go. I love it. I love it. What do you got, a dad joke for us while we kick things off again?
Ooh, man, do I have a dad joke? Yeah. Why did the cloud engineer get promoted?
Why?
He had outstanding availability.
Full like 9 nines.
I don't know, 7 nines, S3 style.
S3 style. 9.9999997.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite things I've ever seen, is when they published their data resiliency for S3, and they're like, I think it's 7 nines. They said, so basically, if you upload 1,000 files a second, it would take 10 million years to lose one file. And I was like, all right, that's just flex, but okay.
I love it. I love it. We'll say that's a better dad joke because it's on topic. You said cloud, so if you say cloud,
exactly,
it's a dad joke. For those still in the chat, what's your favorite dad joke? Maybe you haven't been able to say it so far. Carl says, "What's the object-oriented way to become wealthy? Inheritance."
Facts.
There you go. But yeah, if you are joining, be sure to press the like button. I know Nuno probably told you a million times because he's awesome and he has the energy that I wish I could have. Maybe when I'm older, I'll have just as much energy as Nuno does. But thanks so much for joining the Laravel Cloud 1-year anniversary party. We've been having a party since 7 a.m. Eastern, or 7 a.m. my time this morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. And it's been a blast. If you haven't gotten the chance to fill out a form for swag giveaway, for Laravel Cloud credits giveaways, for other things, that's at lrvl.co/1-year party. I'll throw that in the chat right there. But so glad to have everyone here, everyone ready, everyone. There's been a word of the day, Devin, that I'm excited that you're here because I feel like it brings it all full circle. But the word of the day has been preview environments.
Preview environments. Technically, it's the phrase of the day, right? But
we'll call it that.
We'll call it that. The word of the day: preview environments. Yeah, I think it's one of the I feel one of the most exciting things about Laravel Cloud that it has to offer. And coming from my background, working in Fortune 100 companies, creating internal applications, I would have killed to have these. You're working with business partners and you're like, hey, I made this new dashboard, or I got this new thing for you, and how can I get this to you? That always required me to get an engineer on the phone with them and do a demo. And like, if I could have just sent them a link and be like, here, check this out, would have made my life a ton easier. And so Oh, it's just amazing. And so now working here at Laravel, being able to see that and use that in my day-to-day flow, I'm like, man, everybody needs to hear about these, and you need to come check them out because they're just that cool. So I get the pleasure of showing everybody how they work. So
I know, I'm excited to dive in. Wilkes Reed says, why do scuba divers jump backwards out of the boat? Because if they jump forward, they'd still be in the boat. I don't know if that's a dad joke or an anti-joke. But yes, I get it. Cyprius Mary, glad to have you here. How's your day been? How many software engineers does it take to change a light bulb? How many? She's just not going to answer. No, someone answers 4. None. That's a HW problem. I love it. Did you know Albert Einstein really existed? All this time I thought he was just a theoretical physicist. And then Carl says, if you want Nuno energy, stop having kids. Oh man. It's a good, good point. That is probably why I am not Nuno. Nuno is Nuno and I am not Nuno.
How old's your youngest now?
I have a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 1-month-old.
Wow, it's 1 month.
It is a wild time.
Yeah,
hopefully some sleep here soon. You have
I have a 3-year-old and a 6-month-old. So
there you go.
Yeah, you're just slightly behind me here on that one. Except for you got 3 now, so you're outnumbered. You're in zone defense.
Zone defense. It actually is a lot easier than you think it is. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
But since we get into preview environments, Leah says, I have no kids, but no Nuno energy. Okay, so that's not the answer. Never mind. When we get into preview environments, people in the chat, let me know. Say yes if you have, say no if you haven't, say yes if you have used preview environments on Laravel Cloud before. If you say no, that means it's time to do it right now. But Devin, what do you got for us? What do you got for us after you take that drink of water to make sure?
So I cooked up probably the most important and best application to show how a developer should use preview environments. Okay. I created a game of solitaire.
Want me to share it to the screen? We good?
Yeah, let's go for it. Yeah,
let's go.
All right.
So, I love it.
So I created this game. This is a shout out to Ryan McKenzie on our team here, Arm Codes. He created the design for this that I thought was just beautiful. And Flood Code cooks the rest.
Very pretty.
So essentially, what I did here is I created a base game of solitaire, and you can go check this out at solitaire.laravel-demo.cloud. You can go start a game, and you can go check it out. So you just have basic solitaire here. You could play the game, do what you want to do, drag and drop, kind of move stuff around. And then you're looking at this and you're like, man, it'd be really cool if I made a poor move and I could undo that. Wouldn't that be awesome?
That would be awesome.
So I created a branch that does that. And so over here, I'm going to go out to GitHub and I'm going to say, let's add the undo redo and let's create a pull request. Click the button, maybe. GitHub down. This happened to me the other day.
GitHub down?
GitHub down. There we go. Create pull requests. And so over here, if we're on our Laravel Cloud, you'll see, boom, popped right in, feature undo redo, getting cooked up here. So this takes a minute. It's going to provision the resources. It's going to replicate what we have on the main branch. It's going to give us some stuff. And then back here, we'll see that it's going to update us with information on this. While that's going, I'll kind of show how you set this up. So under your application, you go to your settings and then preview environments, and then you can create a new automation or you could edit one of your existing ones. So as you come in here, you can give it a name. You could say which environment you want it to replicate, whether or not it triggers on new pull requests to a target branch, or if it's on new branches. And so you could say like, hey, if I ever have a branch that starts with feet, go ahead and make a preview environment. And you can make that basically like a long-running preview environment for any of your deploys. Or if you want to only do it when you're ready to do a pull request, kind of gives you a couple different ways to kind of work this. And you have the filter for the branch name either way. A few different options in there for you. Then we get into the fun part here. You could say, hey, for the replication, I want you to replicate all the clusters. Or I want you to replicate in downsize, right? Like my staging environment or my preview environment doesn't need to be whole hog that I'm sending at my prod, right? It could be a little, there's 2 people going in there, not 200. So do that. And then here, you could create your database. You could say, hey, use the same one because I want to be able to pick up on certain data or create a new one. Same thing with cache and object storage and WebSockets here. If you have any custom environment variables, Allows you to slug those in here as well. And then you could set whether it auto deploys or auto destroys and all of those things here. And then say you need to put some fake data in, you have the ability to go ahead and run like your seeders or migrations or anything that you need that goes on the initial deploy of this to kind of help you set that up. So once that's up and running here, and I hope this is done, you'll see this is the full environment. And here is this. Back over here, it actually gives you this. We can go ahead and click on that. So here we are. And so now we have the ability in a new game to have an undo button.
Ooh.
And
now
you can
I'm
see over
curious.
here.
My developer mind is thinking undo. I'm just curious. It doesn't have anything to do with Laravel Cloud, but what's running behind the scenes? Is this some kind of event sourcing?
So actually, I have no idea. Cloud Code wrote this. No, it's actions with inertia. So this was view and inertia.
Okay.
I'm a React dev mainly, and so I was challenged to try inertia or try view out. And so I went with an action pattern here. And so basically there's just a JSON object in the table that's keeping control of this because it's meant for demonstration purposes only, not hardcore gamers.
Watch hardcore gamers find this preview link and we'll break it down right now.
Yep, exactly.
It's not too hard.
Yep. We did this the other day on Cloud Office Hours that we do every other week. And Florian was going on one. And I was like, it's really cool. When you close down the environment, he was like, no, I was almost done. So to show that one off here, when you close the pull request, or if you actually finish closing it in there, you'll see it took away my environment because it no longer exists. And if you come out here, deletes all those resources and everything for you, cleans up after itself. So really gives you the flexibility to be able to have those environments, kind of see them in real time, do what you need to do, and then it cleans up after itself. So you're not paying for excess compute that you don't really want. So
I think that's the big win, right? Is like people, like me, I'm a cheap person in the sense of like when I'm doing like little fun demo projects, I don't want to be spending, and AI is like really accelerated this because now I'm spending way more just on AI than I ever thought I was going to be spending. But like the fact that like if I want to deploy this, I don't want to spend like that's like $100 this month to be able to deploy something I barely use. But the neat part with the preview environments is like, okay, it's just spinning it up for the time I need it, and then it's spinning down once that pull request is merged, once that specific feature that I sent off to either a client or a team member being like, hey, does this look good, let's merge it, all of a sudden it's gone. I don't have to think about having to delete those resources, spin them down. It's the beauty of it.
Yep. Almost gives you the opportunity if you're trying to move really fast on something. Everybody has their different Git methods. I was a huge fan of the trunk method at my last role, and essentially we had one prod environment and the rest, our UAT was just like whatever was the flavor we were about to do for preview environments. It was long running. This kind of gives you the ability to have that same benefit without needing to have two environments. So you can kind of take away the need for like I need staging and prod. You can just use previews and prod, or you could have staging, previews, and prod, or kind of mix and match to what your needs are. So I think it's just really cool, and like the amount of orchestration that goes into setting up preview environments. Like, do I set up a database? Do I create it? Do I copy it? Like all of those things with your cache, your WebSockets, to kind of design that yourself one time is like mind blowing. And then being able to do it from just a GitHub action like this is just like massively huge.
100%. And the fact that, so like we've been talking about the whole stream of kind of like how people started building with Laravel and the tools that have been available to us, whether like first party, third party, have all been incredible to some extent. That we've had Forge forever, the OG, we've had Vapor, but every one of those to some extent has that kind of limitation in the sense that you either have to build it yourself or have some kind of like crazy workaround of I built in Vapor for the longest time, and so it was a long process of if I wanted to have a developer environment, I spin up that whole thing, and I have to make sure it is its own separate resource, that is then charging me a lot of money because it's running everything that I normally would run in production. I can't link things very well. I can't share a database well. I can't do all that because it's not meant to do that. And so with cloud, like the thing that really is crazy to me is the fact that if I'm working on like a UI fix, I can just like clone the database of production and
Mhm.
everything is there. I don't have to see data. I don't have to fake data. I don't have to log in and create a whole bunch of posts or whatever you're doing to like see to try to make up that data. It just can't exist for you because everything is kind
Yeah.
of intermingled.
Or even like that worst one you get when you're like, oh, there's this one bug that only happens for this very specific thing that somebody did in production. And you're like trying to migrate that data down to like a different environment just to like see that one pixel that's off. And like with this, it's just like, hey, just use that database, like, and
Yeah.
let me see it. And it's its own environment, kind of gets away from it. Yeah, I think that's just so cool on there. So want to look at another one? Just
Let's
see
do
what
it.
other cool things we have out here. What do we want to do? We have
I guess a good question for you is when people see, because you are on the front lines, you are doing the job I
Front
used
lines.
to do at other companies. Not at Laravel, but I used to be a solutions engineer. So me and Devin have kind of bonded in that experience
Mhm.
before. But you get the incredible job of like seeing customers' eyes light up when they see something, and also when they're like talking about something that they like. What is the thing that when you're talking about preview environment or just anything in cloud, but probably preview environments, what is the thing that
Yeah.
like excites people?
The biggest thing I see people get really excited about when they're trying to look at Laravel Cloud for the first time, they're like, "Hey, what does it look like to bring that workload over?" Is the canvas. People just love the way this looks, to be able to see your environment. We kind of talked about this earlier with Taylor. Even if you are very technical and you understand code and infrastructure code and Terraform, and you know how servers and cache and all that relates, being able to just stop and look at something like this and be like, "Oh, okay," it does so much for you just very fast. And so just kind of the beauty and the intent that's here is one of the big things we hear feedback on all the time, is that they just love the way it feels and the way it looks. And then very close second, people are coming to us and they're like, "Hey, preview environments, I have tried to make this on my own. I wish I could have these. Like, how can we move to do this and get those?" And it's like, hey, they're built in. Like, you get those if you get the cloud. Like, they're right there. There's nothing special about it from that perspective. So I think those are the two big things I get from a lot of customers that we're talking to on the front lines is those.
That's awesome. I love it. Yeah, you're like, oh, that's part of the deal. You get it.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. It's right there for you. It's 2 clicks of a button.
There you go. Now, what would you say is like so we have kind of two features in cloud. We have replication, but then also preview environments too. And they're kind of the same, but they're not at the same time. What do you think is like some of the best applications for preview environments and replications?
Yeah, that's a really good one. So preview environments are really good for those frangible exercises. Like, I need a customer to sign off on the UI or the UX, or I need to do something really quick that allows me to kind of run this thing over on the side. Replication, I think, really is more of and this is kind of where I see people using it, I guess I would say, as opposed to how it's intended to be. But people really use it. They set up one environment and they go, bang, that's prod. Replicate that staging. And so they only have to kind of do it that one time. And so just to kind of show that off for anybody who hasn't really seen it here, you have your environment running here and you can click replicate. You could say, hey, take this, except I want you to do it on this one and I want you to call it staging. And so then it's going to kind of have all these things here, but you could be like, hey, no, let's do this. And so it basically gives you like a one-time option of how you set up your preview environments to do it for regular environments and set that up. So I think this is another great feature where it's like, hey, I need to do this one time. I don't necessarily need automation. How do I just do that?
Yeah, no, that's like, I think the cool part about that is like, you know, where you might have a long running branch that either you're using preview environments and you spun it up, but it might be something that you actually need a little bit more either resources and like a whole separate environment attached to it where you can, you know, have a little bit more control, at least from the get-go, and you don't want it spinning down after you merge. Like maybe it's a branch that never closes. Like
exactly.
Staging.
Yeah. Like you're staging, or like, hey, we're going to replicate this and we're going to go do, we're going to put this new algorithm on the rails and we're going to run it against that and see what it outputs, right? So how do we do that without corrupting our production data? Well, go replicate it, get it over and do that. I feel like it takes like probably a good 70% of the work that you would normally have to do to spin up new servers, new to cache, all that, and just like click, 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 done.
There you go. DJ Brush says, I love the hibernation feature for staging environments. It's true. It is nice to be able to like just have it. And that can be separate then from your production. Production's always on. It's auto scaling. And then your staging is like exactly the same thing, but smallest resources. Yeah. Cheap.
Yeah.
I love it. One of the things I actually don't know the answer to off the top of my head, Devin, so you probably know it, is you can have domains for preview environments and replication environments. Is that correct? Like custom domains?
Yeah. So there is no automation to set those up automatically for you right now. But if you do set up a replicated environment, just how you would see it here, you have the ability to go in and add custom domains. So I believe we're working on how do we do some more automation with this. I think we were waiting for the API to go into general availability to be able to kind of hook into this a little more. So this is something where you could just go in here, you could add these. So let's do kind of a fake one here. abc.com shows you here. You could choose like, hey, yeah, should or shouldn't be wildcard, should or shouldn't redirect. I need no downtime here, so we're going to add some stuff. And if you use Cloudflare or not, it gives you the ability to kind of set those to give you the right records to set. Then if you kind of click all the way through, then it will give you all the different records in the right order that you have to add it. So, here we set uninterrupted. So we're going to have to verify domain ownership, set these up on our DNS, and then set that up. Obviously, I don't own abc.com, so we're not going to do that. But
probably a little hefty of a price tag if you want to purchase that.
Yeah.
I love it. What's the thing about Laravel Cloud that you think is more of like a nicety, or like a nice little, maybe it's like just a little UI thing, but it reminds you every single time maybe you click on it, you're like, oh, I'm glad that exists.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. What is it that I click on?
I'll give you an example for me. For me, I love, so especially like if I'm doing a demo project or something like that, when I get into prod, I like being able to like put the database into my table plus locally. And so I love that within 2 clicks, I can go into my database and get that link, and it just opens it up in table plus for me.
I literally, as you started going, you're like, I'll give you mine. I was like, oh, the deep link. Yeah, that's a good one. The deep link is awesome. You are right about that. I think that one's a really good one. I really like how easy it is to set up WebSockets. The other thing that I think is really, really just amazing to set up is Octane and Inertia server-side rendering. So I was talking about this with somebody the other day. Is back when Octane came out, I was like, I want to use that so bad. And I was on a VPS in EC2 and AWS, and I was like, all right, I need to install what? Oh, I need to install Go. I need to install Caddy server. I need to set those configs. And it was like all these things just to get to the point where it's like, okay, and now I can compose or require that package. And now I have to tune in all the workers and all and it was like, okay, this is crazy. And so now on Laravel Cloud, you can just literally check a box. You make sure composer required and check the box. It's set up. Server-side rendering, kind of the same thing. Being able to kick that off, make sure it goes. There are a few kind of gotchas that you'll run into if you started without server-side rendering and then try to do that, but the new starter kits have really closed that gap for you as well. Trying to add in server-side rendering could get a little finicky for you, but if you start with it from the beginning, just enabling it with the check of a box like that is just so nice and so easy.
I love it. I love it. And also with that newly released thing in the Edge network on the canvas is the serving all your pages as markdown for agents as well. Just 1 click. It's crazy.
Oh yeah. Is that in here?
I believe it's in the Edge network little feature, and then in response rules. Response rules. Yeah. Markdown for agents there.
Boom, right there. Yep.
Bam. Just 1 click. You don't have to, if you use Laravel Cloud, don't have to do anything else. That's the crazy part.
Boom. Done. Yeah. That's a good one. This is also
People,
I know.
also when ChatGPT is like, hey, what's the coolest, when you ask ChatGPT, what's the coolest solitaire-like game built with Laravel, all of a sudden it pulls back Klondike because it knows.
Exactly. That'd be dope. Get it to number one traffic on Laravel Cloud. That'd be wild.
That would be wild. Awesome. Well, Devin, do you got what's your when you think of and when you joined Laravel, what how long ago was that now? It's been
September 15th. So 6 months.
There you go. 6 months. So
Yeah.
in the 6 months that you have seen Cloud, what is like your favorite thing about it now? And what's your favorite thing that you're excited for in the future? It can be vague. We know that we don't spoil anything here.
Yeah. So private cloud has to be my favorite thing. So
There you go.
Anybody who's watching that's not on private cloud, you probably notice these little badges up here that are showing up. So this is showing that we have a private cloud that we're using. And so we have our dedicated network and hardware for Laravel go-to-market team here. And so private cloud, I know James did a little bit on it earlier today. What it allows you to do is essentially get dedicated hardware set up. We deploy Laravel Cloud onto that hardware for you, and then you're able to see it right here through the app. And so kind of to show off how this is different, if I were to create a new environment here and we were to say, okay, let's make this, I could choose to put it either on the shared compute or put it on the Laravel GTM dedicated here. And so it allows me to have that isolation. So for a lot of companies that need that isolation for compliance, for security, for protection of data, all of those things, it really gives us those additional features to be able to offer that. Another great benefit is Laravel Cloud obviously doesn't have everything, right? There's no MongoDB yet, meal search, other things like that. But companies have set this up on themselves in AWS, and they're like, I want to use cloud, but I have this thing that like is over here. I have this Python service that runs this, or fill in the blank. And so where private cloud really closed that gap is because it is dedicated hardware and set up in a VPC for that specific customer. We can offer them the ability to VPC peer or connect via transit gateway back to those AWS resources and allow you to have even more of an ecosystem available to you for those bespoke things. And so I think that that's one of the most exciting things. When I started, we had just given over like the first version of that. And I've just watched the team just put in absolute Herculean effort to get this to the point where we can get these provisioned within a couple weeks for customers now. And a lot of my day-to-day is working with customers on their requirements and making sure that we align them right to get that networking set up to get them launched on private cloud. So being able to just see that move really fast and see the team be able to create this in such a way that looks beautiful and is just so organized, I think is my favorite thing.
I love it. That's sick. Well, Devin, do you got any other dad jokes for you? I know your time's kind of coming up on here. Oh, it's someone, Travis said, or Travel Mike, sorry. I want to say Travis for some reason. If you really want to play with fire, Postgres MCP. I've done that a couple times for my demo projects, nothing too crazy, but in the sense of using that deep link, putting into Claude and being like, hey, because most of the time, sometimes Claude likes to read local, when I say like, hey, in production this broke, and then it's like, oh, I'm checking the database and it's like the local database and it's like, hey, I don't see any errors here. I'm like, it's in production, you idiot. Like, here's the link, fix this.
Yep.
Yeah, you got one more dad joke for us? Hey, Leah, welcome back.
I'll leave you with a dad joke, and I'll be back a little bit later to wrap up with Leah towards the end here. But why did the bicycle fall over?
Why?
Because like you and I, was too tired.
That's a good one. Oh,
awesome.
Too tired.
Too tired.
I can feel that right now. I'm feeling it. I got a little bit more Diet Coke left. I'll have to grab another one after this.
Awesome. Well, I'll catch you, Leah, in a little bit. I think Josh will be off, but thanks for having me, and happy to share this.
Yeah,
later.
Everyone say thank you to
see
Devin
you later.
in the chat.
I was waiting for it.
Welcome back, Leah. We'll say that. We gotta let it play out.
Yeah, that's what I need to get hyped up. I'm so tired. I was just like laying in bed for 30 minutes.
So
I'm like, oh.
I need a sound effect of just Nuno going, "What's up, guys?"
It's like, "What's up, chat?" Like, he has so much energy. He's just like,
Well, everyone who is still in the chat, welcome back to Leah. But everyone who's still in the chat, let us know how your day's going. What time is it there for you now? Now it is for me. It's 4 p.m. Closing in on the end of the day. I think it's still 4 p.m. for you, Leah. I can't remember if we're in the same time zone right now or not.
Yep, mountain.
There you
We're
go.
the same.
Yeah, I'm
That's
half.
so funny.
Yeah, I'm always half mountain, but then the other half of the year I'm half Pacific. So depends on the day.
It
Depends on the
gets
time
me.
of
I
the year,
didn't realize it was like that at first until like we started working together, and then I realized
You're like,
that
oh,
it's like
yeah.
split.
Awesome. Well, we got 4 p.m. DJ brunch. Okay, so you're same time zone. So you're close. You're close by 12:04
Go
a.m. in
Mountain
Algeria.
Time.
Well, hopefully you get some sleep here, Moradsme,
Man.
soon. 5 p.m. for Tessa. We got 10 a.m. Benjamin.
Yeah.
I love it. That is like when we're gonna have some Australia folks coming in here soon.
Yeah, where are you at for 10 a.m.? Like general. You don't have to dox yourself. It's like general location of
General, yeah, because like Australia is a little bit earlier than that. I think, because I'm pretty sure like 5 p.m. is like 8 a.m. Australia, something like that.
I think
I could be wrong.
Let me check my messages with Jess. So Jess is coming on very soon. Like Jess is an hour from now, right?
An hour from now, yeah.
And that is 10 a.m. her time.
Okay, so it is 1 hour earlier or 1 hour later for Benjamin.
So I think it might be another Australia time zone.
Yeah, like
because there's different one. Oops,
Yeah.
Sydney. I was right.
There you go. There you
I
go.
was right. Okay.
4 p.m. Tim Withers, 6 p.m. Fort Richard. Hello from Peru, says Ronald. Glad to have you.
In.
Midnight here. We got Sydney, Australia from Benjamin. 11 p.m. in London. Glad you're still joining us.
That's
Hopefully
good.
you have maybe a different drink. It's only Tuesday, so not too crazy, but maybe another Diet Coke, maybe a coffee,
Dr. Pepper
espresso
Zero.
martini, maybe. Okay, Dr. Pepper Zero. There you go. I
Have
have a
tea.
you got it all. I just downed a fruit punch Gatorade, and I have this Diet Coke, but I have some Mountain Dew Baja Blast Zero in my fridge. I might have to get in a little bit.
Oh, I did not eat Taco Bell, but whenever I was on break, I did get I ate Torchies. I don't know if you guys have
Torchies is great. Torchies.
I love Torchies.
I love Torchies.
So good. I ate Torchies. I ordered it and then it was like being delivered and it didn't get delivered till like 15 minutes before Nuno ended. So I was like, please let me eat before.
Like, please, just let it be quick. Yeah. Everyone who loves tacos, what is your favorite kind of taco? So Torchies, for those who don't know, in the US is like a taco place, but it's more of like a kind of like it's not gourmet. It is like not junk food, but kind of like in between, wherever that is, where it's not like authentic tacos. I would say it's more like like a brisket taco or like a crispy chicken tender taco. What's everyone in the chat, your favorite thing to like put in a taco, whether traditional or not? What'd you go for, Leah?
Ooh, so I got a bowl. I got like one of their bowls.
So you didn't get the tacos. You got the bowls. No.
I got the bowl with like the grilled chicken and they put like the little crispy onion stuff in it. And they have this like really nice, I don't know if it's like a maple glaze, but it's some kind of like sweet glaze, which is really good. And I got chipotle sauce, but I'm with Tessa. I do like shrimp tacos. If I get tacos,
great.
So
crispy
good.
or grilled? Like what yours you go to?
Oh, so I try to be, I say this, but then I kind of eat whatever. I normally try to be like gluten-free. So in theory, right, it would be grilled, but in practice, if I'm eating shrimp, it's fried. It's like coconut shrimp or it's popcorn shrimp. Like I'm from Florida originally, so I'm like from the South. Because I'm from like Florida, Georgia line. So from the South, it's like
just like the band.
Fried chicken or fried shrimp. Yes. I hate the band though.
DJ Brunch even says +1 Torches. So DJ Brunch is similar region as us. Same time zone, knows what Torches is. DJ Brunch, glad to have you here. I don't know who you are. Let me know if I do know who you are. You don't have to dox yourself, but let me know like if I have met you, because your profile picture with your name gets me is making me laugh right around now.
You're telling me you can't remember meeting a duck in person?
I think I would remember that if that's the case. Asada tacos. Good at asada taco. Now tacos al pastor. That's where pineapples make. See, there you go.
I agree. Yes,
Yep.
pineapple's
good, though.
there. Very good. I think pineapples with shrimp is just good in general.
Agreed. Anything that is like that Caribbean kind of flavor feel, where you got the like a little bit of coconut, little pineapple, so good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Leah, what are we doing right now? We got a whole time dedicated to Svelte starter kits.
Yeah. So you mentioned all right, maybe it was Devin. He said something about the starter kits making it really easy. I think he was talking about with like enabling like inertia SSR in cloud.
Yeah.
And I almost put in chat in all caps, like, does someone mention the starter kits? Because it's the perfect segue. We're here to talk about the Svelte starter kit, which is, what was it, last week or 2 weeks ago?
I think it was only last week. I could be completely wrong, but time flies and I don't remember anything that happens anymore. But I think it was
last week. Yeah. So we have the Svelte starter kit now. I have not ever written a line of Svelte code. So I think it'd be very interesting to start with the Svelte starter kit and use AI and see how far we're able to get live. Because what can go wrong live coding?
Nothing. Are you gonna drive it then? You want me to drive it? Which one do you say?
Oh,
I'm good to go either way.
I'll drive it. Let's see. I'll start driving it. Let's see.
You start driving it, and I can talk you through. AI is going to do most of it, but I have written some Svelte. It's one of my favorite front end flavors, so I'm glad we have a starter kit. I was a strong Svelte proponent before I jumped into Livewire. Mostly because I think the Svelte templating language is the closest you can get to Blade in JavaScript land. That is if we want to do like a spicy take, that is my spicy take. Svelte feels the same kind of magic that Laravel feels, but in the front end.
I know like Alexander 6 Alex really likes Svelte, and I feel like I have other friends that really like Svelte, so I've wanted to try it and I just never have, but it feels like, why not now? And I've never written Vue either myself, but I did build something with Vue that is deployed. I think my book journal app that is deployed that uses the Laravel AI SDK. I used Vue for that because I just used AI. So it just did it using Vue. Let's go ahead and Laravel new here.
You might have to bump that size up a little bit. At least terminal. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I gotta remember my keybinds on my split keyboard. So this will be a minute.
Oh, there you go. No worries.
Where's plus? Isn't that a good question? Nope. None of these. That was just plus. Oh, because it's control plus, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. There you go.
There we go. Sorry. The life of having a split keyboard where you don't have like plus, minus, any of that on the keyboard. Same with like curly braces.
See, now you don't have to write anymore. The agents do it. So you don't really need.
That's true.
We could do it all without the keyboard if we want to, probably.
Actually, what do we want to build here instead of me just calling it Svelte demo?
It would be cool if we built something with reverb, because Cloud has a managed reverb. So I was thinking maybe kind of like a voting app.
Could go bigger. Is this large enough? Travel Mike? A voting app. Okay. So like a dad joke voting app or just general voting app?
Dad joke voting app, pineapples on pizza voting app. Something where like we
hot take voting app.
Hot take. There you go.
This name. Don't you love being able to come up with your own names?
Hot take
like
voting
just
app.
Hot take voting app. So creative. Okay. At least I'm not buying that domain. Let's see. I don't know if I've updated this, and I think I'm going to have to update it. So let's check. And just go into herd. Where would I? PHP. Laravel installer. I'm going to update. Woo. I have updated. Okay. Go back up. Laravel new. Svelte. There it is in all its glory.
Bam.
I love these gradients so much too.
New color gradient every time you Laravel new.
Yes. I think I like both of these. Both of these are really good. Okay. So we want Svelte. We'll
You
just
probably
use,
don't need authentication, right?
I don't think
For
so.
this? I mean, I guess, yeah.
I clicked it so fast. Should I go back?
No, I don't think we need it. I was thinking of like, okay, how are we going to enter questions? But we can do that from like a artisan command or something.
Oh crap. Yeah.
Or it's just a set number of questions to go.
Yeah, we could
Little-
have a
little
set number.
complicated. Yeah.
We could like see the database with some.
Yep.
Okay, let's do that. And then yes, we want boost. I'm not coding without boost.
Josh Ayo, what's happening? Well, what's happening, Josh? We are celebrating 1 year of Laravel Cloud, and the way to do that is we're going to start building an app hosted on Laravel Cloud with the new Laravel Svelte starter kit. Leah has not used Svelte before, so we're doing it kind of running blind. We're seeing just how good AI is with Laravel. That's really the real reason we're seeing it.
Yes, all of these things. I don't think we need herd MCP.
It's a good question, Travel Mike. Will you be using Claude? So what's your preference of choice right now, Leah? Cursor, Claude? What are you doing?
Yeah, both. I like Claude Code the most, I think, and I think I use it the most, especially like if I'm on my other computer, I am using VS Code. So then I'm using VS Code with Claude Code. But I do use Cursor a lot on my work computer. So I will be using Cursor to like open up this project. But even in Cursor, I feel like I default to using Claude in the CLI. Ignore these NPM errors. I have to do nvm use 20 and then rerun this. So please ignore. What was it? NPM.
You're not in the directory though. Just so you know.
You're right. I do that all the time too. What was this? Dad joke voting app? No, hot take
voting app.
Yeah.
But it'll probably be a dad joke voting app by the end of it.
I think so. What was it? NPM run which one? It wasn't dev. It was, what was it trying to do? Install? No.
Yeah,
build.
probably
It was trying to build it.
Yeah. Might need to do npm build. Yeah, so probably need to install again.
And then was running build. What is it doing now? Oh, okay. Well,
there you go.
fun stuff. I think it's that, right?
Yep, npm install, and then you can't do build. No.
Why is it still giving me an
Permission
error?
denied. Yeah, what'd you do to your npm?
I don't know. Hold on. We definitely planned this. Let me open this and somehow make sure it wasn't just that specific terminal.
Joshy boy says, "Sweet, I heard Svelte is really easy to use." I agree. I think it is, and it's one of those things where like it's a little bit easier to read, at least from my perspective, to be able to say, like if you're looking at your code, what's actually happening. There's less going on because React doesn't hide the magic as much. And it's less inline than Vue. So it's kind of like a good in between in a lot of ways.
What is happening? Do you know why? That's so weird. I don't understand what's going on there.
Permission denied is weird. It's like it's not getting access to the npm cache. So like you could like sudo npm run or npm install and see if that, that helps.
Okay. I can't even spell. I mean, if not, I guess Josh take the wheel, but
yeah, we can do that if that doesn't work. I just downloaded Zed actually. Awesome, sweet, good to know. Isn't pnpm better? It's kind of personal preference. So Laravel installer does have the ability to use. That worked. Nice.
What the heck? Okay, whatever. That's so dumb.
It might not. It might have to do like sudo npm.
I probably would.
No. It was just the install. So something was breaking it because it probably tried to install with the older npm version. Carl says, "Yeah, Claude fixed this issue."
Okay, very weird. Okay, we got that. We have the app. We could, of course, we should just be able to run dev from here, and then we would see the lovely start. Oh my god, I did npm run dev and it gave me no Svelte config. What is this? Again, permission. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's weird. What is
Why-
going on?
I don't know.
But while Leah figures that out, Moradsby, isn't PNPM better? It's kind of up to you. So like Laravel installer has the ability to say like a dash PNPM, or you can use dash bun. It's just a build step. So some people prefer it. And there's other complexities that can go into it. Like PNPM can run mono repos a little bit better. Like if you have like a JavaScript package in addition to your composer package, like all in one. Kind of depends. Leah, do you use Composer run dev at all, or do you use herd specifically with like the .test and just npm run dev separately?
npm run dev. And so I don't have to run like herd, like, so I don't have to run like herd.test or do any of that. I just npm run dev it. And then I will go into the env, which I'm about to do, and change the app URL to be the test, like the .test link from herd.
Nice. Capuchin blur theme. I think that was the one I had chosen initially, Danny Phantom. I've since changed from not the blur. Josh Boy, what are we building today? Taylor recently built a small app deployed to Vercel, which simply checks your GitHub history and creates a graph. You guys should make something simple and ship it. Which Taylor? But yeah, I think we're building a voting app. We're going to show off Laravel Cloud and Laravel Cloud's infrastructure within Reverb. So having a hosted Reverb server. Can you connect Zed with the Codex? I have not used AI agents within Zed. I believe you can, though. I believe Codex is possible within like the Zed configuration.
Wait, did I make this under herd, or is that why I was having issues?
Is it in a different directory?
I think it might have been. Hold on. Let's see. CD ... Yep, it wasn't under herd. Okay.
That's probably the whole
Yep.
issue right there.
Yep.
There we go.
And guess what? We're gonna put a lovely 2 on it, smack it there to make sure I don't run into any issues.
Yes, Shikai, you are correct. Using sudo in this context is a really bad idea. But
using what?
Like we shouldn't necessarily have used sudo for npm run install.
No, I had to run it even. I had to use it even for npm run dev, and I was like, okay, something is wrong here.
Yeah.
And then I went to the herd thing. Like I pulled up the herd link. It's like 404, and I was like, okay, something is very wrong here. And that's when it all clicked in my head. We love debugging. This is why you code live, right? Nothing ever goes wrong. You always do everything perfect. We don't need uni. That's perfect. Okay. I might still have to do NVM use 20, but we're not going to run into the crazy issues we did. At least fingers crossed, but we shouldn't. And there we go.
Nice.
And then herd edit. It will just pop it up over here. 1 second, I'm going to change something in the env. Oh, hold on. CD hot take voting app 2, and then herd edit, because I just opened up everything in that herd folder. There we go. Back to the env. Sorry. .env. Okay, it's already set to the .test. Okay, now we can actually do stuff.
Sweet. Let's do some stuff.
We love doing stuff.
Okay, so we got Boost ready. Let's do, and this is the non-admin thing. So I think want to do a plan prompt.
Sure. What do you normally use for plan prompts? Like, would you use Cursor for that, or would you use God?
I personally am in open code right now with Codex technically, so I'm using that for pretty much everything, in plan mode and in build mode. But yeah, usually for plans, I'm like I want to make a good plan specifically around like building the application, making sure it knows exactly like what application we have, knowing that reverb is the broadcasting command. Typically what I would do, I think AI has gotten a little better just in the past couple of months to do this, but typically I would almost install like broadcasting first, just so that it knows. Because if we're doing Laravel reverb, for example.
Okay. So let's go to reverb. Let's go in the docs. So you're saying you would go ahead and just run this, the PHP
Yeah.
artisan install broadcasting?
Yeah. That way it knows, hey, it's already done for us.
We'd like to use reverb. Would you like to install? Yes. Also, I don't know if I need to. No, this is awful. Oh, I was trying to zoom out and then I just kept going in. Hold on.
Oh, and some more.
There we go. I found minus. Okay. Would you like to install? Sure. Yes. See, now I'm not hitting that, but I think that is due to this.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because it's like I was using Node version 18. Okay. I was just installing it. So just npm install. We shouldn't have to sudo though.
Yeah, npm install and then npm run build again. Should be, I think that's what I was trying to do. It should be good.
Okay.
Perfect. And then I would probably I would probably also use the use echo hooks. I believe that has been updated for
Svelte.
I actually do not know the answer to that. Let me double check. Use echo.
There was something that was updated for Svelte, but I don't know.
I know use stream was.
I think that's what I'm thinking of.
I don't know if use hook has been updated yet.
This is for inertia.js.
See. All right. And yeah, so use echo has not been updated for Svelte just yet. But that's okay. I think we should still be good for Svelte. We can always, good thing about Svelte is it's just JavaScript behind the scenes. So agents know how to work with that.
Okay.
Want to do a plan prompt?
Yeah. Trying to think if I should use Cursor or Claude. We can see if I can trust this. Okay. No. I'm just like dragging random stuff at this point. You don't want that? Okay. If I want to plan here in the CLI, I generally don't plan when I'm using AI tools.
Yeah, typically the later versions, like the newer Sonnet 4.6 and Opus 4.5, whatever the 4.61 is, sometimes it'll automatically switch to plan for you. But you can also press Shift Tab and it'll automatically go into plan mode instead. But most of the time, so if you press that one more time.
I'm hitting it.
I was not doing it. Oh well.
No. Weird. What is it doing? It's like, is it stuck?
Yeah, did it like freeze up?
I think it did.
There you go.
I've never had that happen. Okay, let's try it one more time. Shift tab, shift tab. No,
I
it
wonder
does
if
not
that's a
like
bug. What if that's a bug with like the cursor terminal? That's really weird.
I don't know. How do I even?
'Cause
Oh,
now it's not
controls.
even like letting you type. Oh well, I guess
No.
we'll let it. We'll do a prompt without plan mode then.
Well, let's do. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. Okay. We will get rid of you. Open another one.
Unless it's freezing outside of like the plan mode thing.
I don't think so. Oh, maybe because it looks like it is trying to auto update.
Okay, that's weird.
And then I think that's like freezing it. Okay. We will go to cursor. I'm so sorry. I think I'm like cursing or I'm cursed by the stream because everything's like hitting random.
Live stream aspect.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're building a voting app using Laravel Reverb with Echo to have real-time view onto anonymous votes for a separate choosing between two different dad jokes.
Okay. So I just tell it all of that, right?
Yep, I would say do that. Yeah.
Okay. So I want to build a Laravel app using the Svelte starter kit should bring in inertia like the React and Vue one does, right?
Yep, all of that's all already built out. You probably don't need to do Laravel, like say Laravel app, but like it doesn't hurt if you do, honestly.
Yeah, because I wonder if I should say like an app using Svelte, inertia, and Laravel Reverb. Like how explicit are you?
I would definitely say Laravel Reverb for sure. Usually the Boost MCP does a good job of finding what your app already consists of, but I would definitely say Reverb for sure. Yeah.
Okay. So I want to build an app using Laravel Reverb. That's a period. And then I normally would say something like I want this app. Was it to be live voting? Is that what we said?
Yeah, I think so.
A live voting that allows users to vote. Did you say between two dad jokes or just between two different things?
We could probably do dad jokes. That way it's like more explicit. It probably can generate those dad jokes too.
Okay. Do we need to add anything else to this before we put it to planning?
I would say like maybe another thing it's probably going to ask similar questions, but I would say like we can use Laravel Echo for broadcasting to make sure those votes are seen in real time for anonymous users. So I think a key word for Reverb, for example, is like Reverb can be logged in users or anonymous. So I think anonymous users is key there too. That might be enough, honestly, for right now.
Gotcha. Okay, let's try sending it, see what we get. I'm going to use, I think, Composer 1. Or should we just go with 1?
I have not used Cursor that much, so whatever you think.
I have no clue. Let's try it. We'll see what happens.
Let's do it.
Why not?
Is
this like list stack? I do like list better than slit stack because that sounds a little messed up.
Yeah, Laravel inertia Svelte Tailwind. Cute user interface. Yeah, we should say that. We'll be part of it. We'll be part of that.
Please include a cute user. And how cute are we talking? Are we talking like emojis? Like,
how about cute user interface? Like something like a birthday sign, like a little maybe like some birthday cakes and candles.
Like a birthday cake. Okay, I'm gonna really push it. I'm gonna say in confetti.
I always love confetti. It's gonna pull in that confetti package.
Probably. I was kind of pulling something.
There you go.
I cannot confirm or deny that there might be some kind of birthday cake in my demo for Laracon EU next week.
There you go.
I'm gonna overwrite. Okay, we have the plan. Did they just update this plan and I still have to go up here to build it? Let's see. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Add confetti animation. Oh, on vote submission. I do like that. Okay, let's see how far we can get. Let's try building this plan. Or do we want to review it? How vibe codey, how thorough do we want to be?
Let's build it.
Okay. It's YOLO.
Let's YOLO it. Because then we can start looking at like, okay, here's what Svelte does. And then you can kind of compare. Like, I'm curious to get your thoughts on, now that you've built a lot within React and Blade, like specifically, how does Svelte look to you? What are the things that make sense? Got joke seeders. That would be probably one that we'll have to have it change a little bit, because
I made some.
there you go. We'll probably have to change that because in production we can't use seeders, or we can't use faker in production. We can seed in production.
Yeah, we can use Cedar. You can't use the faker. I knew that because I saw someone run into the same issue, and then I deployed something in the cloud the other week, and then I got an error, and I was like, oh, I left faker in, didn't I? And I did.
Go faker.
Okay.
Let's see. Still working?
Let's scroll. Yeah, a little bit. Almost done. It's on the 12th. I was trying to find one of the Svelte ones so I could look at that syntax. I think I'm just gonna accept right now. Where are you at?
See, that's probably not the one thing that
this is different.
Yep. So that would be like the
just conditional rendering in React.
That's conditional rendering. Yep.
React's I do it differently. Yeah, this syntax looks a little different. I don't know why. It's reminding me more of like EJS syntax.
Yep.
I don't know why. I don't know if it's supposed to be closer to that. But just remind me of it more. I don't hate it. That part, like the rest of it looks the same. That part looked different. I mean, this all looks the same. I'm guessing this is using form from inertia.
I don't know if it is. It is good. Because sometimes I have noticed, and I think like we got it updated in the Laravel Boost, which is great. Before, sometimes it would use like the old form instead of like the new form component.
It would use like use form with the regular form element.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or it does a try to like Axios thing. The only interesting thing here is typically, and we might run into this error. I'm curious.
What is it?
Probably something broke.
Or
or we have to keep all, I think.
Keep all where?
Like in the chat bottom right of it.
Oh, keep all.
Yeah. I don't know if that fixes it.
I don't think so. Okay. We'll check the console.
Probably some.
How'd you break it? Type error. Cannot read properties of undefined reading default.
There you go.
This.
Tell it to fix it. Say not good enough. Not good enough. Fix this.
Here. I'll just be really vague like I am sometimes where it's like, this is not working.
Sometimes I would just copy that console and just paste it in. Like not even say this is the error I get. Most of the time I'll just like copy it and paste it in.
I'll just
there are some, I don't think we have it out of the box for our starter kits, but there is at least for console errors, but you can use like the Playwright MCP and it will grab those console errors as well. 4:35 a.m. in Pakistan.
Ooh.
Wow. Good morning or good night. Word wrap is throwing me off. Sorry, Travel Mike. It's probably because she hasn't used Svelte either. So like in the sense like you don't have a Svelte plugin.
Oh, yeah. Okay, component should now work. Was it the confetti? Like, what was the problem? What do you mean it should work? I still see the same thing.
Did we
Keep
save?
all.
Like, yeah, keep all. See that?
I hit that. Okay, we already used this plan, so I think I can get rid of you. Is there...
Got
Nothing should
voting
be
as well.
unsaved. What is it?
Yeah, I was just seeing if in like the chat mode if it still had like any kind of. Is it a new error or is it the same error?
It looked like the same one. Here.
And we have npm run dev still running.
I'm about to double check that. I was about to run it because we might not. Okay, what is this? Have more. Okay. Why did you switch? Oh, because I opened a new terminal. So this new one. Okay.
There we go. Let's see. Okay.
It works. I was the
Let's
problem
see.
all along. Okay, I do see some errors about the WebSocket though.
Okay. I bet because we don't have like it's probably trying to connect to Laravel Reverb that we're trying to run locally. And so we have to run PHP artisan reverb start to run that.
Reverb start like that.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have to do anything else with? Okay, no, that went away. It is saying this uncaught voting.svelte and promise type error crypto.random UUID is not a function.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you that error and no other context.
The one thing that I'm curious, I think we'll probably have to solve is for voting. One of the things it likes to do, and I'm trying to work with pushback and like the boost team. One of the things the AI likes to do for some reason is in an inertia app, it likes to have post requests as that form, but we don't necessarily want that because we want to send like an Axios request or a fetch request to hit a server for that thing. So I'm guessing it's probably going to break if we tried to vote because it will probably say like, hey.
Why does it say already voted already?
There you go. There's one of the reasons too.
Oh.
Ask it to tell us. Why is it? Wow, that was fast as Josh Boy. It is crazy how fast you can go. Like obviously it's still broken, but at the same time, all of the pieces are there. Now it's the human interaction, I think, to actually like say, hey, here's the reason why it's broken, and let's talk with AI. I don't think we'll ever get to a point like in the next couple of weeks, at least, in the sense of like it is fixing itself and finding those errors, because you do have to have that structure. But the cool thing is, even with Laravel, with MCPs, with Boost, with Playwright, and all of those kind of stuff, it has more of those things, but doesn't necessarily know what you want, which is the other piece.
Vote. Okay, it's still not allowing me to vote at all. Oh wait, did it?
Nice.
It must have. Wait.
Like refresh, is that vote still there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so total votes is 1. 1 vote's still there. So I would probably say something like, I don't know. We voted, we see the 1, and then nothing happens. There's no confetti. They promised confetti.
They lied. I mean, I'm gonna hit it with a sad face.
Yeah, Josh, but we do have Reverb running locally.
I can't. I'll just do that one.
We shouldn't need, so you can send broadcasting events as a queue. And that might be a good point right there, because if you're not running Composer run Devlia, like if the AI decided to send it on the queue rather than I forget the way within Reverb you can, or within broadcasting events, you can send it asynchronous or synchronously, so you can send it on the request itself. But if it's for expecting a queue, we might need to start up a queue. So maybe we can ask the AI that as well. You can say something like every broadcasting event should be not using a queue and should be run on the request. I forget what it's called in Laravel.
What is it using here? No, it's going so fast. I can't even it's like should broadcast now.
Should
is what it's
broadcast
using.
now. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. So, okay. It was using should broadcast. So should
Mhm.
broadcast sends it by default on a queue. And so if we weren't running that queue, it's probably why there was some issues there too. But should broadcast now bypasses that and sends it on the request, which for
Yeah,
voting,
so-
we should be fine. I think we use should broadcast now, like on the Reverb main site, for example, that's should broadcast now as well.
Mhm. The only thing is I can't like revote
Like
because
reset. You
yeah.
probably can do like artisan migrate fresh, maybe.
Okay. Just drop the database and redo it. Is that right? Yes. Sorry, I'm like cutting off my terminal. Okay, and then let's see again.
Server error.
Oh wow. I love it. I mean, it has to be with me just running PHP Artisan Migrate Fresh, right?
Yeah, there's probably something that I probably need to seed. That's why.
Artisan Migrate. Wait, it's not even that. It's just DB seed.
Yeah, DB colon seed.
Where's my colon? Okay. No.
Like showed as nothing. Maybe we don't actually have it set up as seeder. Tell cursor. Be like, hey. I tried to, or I guess like that would be a good. Maybe we could tell it like we need a way during testing to like refresh everything or go to another joke or something like that.
Someone did say like hit keep. Was it that? No, I hit keep. I don't think it was like unsaved changes. Okay. You said what about the joke, Josh? Sorry, I was reading chat.
Well, I was gonna say like maybe we can say like we have a 500 error. It should know because of boost. It should know the specific Laravel logs. We have 500 error, and we should have a way to like go to the next joke after voting or something like that. That way we can test it multiple times.
Oh, I can't type. After voting. Let's see if it does look at my logs, because I didn't tell it I ran PHP Artisan Migrate Fresh, and that's kind of win. Okay,
Do you already have boost set up in cursor before? I would assume yes, probably, right?
Yeah. Yeah, boost is set up.
Nice.
Or it should be. I don't. I'm trying to think if it always asks me if I want to use the MCP. But I've definitely used boost and cursor before. So it should be fine. I'm trying to make sure it didn't change anything. I mean, I changed some stuff, but nothing like what we just changed.
Yeah, Trouble Mike says, you dummy head. You didn't listen to me. Stop and read carefully. Sometimes I feel like I'm talking to my toddler when I'm talking to AI. Like, no, listen carefully. Stop what you're doing. Let's see. Create a next method. Okay.
No. What did you even do?
What did we break?
I don't know. What else could we do? So, I mean, it broke around the time we did PHP Artisan Migrate. Oh my God. I can't even talk now. PHP Artisan Migrate Fresh.
Yeah.
What is the command to just, what is it? PHP Artisan DB wipe is you can use to wipe your database? And then
I
we
don't think I've ever used
Artisan
that.
Migrate.
But probably.
Is that right?
I
Is
don't
that
know.
a thing? Yeah, you
There
can
you go.
drop your tables. PHP Artisan Migrate. That's the one I normally use. I don't see. No, that's not. Okay, why do we have this error? What am I doing? Still npm running dev.
Okay, let's check the Laravel.log just to see. Because yeah, it didn't look like it was using boost to check that for some reason. So yeah, maybe you can either ask it to check or we can pull it up real quick. See what happens.
I wonder if it's not using boost. I mean, because yeah, like you said, I didn't see it using that to check the logs. I also haven't seen it check the browser logs.
Yeah, and sometimes it does that. Yeah, it looks like it might not be using.
I don't think it is. Irritating. Should I close my IDE and open it back, or how would I make sure it's using the like boost?
It's been a while since I've used Cursor, but I think if you go to like the MCP, like if you go into settings and you go to MCP,
Cursor settings. Okay, hold on. Cursor is under cursor settings.
yeah, I think is it in agents or it might be in, yeah, down here, MCP allow list. Okay, so we have that. Does it show more? Oh, tools and MCP on the left there.
Why are you disabled? Okay,
There we go.
Our saving grace.
Yeah. Save us. Save us.
Your only hope, Obi-Wan. Please look at the Laravel logs now using boost. It should just be able to use it now since I just enabled it, right?
It should. Yeah, I don't think you have to like restart that chat or anything. Yep, random C. There we go.
Yeah.
Let's run it.
Cannot read properties undefined. Saying it needs to be rebuilt, but okay, I mean we can do those, but I don't think it's fixed.
Herd's still running. That probably wouldn't be a 500 error though. But
Yeah, it's still up.
and npm run dev is still running.
It was, yeah, I just killed it. Did I just try to build? I did just try to build and I'm getting an error. It's like saying that voting.spell is using onClick to listen to the click event is deprecated. Okay, but then it says it built, so I think it did succeed. I did get some, like, I guess
Yeah,
just
probably-
errors.
Those are probably just
Warning.
warnings.
Yeah. Let's run dev again. I'm still seeing the 500.
Yeah, I would tell Cursor that maybe we're still seeing the 500. Some people in the chat said, or I didn't look at the specific code, but someone said it might be related to only and not having exactly 2 jokes.
Oh, due to only having 2 jokes?
Due to having more than 2 jokes now that we asked to like being able to go to the next joke, for example. I guess we could say, even Danny Fan have said this, yep, that when it crashed was after we ran artisan migrate fresh to try to refresh the jokes table.
It did some cool. I don't know if it fixed. No.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know if we kept them though. Kept those changes.
Keep.
Nothing. That's weird. And probably like the 500 error is on page load of the like home route or whatever the slash route.
Yeah.
Welcome to the stream, everyone. 1 year of Laravel Cloud. Funny part about AI is it's great, and then you have to. The hard part is fixing the fun issues that come up. But what is everyone's current flavor of? Do you use AI at all? If you do, what do you prefer? If you don't, have you tried using it with like Laravel Boost, for example? Has that changed it?
What is it talking here? I guess I have to keep.
Nice.
Oh.
That's up. There you go.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it was empty. Okay, I guess after I redid it, I needed to seed
That
again.
seeder must not have like ran when we ran it.
I
Oh well.
think it did. Okay, let's try voting.
Nothing.
Okay, are you just delayed? Hello?
Is Reverb still running? Is that a WebSocket connection error?
Wait, no. Okay, maybe. I did just notice whenever I was hitting vote, it was going to the next one, and then I refresh and it says the one I voted for. Okay, this is weird.
Yeah, Reverb's still running.
You saw it?
Yeah, that one is. Oh wait, never mind.
It's not
No,
right.
No, not running.
Okay. How are we going to? God, I don't want to reset the database to do this again to test it because I can't vote again. Can I? It is going to the next ones.
Yeah, it's like going to the next one.
But keeping this. Oh,
Yeah,
hurt me.
maybe we can ask it to show like it should maybe highlight one joke, but then show all the jokes underneath it so we can see in real time each person voting on any joke.
See in real time any person voting on any joke.
And then we can open it up in a new, like you can have two of the windows just to check to make sure like the Reverb broadcasting piece is working well.
Mm-hmm.
And we can see.
Okay. At least we're getting somewhere. This also shows that using AI doesn't get rid of the problem solving aspect, which is like what so many people like about coding, and still the problem solving, like the bugs that you end up like having to hunt down and solving are still like the dumb user errors issues and not even the AI half the time.
100%.
Let's see. I think this is fine. We'll double check it.
Okay, featured joke.
That is
there's only 3 jokes. Okay. Why did I say joke number 2 and then featured? Is there only 2 jokes?
I think there's only 2 jokes.
Why does it vote for this featured joke? What is it? Users can vote on any joke, featured or in the list.
I don't know. I don't like this UI.
Yeah, that UI is terrible.
Okay, hold on. We should not.
Or maybe how many jokes are there? That's a good question for it.
2. I think if I look at the seeder,
jokes. Yeah,
there's only 2 jokes. Okay, we need how many jokes do we want? Like 50?
Yeah, that's maybe 2. We'll do like maybe like 10.
We need 10 jokes. The featured joke should not also repeat.
The featured joke is like a featured joke vote between 2 jokes. Or 10, it should be 10 joke standoffs, 10 joke battles.
Oh, okay. So wait, so we need 20 jokes then for it to be 10 battles, correct?
Yeah. Or hear me out. What if it was we had, like 20 we had 20 jokes. But we have a standing that is like that's like leaderboard underneath it. Mm-hmm. And so each joke is randomly pitted against each other, and depending on your vote, it affects the standing. So that way we have like that real-time aspect of the standing of like, oh, this joke is, has the most votes.
I almost feel like we have to repeat that for my brain to retain too. I get we want them to stand off. Are you saying like based on that vote, then that joke would go up against another one we have, or like?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
How many jokes do we want total? Then the 10, like you said.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll do like 50 at that point.
Okay,
Kind of need
we need
more.
50 jokes. So the featured joke should actually be,
And maybe not even like featured anymore. Like the main voting feature should be pitting two jokes against each other at random.
okay.
When a joke wins, it stays.
Mm-hmm.
And its rating goes up. And then is pitted against another random joke. And then below those voting jokes is a leaderboard to see which joke has gotten the most votes.
Okay.
We
Ooh,
need limits
limits?
though. One thing at a time, Jerry. I don't know. No, I agree. We probably do need limits in the sense of like we could add like some rate limiting in there. Diabell says, it's kind of funny. I did this yesterday and on Sunday to finish a usable demo for a Twitch stream game. Kind of same vibes. I one of the first reverb applications I built is a game called Roundest, which has you vote against specific Pokemon depending on like how round they are.
That's cute.
It's in the chat as well. But that has Laravel Reverb. I think that's hosted on Forge. I can't remember where I hosted it on. Actually, I think it was one of the first apps I hosted on Laravel Cloud. It is. Yep.
How do you know who's rounder? Say you. Oh, Voltorb, of course. This is fun. I like this idea. Oh man. Okay. It
There we
cooked a
go.
little bit.
Okay. There you go.
Maybe this one. But like the voting is still delayed, it seems.
Yeah. Voting isn't actually working, right?
Right. Oh, I wish we could have gotten this working right before we bring Jess on to talk about
Oh well.
Nightwatch. But it is what it is.
We'll call it still a success. If anything, it wasn't Laravel's fault or Laravel Cloud's fault.
No, it definitely wasn't. We didn't even show Cloud, so
Yeah, cursor.
thank you, Cursor. And thank you, Leah, for accidentally Laravel newing not in my herd folder and then having to sudo npm run build. My
Yeah,
bad.
what Danny said, you should just behind the scenes be like, let's fix all this, make it work, make no mistakes, and then we'll see if it happens at the end of it.
Yeah. Where it's like, you are held liable. Like, I will fall out of a window if you do not fix this, make no mistakes. And then suddenly it'll be working and then we'll all use it before we end stream.
I love it.
Let's see. Okay, let me go ahead and bring Jess up then. This lovely debugging was brought to you by me and Josh, but now we're going to bring Jess Archer up to talk about Nightwatch. Hello, Jess.
Hello,
How are
Jess.
you?
Everyone, applause for Jess.
Good.
Oh wow, that's actual applause.
We have the soundboard.
Yeah.
We've been playing it like all day. At the end, it goes, yeah! And it gets really into it.
It's fun.
I only just woke up, so I haven't been able to catch any of the streams. So how's it been going?
Well, good morning.
Thank you.
Good. We got Taylor to sing "Happy Birthday" to Cloud with us.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'll
That
have
was-
to go and check
That
that
was
out.
very unexpected. Yeah, we didn't think he was, and because everyone said, even John O'Nolan was like, "Hey, I'll bet money that Taylor doesn't do it," because everyone else was denying. We asked everyone, "Hey, it's Cloud's birthday, so we should sing Happy Birthday," and everyone's like, "Eh, you don't want to hear me do that." And then Taylor just was like, "Okay, let's do it."
Taylor goes along with a lot of stuff. I remember in India, he ate fire pan on stage, which is like this
Ooh.
leaf with stuff inside it. But fire pan, it's literally lit on fire, and then you put it in your mouth. So yeah, Taylor will go for. He'll say yes to anything
There
at
you
least
go.
once.
we
I love
asked
it.
Joe. Joe said no. Joe Dixon wouldn't do it. John O'Nolan wouldn't do it. I think we asked James too. I kept telling James we needed a Cloud jingle, and he was like, "No, I'm not singing."
Cloud jingle. Okay. Yep.
I
Like
I
an
feel that'd
old
be
old
good.
fashioned kind of like 90s television jingle kind of thing.
Yeah, something
Like a
like
retro kind of vibe. Yeah, that's
Exactly.
cool.
Like we have a commercial that's like, I can't even think of it now, but like the Stanley Steamer one.
Oh my goodness, no, I have no idea.
Yeah, I know. I think it's a US thing.
Yeah.
I can't think of a jingle off the top of my head now. But I was just like,
All of mine will be
Lightning
very
McQueen.
Australian. Like there's a Pizza Hut one actually. Pizza Hut's everywhere. I mean, did you have like a Pizza Hut one?
I don't know about a Pizza Hut jingle.
I don't know.
It wouldn't be the same though, because it actually had the phone number incorporated into it,
Oh.
and it was like literally like a phone number that would only work in Queensland, like the state that I'm in. But I
There's
still
a lot-
remember the phone number for Pizza Hut from when I was a kid because of the jingle. That's how effective they can be.
So it was
There you
good.
go. There's
Yeah.
a lot of phone number jingles in the U.S. too. The one
Do
that
you still remember them? Do you remember like some phone number jingles from when you were a kid from just random businesses?
like what's the like Learner and Row is a place to go called 977-1900.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think that's what's like 977-1900. Let's see if
There's
This
an
is like back when,
education
you know, before
connection.
websites.
Learner and
when-
Row. Yep, that is a Phoenix, Arizona thing. Learner and Row is the place to go called
Amazing.
977-1900. It's
Now no one
crazy how
uses
those
phone
things
numbers.
stick in our head.
Yeah.
We need a Laravel phone number, and then we'll get James Brooks to make a jingle with the phone number, and then come back on
Excellent.
stream and do it.
I'm surprised no one does jingles with URLs. I don't
Like
think I've heard
URLs.
one. Yeah.
Hmm.
I feel like that's like the thing, but they're also easy to remember than a phone number. Like
Yeah.
the trick with the jingle for phone number is like getting people to actually remember a sequence of digits. Like that's pretty powerful.
I remember I don't know how I even first heard the 977-1900 number, but like I know it. I don't even know my wife's phone number, but I know that. So,
You don't know your wife's phone number.
I do, but
Okay.
I didn't know it before she changed it to be one digit less than mine. So
Okay.
before I didn't know it. Now I know it.
I have my.
I used to know, yeah, a lot of my friends' phone numbers when I was a kid, but now I don't know.
Yeah.
It wasn't used to ring. I mean, I'm probably showing my age here, but like I remember as a kid, like you'd ring your friends on like the landline phone in the house.
Yeah.
You'd have to like go like, oh, can I use the phone? Someone else is using the phone.
Dial
do you
up
have-
was going.
I'll say AOL dial-up.
Yeah, we had dial-up. Actually, I think we had AOL, even though we were in Australia. I remember having like an AOL.
Interesting. There you go.
Like it basically had like an email address and stuff with it. That was pretty cool. So yeah,
I love it.
Nightwatch.
Nightwatch.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna relinquish my spot on stage. It's good to see you, Jess. But I'm relinquishing my
You too,
spot on
Josh.
stage for
Okay.
Devin, I believe, is backup. We'll see
Yeah.
if he wants to be backup. But
I s-
good morning, Jess.
Hi, Josh.
Good evening, Josh.
I'm gonna bring Devin up. Oop.
Hey,
You're muted.
Devin.
You're muted, Devin.
It's still muted. There we go. No. What?
I pushed that button 5 times and it literally remuted every time.
Muted,
Wow.
remuted, muted.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Howdy.
Hello.
Howdy.
So, Jess, do you wanna introduce yourself really quick? I feel like most
Sure.
people should know who you are, but just in case.
No one should know who I am. But I'm Jess Archer. I'm from Brisbane, Australia. My title, I guess, is engineering manager and head of Nightwatch here at Laravel. I've been programming in PHP for more than half of my life now, which is kind of wild to think about. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. I just got a new mountain bike.
You got a new mountain bike.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. But I'm flying to Laracon EU tonight, so it's going to be sitting at home, and I'll be thinking about it.
Did you just buy it today?
I picked it up last night, so I had a small ride last night. I'll try and squeeze in a little tiny ride today before I fly out.
How was that flight for you?
Brutal. It's about 24 hours gate to gate with about a 2.5-hour layover in Dubai. So 2 big long stretches. So that's, yeah, the penalty of living in Australia, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
No
I
wonder
had
you're
that.
leaving so early.
When we came out to Australia in November for AU, Laracon AU, it's 24 hours gate to gate for me. So I feel your pain.
It's like 24 hours pretty much wherever I go, like Europe, US. India's not so bad. Japan's pretty good. New Zealand is obviously nice and close. Yeah. I like my little island.
Yeah, I really liked Australia.
I got yelled at for calling it an island. A lot.
It is an island, right?
By who?
I agree. But some of the other locals in Australia are like, it's a continent. And I was like, I didn't say it wasn't.
Isn't it? I could be wrong, but isn't it the only island that's also like a continent? Like,
other than Antarctica, I
one?
think that's right.
yeah,
Huge
I don't know.
island. You can have large
Huge
islands.
island. It's massive. And like, people don't realize how big it is because the normal map that most people in the world uses, Australia's kind of like down the bottom, but because of like the way that you curve a globe, Australia looks really small. But when you like overlay it over like the US, it's like, I think it covers it, or yeah.
I'll have to look at that. I know what blew my mind is someone told me whenever I was in Australia for Laracon AU, I think that like the population for all of Australia can fit in Texas, basically, in the US. It's like less than
Probably.
the amount of people in Texas, I think.
Well, when I was in India for Laracon India, and I think the entire population of Australia was the same as the population of Mumbai,
Mm-hmm.
from memory,
Something like
somewhere
that.
close to that. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I forget the
It's very spread
exact
out.
numbers.
We
But
have this like really kind of hot area in the middle that not a lot of people live in.
Mm-hmm.
We stick to the coasts.
I didn't realize that either. I think it was Joe was telling me that. Like
Yeah.
Laracon AU.
But yeah, one day I'd love to actually go and explore more of the middle of Australia. I think it's quite beautiful.
take pictures
Yeah.
Yes.
while you brave that for us, so we don't have to.
Yeah, I'm like thinking in my head, I don't think I ever would do that, but I'd love to like see it through Jess's lens. Like, you do it, we can live vicariously through you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a golf course in Australia that is the world's longest golf course, and it's 18 holes. It goes along the southern border of the island / continent / country there, and basically you play a hole and then you drive 400 kilometers to the next hole, and it's all like a whole bunch of like old-fashioned little like towns that are all done up for the golf course, but it's like something like 1,800 kilometer golf course.
Wow. So most golf courses, do they kind of like curve back on themselves and
Yeah.
fit into like, yeah. So this one's just like end to end, like.
Yeah. It's supposed to be like a road trip plus. Yeah. Pretty cool. I saw it online.
Wow.
I want to do that. I want to do that next year.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't hear anything about that. But I guess really quick, to Nightwatch, what we're here to talk about too. We can talk about Australia all throughout
We can
this
talk about
as
Australia
well.
for ages though.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
But I'm
have
assuming
been
most
here.
people are interested more in Laravel topics rather than Australia topics. Who knows?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, what's wrong with them? I'm more interested in koalas than anything with
Koalas
Australia.
are the
Same.
best.
They're so good. But we're here to talk about Nightwatch with Jess. So the stream is all about the 1-year anniversary of Laravel Cloud. But as we talked about some earlier, it's really easy to use Nightwatch on your or with your cloud applications and kind of get
Yep.
a better insight as to what's going on with them. And we also got a lot of comments earlier about people saying they love Nightwatch. I think someone even said that they really like that we offer the free tier with Nightwatch, and
Yep.
that's been like
Yep.
really helpful. So I think a lot of people are going to be excited to see you on here talking about Nightwatch. So I guess
Love
like getting into it, do you want to kind of like, I know it's kind of a big thing, but like kind of just overview what Nightwatch is and like how Nightwatch even like came about?
Sure. So it's an application performance monitoring tool, exception tracker, and logging platform, all three kind of rolled into one. And those three things, sometimes, like often those will be separate products, but it makes a lot of sense for those to live all together because they all kind of interplay with each other and to be able to have that data connected together. It's also made specifically for Laravel. So it knows Laravel intimately. It's ready to go out of the box. It instruments all of the like big features of Laravel, especially the things where you care about performance, such as query timing, the timing of outgoing requests, emails, all that sort of stuff. So specifically made for Laravel, ready to go out of the box. In terms of where it came from, it has like kind of an interesting history. Taylor, way back when, asked me about creating a monitoring tool, like a kind of self-hosted monitoring tool that we could use for Laravel Forge to just find things like our slowest routes, our slowest jobs, all that sort of stuff. And so we built Laravel Pulse, which is a free and open source self-hosted dashboard for monitoring your applications. It works with your existing database. So it works with like MySQL and Postgres style databases, which does mean there are some limitations in the depth that it can work with because those databases aren't designed for doing these heavy analytical queries. But we did some really cool engineering to still make it work and be able to do some like pre-aggregation at this like high level, but it's just this like kind of single page dashboard. So then Taylor, after that was kind of really popular, Taylor was like, well, can we kind of take this to the next level? What if we didn't have the limitations of like a self-hosted database? What if we could use, big, more powerful tools and have much more in-depth analysis where you could actually kind of zoom into individual requests and see what's happening. So that's where Nightwatch came from. Originally was myself and Tim building it, but we quickly realized we needed a lot more help. It was it's a pretty serious product. And we're now a team of 9, I believe, working full-time on Nightwatch.
That's exciting. I think someone, I don't know if anyone's joined recently, but I know like even the week of Laracon AU, right? Someone had just started.
Yeah, yep. There was 2 people joined kind of around that sort of time. So yeah, we've done well.
Yeah.
We've got an amazing team of developers and designers and product managers and infrastructure. It's the dream team.
No, the team's been killing it, and we talked a little bit about it earlier because we were talking about like the different teams, and Taylor's talking about how everyone's still like working like all over the world, right, and asynchronously and stuff. And I mentioned how like it's so interesting to me that like the Nightwatch team, all of you guys had kind of worked together in the past, or like a lot of you had.
Yeah. I think how many of us? More than half of us, I think, used to work together at different points. And just such a pleasure to work with those people. But then also bringing on some new faces as well that just fit right in and that. But yeah, it is kind of interesting how we divide our teams kind of to work with our geographically distributed team. So kind of dividing Nightwatch team is Australia Pacific region. So we've got someone in New Zealand and someone in Japan, and then everyone else is in Australia. But yeah, it kind of means we can collaborate. We can just kind of hang out on Zoom calls during the day and just work while like not feel so kind of alone working remote. It really feels collaborative and fun and engaging, and we can share wins and losses and memes and all the fun stuff.
I remember the one video, I think it was Philip shared it. It was like the one video that was supposed to be like a hype video for Nightwatch or something that was like released for Nightwatch, and it had like the bin chicken in it.
Yes, that was
Right?
a version that Jeremy made, kind of I guess like an internal promo video.
Mhm.
So for those that don't know, the bin chicken is a loving nickname we give to a bird called the ibis. It's, I guess, our equivalent of the trash panda. It's just a native animal that loves to pull stuff out of the bin. And it's a bit of an Australian icon. I think there's been calls to make it like the official mascot of the Olympics that we're having here in 2032 for Brisbane. So
They
yeah,
should.
they should.
I
Would you
definitely vote
say-
for that as well.
Would you say that the bin chicken is the official mascot for Laravel Nightwatch? At least for the team internally.
I don't feel like it is. It's just a funny thing, but I don't know what our mascot would be. I don't know. We kind of, in the early days, we kind of were leaning into the like this like superhero kind of theme, this like Nightwatch, these like, you know, people at night that are keeping eye over the city, all that sort of stuff.
I
And we
remember
still
the
kinda use
emoji.
the like superhero emoji. Yeah, we use that emoji a lot still. Yeah, so I feel like that's kind of our mascot is the masked nighttime superhero. The other fun thing actually about the name Nightwatch is originally, before Nightwatch existed, when it was really just me and Tim in Australia working at Laravel, our team nickname was like the Nightwatch team because we were the Nightwatch for Laravel, because while everyone was asleep, we were awake. And so it kind of just carried on from that, which was really cool.
So that's
That's
where the
amazing
name came
lore.
from?
Yeah, that's where the name came from. I don't know if it was Taylor or Tim who coined the Nightwatch team kind of name for like just representing the Australia team of me and Tim. And, you know, at first we were tossing around names like, you know, Pulse Pro and those sorts of things, but I don't know, they weren't as fun or as cool. Nightwatch just sounded so cool, and we were already kind of using it for our team, and yeah, it kind of just stuck.
I can't imagine it not being Nightwatch, especially because of like what Jeremy was able to do, like design wise, because of the name, like how like
Yeah.
leaned hard into the dark mode, and then having kind of like where it was dark mode, but then there's like the green for the icon in different
Yeah.
places and stuff. And then we had the like what, don't be afraid of the dark. That was like our
Yeah.
like our H1 for the marketing page. It was just like so much fun. And I feel like if it was just like Pulse Pro, that wouldn't be as fun, you know?
I agree. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's the best name. I love it.
It feels really cool. Like I feel like
Yeah.
you just hear like Nightwatch team and you're like, oh, they're cool. Like the name is just the name just makes everyone seem cool. You guys are cool, but
well, yeah. I mean, sometimes I feel like, yeah, you hear the cool name and then it's just me that pops up and it's like, hey.
No, it's not like that at all.
I don't have like the dark leather jacket and you know the dark sunglasses and everything.
Well, you have the Laravel, the artisan jacket, and then the Nightwatch
this
sunglasses.
is true. I do have, and I have my Nightwatch sunglasses.
So you do have it.
on the side. Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh yeah,
Nightwatch.
there's a cool person. And then Joshy Boy had said, so interesting how small it started, which I didn't realize that either.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of evolved. I love how it evolved from like, we had this need internally. We wanted something to monitor Forge, but like with pretty much every like package we've created at Laravel and every service, it started from our own need. Sometimes people ask us like, oh, why don't we build X? Why don't we build Y? And often it's because we just haven't needed that internally ourselves yet. And it's really fantastic to be able to build stuff where we need it internally. Like we use Nightwatch internally. We use Nightwatch to monitor Nightwatch. It monitors all of our other products. I love that aspect of it. So yeah, it kind of evolved from just this internal need to, well, if we need it, then the community probably will need it. And then like, then ramping it up to like, you know, what can we do if we use, you know, analytical databases and have a full team and, you know, dedicated infrastructure team to deal with all the events coming in and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's nice.
That makes
When
me
did it-
think.
I was going to say, when did it turn into like a product? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but like Laracon 24, you gave a talk about analytical databases, and so you were already
yes.
starting to work on this before
Yes.
that, but it didn't even get announced till like later the next year, right?
I think it was later that year. So yeah, in Dallas, I did a talk called Analyzing Analytical Databases. And it was effectively a comparison between MySQL and a database called ClickHouse. And it wasn't like a MySQL's bad, ClickHouse good kind of talk. It was like these two tools solve entirely different problems. And they have some overlap, but the kind of, when you're dealing with a lot of data and you want to aggregate a lot of data, transactional databases just aren't set up for that. Like MySQL and Postgres, they can handle millions, billions of rows if you want to like do transactional things where you pull one row out, make changes to it, put it back in, all that sort of stuff. But when you want to say, what's the average duration between this time range and this time range for this route, that's where those sorts of databases, they're just not set up for it. And if they were set up for it, they would suffer in other ways. So ClickHouse and other OLAP databases, online analytical processing databases, they're designed for that. But it also means then that from the transactional side, that's where they're not as strong. So yeah, did a whole talk on that. Taylor, I think, asked if I wanted to give a Laracon talk. And the only thing I was just like, felt like I love to give talks about things that I'm passionate and excited about. And the thing that I was passionate and excited about was ClickHouse because we were building Nightwatch. But I couldn't talk about Nightwatch at that point. But I'm like, but I can still talk about ClickHouse, right? And I think at the end I had a small little teaser. So yeah, did that talk. I used the Stack Overflow. They like publish all of their posts like open source. So you can download, I think, Parquet files with like every Stack Overflow question and answer and everything ever asked. So I loaded that into MySQL and ClickHouse and was able to just ask interesting queries of that data set. Like, you know, what's the most popular question of all time? And, you know, which questions reference Laravel, all these sorts of things. But yeah, so hinted at, you know, things you could use it for. And then it was like, well, what are we using it for? Well, stay tuned and we'll tell you in November. So it was later that year at Laracon Australia where we announced Nightwatch. And then we launched the following year in June, I think.
I think that's right. Because I worked on the marketing site. The only reason I remember the launch. Which that was fun because of the time difference and trying to like collaborate with the team and with Jeremy.
It's challenging, but I think we make it work pretty well.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you're here today too. We made it work. We only had to stream 12 hours, the overlap.
Yeah. But I didn't even have to get up early, so this is great.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's tomorrow for you, right?
It is currently, I guess, tomorrow. Yeah, it's Wednesday here. I'm guessing it's Tuesday.
Yeah.
That's why the time zone got me the most because like when I messaged you about it, I had to change the date and the time. So I was like, and then I was like, wait, it's Wednesday for her? It's like, wait, it's the 25th?
And I got confused because of like flying out to Laracon and I was like, oh, I can't make it because, you know, I'll be on a plane then. And then when I properly thought about it, I realized, no, I actually am available.
I appreciate you doing this before you have to do like a 24-hour flight too.
I've still got a decent amount of time left during the day to chill out and pack my bag.
You haven't packed yet?
No, I've done all my like washing and stuff, so it's kind of all ready to shove in. And I have a very thorough packing list that I've used for, I don't know, a long time now. So it's pretty easy to pack. Now I just go through the checklist. Yep. And I still have all my like travel toiletries kind of already set aside. Like I have a whole travel kit of stuff. So it's really just picking which clothes for wherever I'm going. Does anyone know how we should be dressing for? Are either of you coming to Laracon EU?
Both of us.
Yeah. What should we be wearing?
Clothes, probably.
Winter, right?
But like, it's cold, right?
I think it's winter. I don't know how cold it is there, though.
We're gonna Google this.
Not as cold as like, because I think Laracon EU is normally in January.
It's 49 Fahrenheit
really
there
in
now.
Amsterdam. 49 Fahrenheit. I'm gonna have to Google that.
9 degrees Celsius.
Oh, thank you.
You're okay.
Yeah, I'll need I'll need jumpers and jackets.
Yeah.
It's going to be summer for me there. It's currently 9 degrees Fahrenheit here. So.
Oh, wow. Okay. So it's going to get warmer for you.
Yeah. Substantially.
Colder.
Yes.
We actually
You'll be
just
there
had a
in
blizzard here.
Shorts and a t-shirt.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
I hope our flights don't get canceled. I'm flying out of Boston, or I'm flying from Denver to Boston. In Boston, which I think is near where Devin is, there's a winter advisory already. Like they're like sending me a voucher so I can like possibly change my flights. I was like, I don't want to change my flights. I just want to get to Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Logan has construction right now too, the airport in Boston. So they do this often. Plus, I believe the government has also shut down TSA for whatever reason right now. So I think just like when we went to Australia, it's going to be a skeleton crew at the airports. So
fun.
Yeah. I literally didn't know if my flight was taken off to Australia until I got on the plane.
I didn't have those issues. That's awful.
Yeah.
Josh, what were you asking about here? How do we find more information about that? I don't know if it was about the talk Jess was talking about or which one. But let us know what you were asking.
Australia information.
That could be that too.
In terms of the talks, I gave a talk in India this year, and it was kind of an evolution of the talk I gave in Dallas. So it was, again, like a comparison between MySQL, Postgres, and ClickHouse, but now from the perspective of building an observability platform and talking about the number of events we received. But I go into more depth on how we solved very specific challenges. So highly recommend checking out that talk if you do have a lot of data to analyze and aggregate. I'll also be giving that talk at Laravel Live Japan in June as well.
That's very exciting. That's another. You said that, and now I'm like, now I want to go. I keep saying I want to go, and then I look at how much flights cost, and they're like $1,500. I'm like, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. And now I'm like, maybe I do it. We'll see.
Fingers crossed, I'm going there too, but we'll find out. Yeah. Well, the other day I was doing some load testing on the cloud for a customer we're trying to bring on, and I created an application that basically simulated the same request patterns that theirs did using like a jitter. And at the same time, I was like, hey, I'm going to pump 100% of events into Nightwatch right now, because I would like to see what happens here to know, like, if I need to, have the information I need to go back to the cloud team on this. And so to give you just insight, I was pumping 17,000 requests per second through cloud. And I was for over an hour, and every single one of those events was writing to Nightwatch at 100% capture rate.
So I think we saw our traffic graph spike. So we normally, when I did my talk in India, I actually went and got all the numbers, and we have since launch have ingested over 260 billion events. And I think I did like an average check for the last week, and it was about 17,000 a second normal. So I guess you like doubled our ingest traffic for that point in time. But yeah, we're definitely set up to handle those sorts of spikes. Nightwatch is kind of interesting in that like other people's traffic patterns become our traffic patterns as well. There's we get massive upticks on the hour, on the 10-minute, which I think are probably a lot of scheduled processes that kick off and send through a bunch of stuff. So,
you muted.
Sorry, I pushed my space bar. It's really interesting seeing the like traffic, but it's all gets muddied together. But there are still patterns that you can see that like stand out through the noise. But yeah, really cool to hear that it stood up to having its usual traffic doubled, and that 17,000 a second is like an average. Our peaks go higher than that. Yeah.
Oh, is that across the platform? Normally, it's 17,000 per second, like all three regions?
That's what when I checked it, I did like the average over a 1 week period to just try and get rid of the noise of weekends being quieter and days and all that sort of stuff. So if I did it over the last day, it would depend on which day we did it on as to like what the average is. Whereas at least if you do a week, I mean, doing it over a month would probably be the best, because I think at the start of the month, there's, even more upticks in traffic.
Yeah. Well, because that 17,000 I was sending was all to Ohio.
Also higher. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So yeah, it
I
handled
remember,
it great.
I remember our infrastructure team feeling very proud when they heard about it and saw that. Yeah, we handled it.
I just saw it. I was like, this is perfect. This is keeping up. I'm loving this. Can we double it?
And we recently made a bunch of like kind of under the hood improvements to how we like handle traffic as well, which sounds like, yeah, you gave us a free load test on that, which is awesome. So thank you.
Yeah, anytime. It was a lot of fun. Not often you get the chance to be like, can you just go break our product and see where if it'll give? And when it doesn't, you're just like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
Travel Mike said, if it's okay, I have a tiny feedback. It'd be great to connect my Nightwatch token in a click or two on Cloud instead of looking for my token.
If I'm understanding correctly, we already have that, don't we?
I think what he's saying is right now you have to turn it on and then you have to go to Nightwatch. You have to grab your token and you have to put it in.
Gotcha.
If you can just turn it on and it can, yep.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, 100%. Yes. It would be great. And yes.
Okay. That would be great. I can vouch for that. Also, but speaking of things that, like, we had a bunch of new features last week for Nightwatch.
This month has been, I feel like we've been shipping more than, like, the most we've shipped since launch this month. And there's a lot of, I think, reasons why that is. You know, AI, agentic coding, all that sort of stuff has definitely helped. But to me, the biggest thing was there was a lot of foundational work we were still doing and still kind of catching up on that was kind of more behind the scenes stuff, like the performance stuff I mentioned. We had a lot of kind of decisions we made early on that once we had more traffic, we kind of realized that, you know, we needed to tweak some things. And there's stuff that is not customer focusing other than just the performance feels faster of using the app. But we got a lot of that kind of work done late last year and then early this year. And so February, we've been able to like really start focusing on a lot of like new features. I had to actually write a list of all of them because like I knew I would forget some of them of what we've shipped just this month. So like I can like list some of them out if you like.
I would love it because I know the MCP one and the linear integration. Those are the main ones, but I'd love to hear all of them.
So I mean, there's some that are bigger and some that are smaller. So one that we recently shipped is the ability to filter by user. When you're like going, like you click on a route and you've got all the requests there, you can now filter to a specific user of your application and kind of see like their experience on that particular route or anything like that. The linear integration, as you mentioned, so you can now link an issue in Nightwatch to either create a new issue in linear that's linked to Nightwatch, or you can link to an existing issue in linear. So maybe like the customer's already reported the problem and it's come in via customer support. You can link the Nightwatch one to that existing one. And we also recently connected it like a two-way sync. So now if you update the status in linear, it'll update the status in Nightwatch and vice versa. We're going to continue improving and expanding on those sorts of features to really let people customize it to fit their exact workflows. But yeah, that's really, really exciting. We use linear internally. And so that was kind of the first one we started with, but we're also, of course, looking at integrating with a lot of other tools folks use. MCP was a huge one. This was one that kind of really highlighted like how some of these foundations were in place, where we didn't even plan on shipping it in February. Like it wasn't in the cycle at the start. And it was just kind of got to a point where we're like, we really need this. We know everyone wants it. And now all the pieces are there. So Laravel's MCP package, using Passport to do the authentication. We'd already built the copy to markdown functionality where you could copy an exception or an issue, copy the markdown to paste into AI with all of the context about their particular issue. And so building the MCP part was really just connecting pieces together then at that point, which was really cool. So yeah, you can now ask your agent to list your issues, get details about a specific issue, and because your agent then has access to your code base, it can take the context of what happened in production with the context of the actual code that's running locally, and help you fix that problem. And then even update the issue status afterwards when it's done. So that's really cool. We also, I don't know that we've like officially announced this. It is documented, so it's not like secret, but we now also have WebSocket support. So now you can basically have Nightwatch send a request to the URL of your choosing on 4 different events. So issue opened, issue reopened, issue resolved, and issue ignored. So you can, I set one up the other day to just send me messages on Telegram just to kind of play with it. And so you can kind of build your own integrations now. We still will have a lot of other kind of more first party and opinionated integrations. Like we already have the Slack integration and the linear integration. But now you can kind of set up a lot of these yourself as well. I think the really cool workflow, I haven't had a chance to actually set this up, but I really want to see a workflow where the WebSocket tells your agent about the issue. It can then use the MCP to fetch more information about it. And yeah, I think that's really exciting. We also launched a new issues page. So we separated performance issues and like error issues into 2 separate screens, because previously we had them all on the same screen, but it meant we were kind of limited in how we present that information. It was hard to present exception-specific information in that table that had to live alongside like performance issues. So we separated them out into 2 separate tabs, and that meant that we could really improve the exception issue to like show the exception class and the exception message and kind of style them differently. So the list is much more scannable. You can scan for classes or for messages kind of separately. And we also now have the occurrence count. So the amount of times that a particular issue has occurred, and you can sort that table by that. So you can now sort by the most recent issues or the issues with the most occurrences to really help you zoom into like what you should be focusing on. And that information is available to MCP as well. So your agent can also help you prioritize which issues to focus on. So that one's really cool. We also recently launched a weekly summary email or weekly digest email. So some people find getting an email every time an issue happens is maybe too much if they're also using Slack or other notification channels. So now you can have a weekly email sent. It's on by default, but you can opt out if you don't like it. But it just gives you a high-level summary of what happened in the last week. So sometimes those issues that pop up in the heat of the moment get forgotten. You'll still get kind of like a summary, and we'll continue figuring out what information is best to surface in those emails and keep evolving those over time. And then last of all, we also just made some improvements to the timeline view. They're kind of small things, but they're real like quality of life improvements. There's a ton of quality of life improvements, honestly, across the entire product. So yeah, been a really exciting February at Nightwatch.
And that's 9 people on the team, right?
9 people, yeah.
That's wild. I guess like we were talking about AI a lot earlier today. Does the team use AI, and do you feel like that like enables you guys to build faster and like ship these things faster? Or
yeah, we had a couple of folks on the team had been using AI for a while, and then there were, I guess, I don't know, people like me that were. I just found it wasn't meeting my quality bar. It needed a lot of like manual kind of refinement, and I just found that it wasn't making me faster than doing stuff myself, other than just like the tab completion style AI. I mean, I've been using that for a long time, where I know the thing I want to write, and then I just start typing it, and then it completes it. But in terms of like actually, having more of those chat style, like prompt style ones, but I found, I don't know, January this year, things just started getting so much better. The quality bar was actually now writing the kind of quality that I was looking for. I was able to like talk with the agent and not just have it feel like a sycophant that would like implement everything without questioning it. It's now actually feels much more a collaborative approach where we can weigh up pros and cons, and it will push back on things and give me that resistance that I want when I'm working with my peers. So I think everyone on the team now is using it. I've also kind of noticed the same sort of things where it's improved a lot. I found it really handy for me being in more of a more of like, the engineering manager role, not coding as much, I can still contribute a lot, because I can just set it off on a task that I don't want to like bother other people with. So yeah, it built like most of the MCP integration. I kind of figured who better to build a service for agents than agents themselves. So yeah.
I think that's really smart. It's also really cool to think about because we were talking about earlier too how like I think Josh said around Christmas break is when it started feeling like there's kind of a shift again with AI.
Yeah.
I think that's even when Taylor said like that he got really I guess like reinvigorated with like working on the AI SDK and stuff like that too, and like really into AI. And I was kind of shocked because I thought people are already kind of AI pilled, but it seemed around like December and January it really like changed where like the models and everything did get better, and more people who were like holding out on AI are using it now. And the code quality is way better than it was like March of last year.
It's quite phenomenal. I mean, I wouldn't say skeptical, but like for a while it was like, well, that's kind of a cool party trick, and it had some really interesting applications. But for like working on like a product like Nightwatch, where there's not a lot of like, I guess, open source code and documented stuff of how to solve like some of these challenges with you dealing with this amount of data at scale, all that sort of stuff. So it just didn't feel like it kind of had the right patterns, or at least didn't look deep enough into like the consequences of this particular SQL query, all that sort of stuff. And like, to be fair, it still needs a lot of guidance on some of those more like really, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff with Nightwatch. It's really easy to make features that work fine locally, but once you test them at scale with a lot of data, it needs an entirely like different rethink of how it works. And that's honestly one of the things that like I love about Nightwatch, is that it is constantly challenging and making you think about things in a whole different way, where small performance gains in a lot of apps are kind of, there's no point spending time like optimizing, like micro optimizing. But when you're dealing with like volume, micro optimizations multiply by the amount of data that's coming in and actually do become really important. So yeah, it's fun, but I still don't recommend people try and do the micro optimizations until they need to. Always focus on like code readability and maintainability over like making the most performant thing. Like if you want to make things super, super performant, things like collections and all of that, like, they add overhead, but they make code more maintainable. And for most applications, you won't notice the overhead of it. But for the Nightwatch agent package that is installed, we wanted to make sure there was as minimal overhead as possible. So like we don't use collections or anything like that. We do a lot of, just using manual array methods in PHP, all that sort of stuff. We've got to really consider how many times we're iterating over things. Collections make it easy to iterate over an array multiple times rather than kind of iterating once and doing things inside. All sorts of examples like that. But yeah, so sometimes you still need to guide AI towards being more performant rather than writing the obvious code, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good call too. And then also I'm like just thinking of like how different, because when I started using AI a lot last year, like I was using on marketing sites, which I feel like is way less risky than using it for like Nightwatch, Because
yeah, I mean, I find there's a challenge though in doing like UI, like front end work with AI, because it's like it's harder for it to verify and iterate itself. Like backend code, it can input, output, test, and assert that things are exactly right. Whereas like with front end marketing pages, design, all that sort of stuff, it's more subjective. But even then, I'm still finding it's getting better. A small feature I tested out AI on the front end recently was when you're looking at logs in Nightwatch, you can, if any of the logs have context, you can click on it and it opens a little side panel. Or if you're looking at a request, for example, and that had context, again, it opens up a side panel. That was a fixed width. I wanted it to be draggable, so you could like make it wider and remember that preference. And AI one-shotted that. Like, it was fantastic. I mean, it helps that there's components it can leverage, like the React resizable panels component that we already were using in the project and other places. So it kind of just slotted it all in, but integrating with local storage, all those bits and pieces. but I haven't connected AI with my browser yet to like be able to have it verify it. So maybe that kind of helps those workflows as well. But yeah, it was really fun to be able to just like assess the feature from a user perspective. And I think like that's also one of the key things with AI is it lets me focus more on the outcomes rather than how to necessarily achieve them. Because when you're focusing on how to achieve them, sometimes your brain will like take shortcuts of like, oh, it would be cooler if it did this, but like that's way harder to do. And you almost subconsciously maybe like avoid that. Whereas now you can kind of really be like, no, like I want this feature to work like this. Even doing prototypes of stuff that like, I just want to see how it feels to have this feature. Like I won't even look at the code yet. I just want to like play with it and then see whether it's worth pursuing and making it, you know, production quality.
I think that's a really good point too. It's like, I definitely, if it's like, I know I'm going to have to write the code and it's like a feature, especially like depending on deadline, I've definitely been like, okay, that's too hard. We can't do this. So let's like cut back. Let's like find out the MVP for this feature, you know, whereas like if you're using AI, you can just be like, no, I want like this finished product. Like I want to add in the feature that if I was doing it by myself might take too much time, but with AI, I can do it within the deadline, you know?
Yeah, definitely. To me, the biggest challenge is still keeping like the PRs it creates and the code maintainable and reviewable. I put a lot of focus now on trying to make the PRs still really readable, like breaking things into smaller pieces. So like if this feature requires like these other steps, creating separate PRs for those smaller steps first, so that then the final PR really is just focused on like enabling that specific feature rather than having that all bundled in one big PR. Often I'll have AI do the full thing, but then break it down because, you know, we're still going to be humans that are reviewing this code, at least for the foreseeable future.
Who knows where we'll be in like a year or two.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah. We recently got one of our sales leaders writing code the other day, and I created a skill for him that literally said, do not commit code to main, create a PR, and tag Devin. All of a sudden I open up and I was just like, why were there 3 deploys on this app overnight? And it completely ignored it. So I was like, all right, well, we got to go fix that skill.
Oh my God.
And add some branch protection rules.
Yeah. Good thing it was his little hobby project. It wasn't anything major.
Okay,
but it was like, good.
Yes.
We have a question. I know you kind of answered the first part earlier because I think you said you do use Nightwatch to monitor Nightwatch stuff.
100%. Yeah. We dog food Nightwatch every day. We have to, our staging environment monitors our production environment, and our production environment monitors our staging environment because it can't, if it monitored itself and something goes wrong, then that's obviously not good. So it must be great having that confidence in your own product when things go wrong. Yeah. Any cool takeaways from being your own customer? I mean, being able to build features and like know where, I guess, like the weak points are, the things that need improving, is honestly a superpower. I've worked in a lot of industries where I wasn't the target audience, and you still do your best to empathize with the users and to put yourself in their shoes and to talk to them and get their points of view and try and make sure that that's all represented. But when you actually are legitimately using your own product, like not even like pretending to use it, but like actually using it, I think there's things that you just, you're able to do. One frustrating part of it is sometimes I'll be using Nightwatch to like diagnose a problem, and then I'll like see something that I'm like, oh, I wish that was better. But you're still trying to fix the original problem. And it's like the pull to like want to go and like improve that thing. You've got to kind of like sometimes rein yourself in and like, I'll just write that down and, you know, check it out later and see if I actually do, if that is worth having. But yeah, it's the best. It is constantly makes me aware of what we still need to do, what I want to do. It's fantastic when talking with customers, when they can kind of like share the way they want to use things. And sometimes it is different than what we do, but a lot of times it's stuff that we can like relate to and definitely empathize with, and yeah, just try and prioritize that. Nightwatch is a funny thing where sometimes features that seem like they would be easy are really hard, and other features that seem like they would be really hard are easy. There's just a lot of challenges when you've got that much data flying through the system at all times. But yeah.
It was really cool the other day watching this firsthand. Something apparently happened. I didn't even notice it. And Josh was like, "Oh, Devin, this happened to you. What what happened?" I was like, I clicked a button and I don't know, it worked. She's like, "Okay, cool."
Yeah, I think that there was an exception that was thrown on the MCP endpoint, and it showed that you were the authenticated user at the time. And I was like, "Oh, what was your experience? Like, what happened?" But I think we had handled the exception fairly gracefully. And I guess like it's probably less noticeable when that sort of stuff happens with agents, because they'll just like go up and try the next thing and those sorts of things there. But it's really good to like, get those notifications to be able to go and investigate those things. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah. It was crazy. You tagged me and I was like, I can't even get to this one in staging. I don't even know what it was, but I didn't notice any errors. So
yeah.
Devin's just like, what are you talking about?
That's literally how it was. I was like, I don't know.
Like my experience is great. What?
Yeah, it was perfect. I just pumped 17,000 requests per second through here. It was perfect.
We do have another question from Joshy Boy. Also, any plans for auto remediation, like automatically fixing issues when they're detected?
I mean, I feel like that's going to be a natural evolution at some point. I'm not sure when exactly. There's quite a lot of things we're focusing on, but I feel like that's got to be an evolution at some point.
Webhook to CloudBot to CloudBot to MCP to PR.
Well, that's the thing. Like some of those tools there where you could kind of roll that yourself now. I do want to have that kind of out of the box as well. But depending on different people's workflows, like for me personally, I don't love using like in-app AI too much at the moment. There's something different about working with your own agent that you've kind of like given it the extra kind of context of how you like to work that in-app AI doesn't always kind of hit the mark with, at least for me. So I really still like that, where it's my agent locally on my machine, but it's able now to like reach out into those systems and get the information it needs. But I'm still kind of working it, locally.
Yeah, makes a ton of sense. Be cool if you
could
find some way.
So much. Like my opinions on stuff is like evolving so rapidly at the moment. So yeah, it's exciting.
AI is changing so much, like all the time. It's like you see new things coming out, and then people are like, "Oh, Cloud Code's the best," and it's like, "No, Open Code's better." And no, now we have Codex, and it's I can't even keep up with it.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, I think like it's good to, I guess, keep up to date with it, but also not get like completely distracted by new shiny all the time. I mean, I've been using NeoVim or Vim as my editor for my whole career, and it's the kind of thing you can sink a lot of hours in, like really customizing and refining it. And it's almost a skill to like not like do too much and actually focus on actually doing stuff. But it is, I think it's good every now and then to just do like a bit of a workflow overhaul and investigate new tools, or like if there's things about your workflow that are just little micro annoyances, like just write them down, and then like every month or so, like just do like a quick overhaul. It's like, cleaning your tools, all that sort of stuff, sharpening things, and seeing what's there, but then kind of then just getting head down again and just building stuff. That's been my approach, I think, most of my career in terms of tooling, and I don't see that. I feel like AI kind of just fits into that as another evolution on top of that.
Yeah. I was talking to somebody the other day and I was like, "Hey, what are you using for AI and stuff?" And they're like, "Oh, I really like the output from Claude Code better, but I like the personality from Codex." And I was just like, personality? They were like, yeah, like the way it responds to you and asks you questions. And I was just like, I never thought about that, but that's like a real thing. It's like, it is kind of like, you know what? Like I'm sure we've all had coworkers in the past. You're like, that dude is amazing as long as you don't have to talk to him. But like if I really need to collaborate with somebody, I'd rather go talk to that person, type thing. And I'm like, wow, it's kind of how AI is now becoming too. It's like, just need to get it done, send it to Claude.
the like system prompts and that, like the way they can shape stuff, like playing with like OpenClaw, the like it has like those soul documents and those identity documents and some of those things that tells it what to do.
Mhm.
You know, to not be a sycophant, like actually like all those sorts of things that make it actually feel, I don't know, more collaborative, honestly,
Mhm.
rather than just this like completely instructive workflow. Honestly, completely changes the vibe of working with it. So yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to see like how in-app AI will also like evolve and maybe work with that sort of stuff as well. But yeah, never been super excited about an in-app AI experience I've used yet.
You just have to create the first good one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is true.
I'm trying to think if I've had a good experience. Like you're just talking about like AI like in any app,
Yeah, like
right?
kind of like chatbots and like you know, like most services now kind of have it like integrated as a thing there. Oftentimes, I don't know.
Usually
I
they're
mean, I should
bad.
probably keep trying them because maybe they have actually gotten better now. Like maybe I've just like, you know, the first few times like was probably last year, and then maybe they actually are better now, and I just have avoided them. So yeah, it's amazing how much is changing. It's super exciting, and I feel kind of lucky for like to be kind of growing and evolving with it. Like I worry about like my kids where this stuff will already be so well established that like all of the layers that came before it that it's building on top of will kind of be a black box to them. But the same is true for, you know, my generation as well. There's all this like work that was done earlier on that now we take for granted. And we were able to solve, you know, problems that the previous generations couldn't even conceive of. And so the same will be true of the next generation. They'll be able to solve stuff that's, you know, like using these tools, but they will also be kind of further away from the fundamentals of them.
Yeah.
And I just feel really grateful that, I don't know, I feel like we're in this sweet spot where we kind of have a lot of that knowledge of like what's gone into this, but then we're also, at least for me, like I'm at a point in my career where sometimes things are getting tedious of like, I've done this like, you know, for the last 20 years, I've been doing the same sort of stuff now. It's great to be able to like automate that and focus on different problems now. Yeah, I don't know. I've been doing a lot of reflecting on AI and career and all those things lately and how it'll affect my kids. And I'm excited, cautiously optimistic, I guess.
Yeah. That's like nice to hear though, because like I know a lot of people worry about how it will like affect kids and especially like schooling. And as someone who was like a high school math teacher within the last 5 years, the literacy rate's not great. A lot of kids just trying to like cheat. There wasn't even like AI like there is now, but they still had like the apps where they take a picture of their math homework and it would like give them the answers. So like in a sense, I was scared of what AI would enable with that. But then also I know like with us and in software development, we're like shipping so fast and it's like enabling us to do great things. So like it can be great too. You know, I
Yeah,
think
and like we're not writing assembly code and binary and all that sort of stuff that came before us. We're already working on these like higher level abstractions, and it's just kind of now that's kind of getting abstracted away as well.
Yeah.
So like it's hard to like not feel, I guess, a bit scared about it. But like even looking at things like calculators, you know, people used to do a lot of stuff by hand that now they just ask this machine to do it, and that has had net benefit because now again they can work on more complicated problems. But you still need people that understand those fundamentals. Like we always will need people that know the depths of that. But because that knowledge now is getting more and more and more, like, you know, when I started web developing, it was like FTPing .html files. And now we've got build systems and these like, you know, things like TypeScript that are like a language on top of a language and all that sort of stuff to like actually like know all of the layers of that is overwhelming for someone just coming into it now. AI makes it so that you don't need to know that as much. But at the same time, if no one knows that anymore, then I don't know, I guess it creates definitely a niche area where people that are interested in. And there's still people now that are like doing things, you know, the old fashioned way, like that kind of have that in-depth knowledge that is still really important. So I don't know. I try to not be too pessimistic about those things, but I do think there's definitely like a right and a wrong way to, I guess, like bring kids up with AI and that of like not making them completely dependent on it. Like they still need critical thinking skills and
Yes, I think
all
that's
that
the
sort of
main
stuff.
thing.
Yeah,
like
like that
knowing-
stuff's really important.
Like knowing not to just blindly accept everything it gives you, and like knowing to still like how to research. Like, okay, it gave me this. Let me research this myself and then compare. I think that's like the big skill. I guess I'd be scared of people losing.
Yeah.
Like I see
mean,
some
like,
people
the
just
internet
becoming
changed-
dependent.
The internet changed everything in terms of that as well, right? Like you can now just search stuff, and the information is, no longer necessarily as trustworthy because anyone can publish stuff. Whereas the barrier to like publish things before was harder. I mean, people still publish things that were completely wrong and inaccurate, but it becomes even more and more important to be able to sort through the noise and get to the good stuff.
Yeah. In some
and
ways, it
maybe
kind of
it's most
solves.
important to know some of those lower level things now.
Yeah. I was going to say, in some ways, it kind of solves the other side of it too. Because to your point, like take like book publishing back in the day, if you convinced somebody to publish your book because they liked you, you could get a book published.
Yeah.
Whereas now, if you were to publish something on the internet and people go or disagree with it, you can leave commentary and other things. And so it's interesting
Very
to
true.
see like what will the balance be, right? Because there always is the kind of the two sides of the coin that are balancing out each other, and where does that go?
Yeah, there's definitely I guess like an appeal to authority with a book where it's like, well, it's been printed in a book, therefore it must be true. That definitely isn't always the case.
No. It's like knowing how to debug when the AI is currently not available, or you run out of tokens or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go on a flight for 24 hours soon, and I'm trying to figure out like what stuff I'll work on. And like my default now is when I work on stuff is to go into OpenCode rather than into my editor. I still have my editor open like side by side with it. I'm still using it to like review the code, but it'd be interesting what features I'll be excited to build without AI versus like, oh, this is just going to be too tedious now. Like I don't want to build this. I'll just get the agent to do it.
Did you see Anthropic's new launch today of remote Claude code? So you start a session on your computer, and then you go to your phone. And you can pick it up from where it left off, and it keeps running on your computer.
That is honestly the dream.
That's cool.
Sometimes you'll kick off these like long processes and it comes back and has questions. Like I don't necessarily want to maybe finish the work on the phone, but to be able to like start it on the computer, go have coffee, do whatever, and be able to like just kind of answer a question or send to the next thing. And then come back to your computer later and kind of have the finished result without like walking away from the computer and then like 1 minute into that, it's like stopped waiting for input.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you've got enough time to spin yourself up a VPS, get it installed before your flight takes off.
You probably could. You could even do an open claw bot like Florian.
Yeah.
Yep. All of a sudden,
showed
that
that
bike
off
ride on
earlier.
that mountain bike goes out the window.
Yeah.
She'll just be shipping. Let's see. Travel Mike said you already have that. Claude on phone spills up an environment that you can switch to desktop and continue. I forgot.
Does
They
it still
do
have
have-
access to like the code base on your like?
Yeah,
on your
it basically
laptop
runs a
like that?
remote session now. Yeah.
Mm.
I'll tag you. I'll tag you where I saw it in the Slack, so you can take a
Because
look.
I've been playing with like OpenCode has a web server,
Mm-hmm.
so you can actually like have and it's the same session. So like the responses you see on the web version are the same as what's in the CLI. So I was playing with that just on my local network, like pulling it up on my phone. That was pretty fun. Yeah, I'm excited to see how that stuff goes.
Yeah. I know we're slightly over an hour. So wrapping up, what is one Nightwatch feature everyone should try this week? If you just say just one.
MCP probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. I've seen so many cool things that people have done with the MCP. Like I saw it launch. I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. And then I started seeing people posting about it on Twitter and what they were doing with it. It's like, oh no, this is really cool. Like now I want to like go make an app, break
Actually,
things.
WebSockets. That's the thing to play with this
Ooh.
week, I reckon.
Mhm. To hit something, to then call the MCP. She wants you to play with everything.
Yeah, play with everything. But
I mean,
yeah, I
that's-
think like WebSockets
evil
lets like
genius
this is a
plan.
tool for developers. So like having WebSockets means that developers can do their thing, which is be creative and come up with all sorts of interesting stuff that we wouldn't have even thought of.
Yeah.
So yeah, go play with those tools.
And is that your favorite feature that has launched so far in February? Is the MCP server or?
I think MCP and WebSockets together. It's
Mhm.
I know they're separate features, but like the linear integration as well is so like it's hard
All
to
of
pick a
them
favorite.
again?
Don't make me choose.
I'm sorry, I won't do it.
It's like
Okay.
choosing your favorite kid. It just never works well.
Yeah. The new issues page with like how we present issues and have the occurrence counts, like honestly just makes me want to use that feature even more. Like it's just, I don't know.
So they all kind of tie in together. So you have to use them all on an app that you deploy to cloud is the takeaway.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
And then what would be, if you had to say one production habit that teams should adopt, what would that be?
A production habit, I mean, monitoring your application is maybe the obvious answer, but I think we build apps and they run locally on our machines, but once you put them in production and your users are using them, you don't necessarily see what's going wrong. Your users may tell you if you're lucky, or they may just leave. Being able to know exactly what's happening, not only errors, but also performance is just, is key.
And getting the insight that Nightwatch gives you, like even what you were saying earlier about being able to filter by user and kind of see like what routes and different things that they've hit to see kind of their experience.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you've got a customer support issue with a particular user's having a problem, being able to search by that user, that's really helpful. There's so many different ways of coming into Nightwatch, like of the different problems you're solving. So if it is like a specific user reporting a problem, then that's one workflow. You might be coming in just to see like what errors are happening, or maybe you want to do a bit of a performance improvement and find out like what's the slowest route that's impacting the most people, all that sort of stuff. There's a whole lot of different kind of lenses you can look at your data through.
There's like one more question. Joshua said, how do you get alerted about issues on your phone, etc., if you're away?
So, I mean, I have the Slack integration set up. We have it go into a dedicated Nightwatch alerts channel. And I have that set up in Slack to be like, never mute, all that sort of stuff. So I literally get like Nightwatch notifications on my phone via Slack. I also still have like the Telegram one I set up with the new WebSockets running. So at the moment I get alerted about every issue twice, once in Telegram, once in Slack. So yeah.
And then you can do the emails too, right? Where you get
and the emails
emailed
as well.
anytime?
Yeah, definitely the emails as well. I find email overwhelming sometimes.
Yeah.
I guess like you could set up email rules where like if it's an alert from Nightwatch, it could get prioritized and send you a notification. I normally have like email notifications not come through to like my phone and my watch. Whereas I want my Nightwatch alerts to come through. So yeah.
I'm in the Laravel org. Those emails were so overwhelming.
Because we monitor like so many different applications. Yeah. And you can unsubscribe from like individual applications, so you just get the notifications for the applications you're working on. But yeah, we have a lot of stuff on there.
Because it's even like all the dev versions of the different ones. It's like
exactly
the dev version of Cloud, and then like the different versions of Nightwatch, and then the marketing sites, and it's just a lot. Well, thank you so much, Jess, for coming on and even going 10 minutes over with us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
and happy birthday, Cloud.
Happy birthday, Cloud. Do you want to sing happy birthday for Cloud?
I mean, I can. I don't want to, but I can.
Oh,
we've got Taylor so far, so
he did. Yeah. Well, and Eric Barnes did too.
Oh, nice.
We could sing. It's the latency. We're all gonna be off, which is what makes it so funny.
I'm just gonna let you sing at this point.
No,
I'm here for the show.
With us,
Happy birthday to Cloud. Happy birthday to Cloud.
To Cloud. Happy birthday
Cloud.
Cloud.
Happy
Happy
birthday
to Cloud.
Dear Cloud. Woo! We did it. Wasn't that
Hip, hip.
beautiful? Are there any closing like remarks or things you want people to take away about Nightwatch or anything?
Just keep having fun with your work and building creative things. Nightwatch is obviously a great tool to help you debug those things, but I think just having fun with what you're doing and being passionate about it, finding things that you're passionate about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's a good one. And where can people find you if they want to find you online?
I mean, I'm on Twitter/X as Jess Archer. Not super active. I log in, but I don't post very often these days. GitHub, I don't know. Yeah. Laracons.
Laracon EU.
Yeah, come talk to me at Laracons. I try and go to most Laracons. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. And Dev and I will see you at Laracon EU.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
A couple days.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bye.
Bye.
And I added Jess's Twitter for everyone to follow Jess. Okay, we are so close, Devin, to the home stretch.
How are you hanging in there? Are you gonna break your month sober of Monster here? Or are you gonna?
I feel like I deserve to Uber Eats a Monster. The thing is, I'm using my phone as a webcam, so I'd have to take my webcam off to Uber Eats a Monster.
That's funny.
I know. Hi, Ghibli. How are you doing? Welcome in. Joshua Boy said Laravel 13 party next. That would be a good idea for a long live stream too. So stay tuned.
Just cook.
You said pretty late for a monster, but I mean, even if I had a monster now, I'd go to the end of stream and then I would sleep for a while. Like, I don't know if people will be seeing me in Slack tomorrow.
I don't know. You're like a month out of having one. Like that caffeine might take you out. It might keep you up all night. Become a 24-hour stream.
That's true. That's rally.
I will not be joining you for another 12 hours. I can tell you that right now.
Someone's like, you can do it. I can maybe finish that Svelte app that we were trying to do.
Yeah.
And I could deploy it to cloud, and then I could hook up Nightwatch for it, and then I could set up the web sockets,
There you go.
I'm coming up with an idea. Let me find the links. Now would be a great time to share the link again about for everyone to sign up to get free cloud credits, as well as to enter for a chance to win $75 of credits for our Laravel merch store.
Ooh,
so
all the good merch. You could get this nice shirt off the merch store. I got this when I started.
Yes. We have some good merch. We need a restock, but we do have good merch.
And we need hoodies. Everybody spam that you want hoodies, because I want a hoodie.
I will do more giveaways in like 30 or so minutes. So about 20 minutes before the end of stream, because we'll have an updated pool of the list from the people who have submitted the forms. So you have about 25 minutes-ish to make sure that you have filled out the form. If you're unsure where the form is, it's in the link I shared. If you go to that, let me screen share. So I might get up and turn my light on because it's getting so dark. But this is what this page looks like. And then if you scroll down, you'll see all the lovely speakers we had today. So you'll also be able to find the links for anyone who talked earlier today, like the lovely Jess Archer, who we just had on to talk about Nightwatch, Taylor, who was on earlier, John O'Nolan, everyone that you've seen so far. But if you scroll down to where it says join us, this is the form I'm talking about. If you fill out this form and hit count me in to submit it, then you are entered in for a chance to win the credits for our merch store, as well as you will get cloud credit. So if you fill out the form, you will get cloud credit sent to you, but you also are entering in for a chance to win $75 for our merch store whenever everything on there is restocked. Our merch store isn't that shop.laravel?
Shop.laravel.com.
This is it. You'll see everything showing as sold out currently because we're replenishing the merch store, but this besides the stickers, I think. But this will all be restocked, I think, by next week. So if you do win, or if you're one of the earlier giveaway winners, even if you missed us saying that you won earlier, we will be emailing you either today or tomorrow. And that email will, I believe, mention the cloud credits as well as kind of tell you about the $75 in credit for the merch store, and then about what I just mentioned about everything being out of stock, but it will be restocked. But everything here will be restocked, so you can still look and kind of decide what you want. Like you can buy Devin's shirt here. There. Same as that one. This hat's really cool. I'm not wearing it right now, well, obviously, but I do have the PHP dad hat, and that's a really, really nice hat as well. So yeah.
Maybe get that mug. They don't have it anymore on the store, but I have a Laravel mouse mat that I got when I first started. So
that's pretty cool. One second, let me turn my light on. Okay, let there be light. Let's see.
And a dog.
And a dog. She was in my lap the whole stream. She's been like snoozing for 12 hours. Yes.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. She's just been sleeping.
Hi, puppy.
Okay. She just sleeps all day. She normally lays on me all day. So since I've been here, she's just been conked out in my lap. But Joshua Boy said 78 degrees Fahrenheit in Australia. Don't need a hoodie. That sounds so nice. It's way colder where Devin is. It's not that bad here.
Yeah.
Yet. Yeah.
It's freezing. Yeah. Gonna have to figure out what to do next week while I'm out of town because it's gonna be snowing a ton here again.
Oh wait, while we're in Amsterdam?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Maradsby said, love that Ada Lovelace reference. Yeah, I really like that. Like for the form on the 1 year of Laravel Cloud page. But yeah, how's everyone liked this stream? Thank you all for hanging out with us for so long. What has been your favorite session today so far? Or what's been your favorite thing about the live stream? What's been yours, Devin?
I really liked singing Happy Birthday with Taylor and now Jess. That was fun. I think that was, I was not expecting, that was not on my bingo card for today, period. I will tell you that. Being able to talk about preview environments, I think was a lot of fun. I'm a little biased since I got to host that session. But just really just hanging out with the community, I think has been just a lot of just really good kind of vibes today. So how about you? What was your favorite part today?
Oh man, there's so many things that were my favorites in different ways, I really like Nuno's session. I like how it broke things up and how much energy he brought to it. And I love just seeing Nuno in his element. Where he's like, "What's up, Nuno Nation?" And he's like, "PHP 8.5." And he has so much energy. I love seeing that. He's great at streaming.
I really enjoyed when he was like, "All right, Leah and Josh, bye. Goodbye. Just leave."
I saw your YouTube comment. That was so good. Where you're like, "Bye," because I was asking him to be on the stream, and he huddled me on Slack when we were talking about it, and he was like, "Can I just be on the screen?" And I was like, "You just went up there with no host?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "That's great. Because we get a break. It's also fun to shake things up." And he's great at it. So I was like, Nuno's 100% fine by himself. But it was so funny, when you commented that, where you're just like, "Bye, Josh and Leah."
He was like, "Please get off my stage. Goodbye."
Yeah, this is my stream. It's Nuno takeover. I think he even said Nuno takeover, or people in chat said it. But no, that was really good. Obviously Jess's hearing kind of Jess's perspective of AI and stuff, and how I guess just how children growing up now, how it'll impact their life, and her outlook on it. I really, really like that. So there's just different takeaways, even things I wasn't expecting going into the stream, I also really like how like preview environments has been like the thing that has carried through the
all
whole
day.
stream. Yeah.
Yeah, all day. Yeah, they're so good. Yeah. I always love/hate when we hang out with the APAC team because I miss them dearly, like
Mhm.
every other day of the year when we're not overlapping time zones. So
They're so cool. And
Yeah.
and like rarely overlapping. Like it's so nice when we're all in the same place, like when we were in Australia with them, or like
Mhm.
even when we're at Laracon EU with some of them, and then it's so easy to just like chat because they're all so cool. But then like
Yeah.
day to day, I don't get to interact with them that much because like if I'm trying to keep a normal schedule, I don't.
Mhm.
If I'm going rogue with my schedule like I do sometimes, where like I start at like 11 or something and then I work till like 8 p.m. Then we
Yeah.
start overlapping.
Well, that's a little better for you. Even if I started late and go late here, it's
Mhm.
gets pretty late quick
Yeah.
here. So, but
Because
yeah,
you're Eastern. Because it's already almost
Yeah.
9, right?
yeah, yep, yep. But I do get a ton of overlap with our European counterparts. Probably a little bit more than you do, especially
Mhm.
the way Eastern ones, because 3 hours earlier. So
Yeah. Yeah, if I do live streams with like anyone, even in like the UK, which isn't like that bad. I think it's what 12-hour time difference for me, maybe.
I don't know. I think it's 6 for me, so that would be 8 for you, I guess.
Okay,
But
maybe. What am I thinking of then? No, I think
oh,
you're right with the 8. I think time zones really fried my brain when I was trying to schedule this with everyone. Um, But no, it's like I usually have to wake up early. Like I have
mhm.
to wake up at like 7 a.m. or something. Kind of like I
Yeah,
did today.
yeah. You want to really get time zones to mess with you when you deal with when you work with people in India, like with Pushback when you guys did that stream. Not
Mhm.
only are they off by like 12 hours from you, but they're off by 12 and a half hours.
Yes. Yeah, that half got me. He was very nice, and so he's like scheduled it to like be a half. So I didn't
Hmm.
have to worry about the weirdness. Like I
Yeah.
think it started exactly on the hour for me, but it was like a half for him. That was so confusing when I put that in
Yep.
because I use an app to convert the
Hmm.
time, and even the app like showed the 30 minutes. And I was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Raspberry said is 7, I think. Okay, I wonder. I'm in Mountain Time. I'm in like one of
Yeah.
the more rare US time zones.
My man Graham in the chat there, past 1 a.m. in London now.
Hmm.
So
Thank you for still being
if
here.
it's 1:24, that's 5 hours for me then. Wow.
121.
So it's 7
It's
hours from you. Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
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 Graham is
You're right.
actually
Like
one of
that.
our cloud customers. He's gonna be hanging out with us at EU next week.
Oh, really? Make sure to
Yep.
say hi. I mean, I'm sure
Yeah.
you'll say hi to Devin. Make sure to say hi to me. Who knows? I'll be flittering around, but I should be at the booth a lot too, helping with the so Christoph and I, because Christoph who was here earlier, who's also Devrel, he'll be with me at Laracon EU, and I think we'll both be working the booth to help with the kind of like cloud demo that Josh built. So with that application, helping people do the demo. I don't want to give it away. I feel like if you were at what PHP UK, it was a conference we
Mm.
just had. If you were there,
Yes.
then
Last Friday.
yeah, you've done the demo. But if not, I'll leave it a surprise for Laracon EU. But basically, like you have to participate in the demo to be eligible to get swag or like to receive swag. So I'll be there.
Cool swag. Real
Yeah,
cool
really
swag.
cool swag.
Real
I'll
cool
be
swag.
there pretty much most of the day for Laracon EU, except for whenever I'm giving my talk. So yeah, say hi to me. Carl, we are doing more giveaways. So I'm actually about to start generating the giveaways now. Hopefully you all have signed up to the form already. And I'm going to start generating the codes. Tessa or someone here, correct me on how many I have left to give away. I want to say it's 6, but I would like a confirmation.
6. That's a win. Oh, while you do that, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick and then we'll finish this off, all right?
Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna move him down just while we're waiting for him to come back. Yes, drinks next week. Looking forward to seeing you all. Yeah, that'll be so fun. Excited to meet you in person after hanging out with you virtually on stream all day. Yeah, hi, Sulis. Are you just coming in? So welcome. We're like wrapping up stream soonish. We've been going since 7 a.m. my time, and it is now 6:26 p.m. my time. So wow, we're really close to this 12 hours. The stream's gone way faster than I thought. Yes, Joshy Boy Blaze did get released. It actually got released, like it was tagged for release during the 12-hour live stream because the worldwide meetup was in the middle of this stream, basically. So from noon till 1:15 p.m. Eastern time. So it was like part of the stream. So we ended our first part of the Cloud birthday live stream rated. So sent people to the worldwide meetup stream and then came back here and started another stream. So Blaze is released. It was tagged for release during that. Yeah, it was a really big day today. And I think Taylor said during his session earlier that they were updating the starter kits to use Blaze already. And I think that was getting released today, or they were working on that today. So let me double check if anyone verified. But yeah, what was everyone's favorite session today? Like favorite topic that was talked about. I don't know, your favorite moment from the stream. Well, let me add Devin back. That was a couple hours ago. Time is so fake today. I say it all the time, but time is really so fake today.
What is time?
You also asked, Jarotar asked if Laracon EU will be streamed. It will be live streamed. Eric Barnes was on earlier and he said he's helping with the live stream. So during the breaks, he'll be on the live streams as well. So I do know it will be live streamed. However, if you're able to go in person, I think it's definitely worth going in person for Laracons. But yeah, if you're unable to, there will be live streams for it. Yeah,
I see somebody said they're in Georgia.
Where'd you see that?
I think somebody said they were in Georgia, right? I said the time and where they are is.
I saw in Germany. Oh, in Georgia, yes. Lucas Reed said in Georgia, USA is 8:24.
Oh, nice. We're actually doing a Laravel Roadshow in Georgia next month in Atlanta.
In Atlanta.
Yeah, I will be there.
I want to go. I don't know if I'll make it for that one. Wait, when is it going to be? Next month?
26th, yeah.
I'm going to be in Florida, part of that.
Ooh,
Do
look at
I
you.
go up to Atlanta? My family's in Florida. I'm from Florida. Remember? Florida, Georgia.
Florida.
Yeah.
Florida.
Because anytime I'm like, I'm from Florida, Devin's like, you do not sound like you're from Florida. Because I'm from.
And she was like, I'm from that part between, Florida and Georgia. Florida.
Okay, I'm going to start doing the giveaways. I think I'm still waiting on confirmation of exactly how many I have to give away. Actually, let me ask. Math is so hard when you're 12 hours into a stream, basically.
If the former math teacher is saying math is hard, you heard it here first, everybody. Math is hard.
Okay, I count as 7. So when I ask again in like 10 seconds, I have 7. Okay. Like
9.
Not 7 left to give, but 7 I already did. No. Okay. 7. Okay. So I got 1. Oh no. I'm just hitting random keys on my keyboard now at this point.
Sounds wonderful. I have my mechanical keyboard in front of me too, but I've not used all day.
Let's see. Okay, so Why? I went to post this and it's like, your comment did not go through because it might be spam. Okay, so next giveaway winner is Nathan Manger. If you are here, you just won $75 in credit for our merch store at shop.laravel.com.
Josh is missing, so we're gonna have to improvise. Yay! Woo! We don't have any clap noises on the soundboard anymore. Next time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, hold on. Okay. So we have Nathan Manger. You will be emailed in regards to the credits that you won. And everyone who filled out the form will be emailed about cloud credits. So there is one winner. You see my dog in the background. Also, I wonder how he did the soundboard thing. Like he said it's in.
He probably sent it through his microphone or something.
You said it was in StreamYard, but I don't want to waste time doing that whenever I could be.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Is it this? This is intense. Okay.
There it is.
That
I
was
wish I had cool controls on StreamYard. One of these days, I'm gonna have to get access to these cool things.
Where's the woo, though? Oh my god, that one's kind of scary. I don't more sounds. Oh, maybe it was the laugh. We needed that for the dad jokes. Okay. I got confirmation of the amount that I sent. Okay. So now we're at 8. Okay, hold on. Yeah, so we have 5 more that we can send. Okay. I still got my brain. I was able to do the math. I was like, what is 13 minus 8? Oh, come here, Jean. Oh, there she is.
That's all right. When you were at how many it was, and it was 13, and we had given away 6, and it was 7. I made a 6-7 joke in Slack.
I missed it.
Yeah. It was perfect. I am peak adolescent humor right now.
Did you do the hand motion?
Oh yeah, the whole emoji and everything.
6, 7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so one more winner. Ooh. We have Andy won. Next giveaway winner is Andy Newhouse. Yay! Hold on.
Yay!
We'll clap. It's hard to do it all yourself. Woo! Andy Newhouse, you just won $75 of credit for the shop.laravel.com merch store. Woo!
Merch.
Oh, wait, why am I sending the other ones? Oh my god, Leah. Get your brain together. Okay, we're cooking. Okay, and then we need another winner. We had 5 then. I think we need 4 more.
The math be mathin'.
The math be mathin'.
Mm-hmm.
Me having no sleep, I'm feeling it. I did wake up at 5:30 this morning too, which I never wake up that early. Okay. And then we have Florence. Let me put your name in chat. Next giveaway winner is Florence. Oop. Oh, I didn't tag Andy's name either, but okay. We have Florence. Very happy.
What is behind your Kirby?
Oh, a capybara.
That's a capybara. It looks
Yeah,
like an
it's an
evil.
Easter one. Okay, hold on. I'll back up. I'll be BRB. Actually, can you still hear me? Like, did I leave
Yeah.
or I'm staying? Okay,
No,
I
you're
pulled
good.
my cord. I pulled my cord, and so my screen completely went out.
That's hilarious. No, you were still here the entire time. We watched all of that and heard it.
Did you hear the noise?
Yeah, I was like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Love that. Love that. Okay. This is what
It
happens
was
when I stay on
perfect.
stream too long. And then I'm really just sitting there just staring like, what the heck happened? I don't know where my tab is. I can't get my tab.
This
What
is a very common occurrence when we're on stream. Where's the tab?
I can't get it. I think it literally went. Okay, hold on. 1 second.
Went to the other screen.
Yeah, but I think it went to a screen that I don't even have on. Like my screen that isn't even connected to like show. So how am I supposed to get it off there? So give me 1 second.
Dun, dun, dun. Got to keep tabs on the tab.
Dun, dun,
Facts.
dun.
Big facts.
Where
Well,
is
while
it?
Leah is trying to find her screen, everybody in chat, what was your favorite part of the stream today?
And no one say this part of me not being able to find my tab.
This part. This part. Got some advice here. Tab to it, then hotkey it to the other monitor.
How do
I think the
tab
problem
to it?
there, Refugee Gamer, is actually she has about 40,000 tabs open. And so to tab to the tab would be very, very difficult.
I don't think
Roasting
that's
Eric for the pizza. Yeah, pineapple does not belong on pizza. You heard it here first. That's 100% facts. This part is in the top 3. Yes.
It better
agree.
not be. No.
This part is definitely in the top 3. Yeah, ask Claude. Ask Claude why you can't get to your tab. Man. Nuno, I regard you as a man of culture and really, really enjoy everything you have to offer, but pineapple on anything is just no good, man. I'm also deathly allergic to pineapple, so I get a pass.
Okay. I think we're cooking. I can see myself.
They have co-work for that. Yeah, you gotta get co-work going to find your
You
tab.
can hear me, right? Okay, good. Oh, lordy. Okay. Okay. We're so back, chat. We're so back.
The question is, did she find the tab?
I did. I see the tab. I still didn't get to show
Yes.
the capybara, so I guess
Can we get a round of applause for finding the tab?
Does that mean I had to do it? Oh.
Yeah. Fish, pineapple, sweet corn, and mushroom. Yeah, that's disgusting.
Okay.
So it's a capybara.
Yes, with Easter ears. I'm like sweating at this point.
Oh, it makes so much more sense. It looked like an evil, like skull face from the corner back there. That's so much cuter. Okay. All right. What do we got? 4 more? 3 more? 7 more?
I don't know.
6, 7?
I'm not 6, 7. I'm so flustered.
My 3-year-old came home the other day and hit me with a 6, 7 joke, and I was like, "All right, it's almost run its course, guys. It's invaded the daycare."
That's so funny. I announced Florence, right? Is still tagged? Okay. You got to take a picture of Florence's. Hold on. Now my mouse is doing that weird thing it was doing before. It hasn't done it all stream.
Yeah, look, I started it. Yes. 6, 7 for sure.
Okay, I'll just send these later. Okay, so we have Florence's. I'm going to keep going.
Does everybody see Leah's dog staring at her longingly for the end? She's just like, can you give all the rest so I can just relax?
Come here. She's like, please pick me up. Oh my God. Okay, my computer. It's okay.
I've been looking at Carl's name all day, and I just figured out that his name is Carl Codeswell and not Carl Codswell, and it's not his name.
Why would you think it was Cods? Like cod,
Don't
like
know.
the fish?
Just in my head, I have not read that as Codeswell at all today.
That's so funny. Carl Codswell. Like, what? Ross Tweedy is our next winner. It only took me like 2 business days to get another winner, but you know what? It's okay.
I'm gonna meet Carl at a Laracon. He's gonna introduce himself as Carl Codswell just to get me back now. This is gonna happen.
Probably. Just legally change your name to that.
Mm-hmm.
We have Ross. Congrats, Ross. You just won $75 to shop.laravel.com to use to redeem towards any merch on there. Okay.
Giveaway pickers running on PHP 5.6. Leo without muster for 30 days is PHP 5.6.
I would do what?
Right. That is now top 3 best moments of this stream.
Is it just because I'm going so slow? I meant because my computer, everything unplugged. Okay.
Oh, that's amazing.
Remember when we talked about roasting apps on this stream? The only thing that has gotten roasted is me. I've gotten roasted this stream. There's just been Leah roasting. Just round the clock.
We should have done more host roasting today, for sure.
It wasn't even the host roasting me. It was chat.
That's the whole purpose of chat, right? Like, you got to put yourself out there so chat can just shove you down. So
that's why
always the fun part.
Yeah, stream to get roasted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Kevin Marsden.
Tom got me real bad yesterday with the roast. Did you see that one?
That one was so good.
Oh my.
That was so good. Oh my gosh. We call Tom T Money internally. I think T Money is his Twitter handle.
That's his Twitter handle. Yeah.
Yeah. And Cynthia didn't put Devin in the tweet for Laravel about who's going to be on today. And
said I didn't have enough followers.
Well, it was limited, character limited. She was like, I went by like the amount of followers. And Devin was like, wow, I can't believe you didn't include me. And Cynthia was like, 202, Devin. 202. And then T Money was like, oh, I finally found someone with less followers than me.
Oh man, hurt so bad. Thanks, Tom.
That was so good. Okay, next winner is Kevin Marsden. Woo!
Yay!
Woo. Congrats. I think I lost my mouse.
Almost peed my pants when I read that combo. It was terribly funny. I'm up to 207 now though, so catching up.
It's so funny. I didn't mean to laugh that hard.
He only has 306. I'm not that far off here, guys.
So you guys know the drill. Now you have to go follow T Money to make him higher.
No.
More ahead of Devin. Yeah, T Money. T Money. T Money.
Codswell over here telling me he has 220, getting me in my feels.
Maybe
if you Kev Marston showed up. The winner's here. Yay!
Congrats, Kevin. Oh, that's so exciting. I haven't seen any of the winners all day. Congrats, Kevin. You won. We need clapping again. That's so exciting. I can't get my mouth set.
I think we need the microphone pulling away with your headphones again. The whoa, whoa, whoa.
Everything
You did it.
Everything went dark, and I'm just like looking at the screen. I'm like, oh no, because I couldn't see you guys at all.
It's hilarious. How many more do we have? Two more? One more? 6, 7?
I lost count. Hold on.
We need an adult.
Okay, so we did 2, and then yeah, hold on. We don't need an adult. No, I'll figure it out. I can get my stuff stuff together. So Kevin won. Ross Tweedy won.
That's right. Hey, 789. There you go.
And then Nathan won. So that was 1, 2, 3. So I did. Okay, I had to do 6, right? And then I did 2. And then I just did 2 more since then. Yes.
Carry the 1. Did you carry the 1?
So that would be go away, Devin. Go away. You just messed up my mental math. Gosh dang it. Where am I at? Oh, okay. We needed we had 7. We needed 6. I did 4. We need 2 more. Okay. Whew, man. It's hard to have a brain right now.
If I only had a brain.
Okay, we just said Kevin won. We need another person. I think I was just about to select them, and then Devin psyched me out, which means I think I just need, after this one more. So this is Benjamin Maldonor. My dog's looking at me.
Yes.
Okay. Benjamin, you just won for. Sorry, I don't have the space there in your name. Yay! Pretend I'm playing the clap noise. So 1 second, let me send all these to Tessa.
Now we just got to make sure that Carl Codswell doesn't follow T Money, only D Garbs.
No, he should follow T Money. Then, oop. Oh my. 2, 3. My mouse. Okay, we can move this over here. Sorry, 1 second, chat.
Time zones seem to be a lot easier to convert now. I think we should all just go to UTC. Just be done with it. Talk like the computers. I'm kidding.
Okay,
That would be terrible.
Right. I think those are right. Yeah, so Benjamin just won, and then I think we need 1 more. And then we'll recount, and if for some reason it was miscounted, we'll do another raffle off screen. But I'm pretty sure that.
What if you miscounted the other direction?
What do you mean? What do you mean? No.
What if you gave away too many?
Well, then they can take $75 out of my paycheck, and I'll pay for the person's credits. Happy birthday, Cloud. I'll pay $75. Select winner. 1 more winner. And it is Timmy. Timmy, I cannot pronounce your last name. Or more like, Timmy, I'm not going to butcher your last name because
I'm so excited to see what this is now. Just gonna type it.
Oh, I was trying to fix the spacing. And
yeah,
congrats.
Not gonna catch that one.
Not gonna clip it. Or not clip it, but put it up to show. My mouse keeps bebopping across my screen. I can't
You still haven't fixed that? You fixed the books, but you haven't fixed the Christmas tree or the mouse yet, huh?
The mouse was fixed all day, but then when I disconnected my mic, when I messed up my whole setup, it made it happen again. 7 people, 7.
6, 7.
6, 7. Oh my God, 6, 7. But yay, we did it. We found another giveaway winner. I think that was all the giveaways. So we have finished all the giveaways for today. We gave away 13 different, I guess, codes or things for the shop.laravel.com. So 13 different people basically won $75 in credits to spend on the swag store, which is super exciting. And anyone who filled out the form, you'll be getting cloud credits as well. If you won, or even for the cloud credits, you'll be receiving an email after the stream giving you those details. And yeah. Yeah, are we done? We have 9 minutes left. Oh my God, we did it, chat.
We're doing so good. Almost did it.
Well,
You got
yeah,
9 minutes left.
9 minutes left. 9 minutes left. But we did it. This has been a really fun day. Hopefully everyone here has had fun as well. No, I've had a lot of fun celebrating cloud. I want to build more things after that. Oh, Gerotyre, I would like to deploy the voting app, but it's not there yet. Maybe, I think during the next cloud office hours, which is next Friday, we can deploy it, or I'll like show it off. I'll work on it off stream.
Are we gonna be able to do next Friday? When do you get back from?
I get back Wednesday.
Ooh, I get back Thursday. Should be good.
Okay. If not, we can figure something
out. Or maybe
out.
we secretly do one in Amsterdam, but that'd be crazy.
That could be fun. I might try to do another stream in Amsterdam too. Live streams like in person are really fun.
Yeah.
If we did one in person, we could maybe get Nuno on it too, because he'd be in person too.
I feel like that would be like going to a Zumba class, trying to keep up with Nuno on stream live.
Oh yeah. Then we'd all just be like, "What's up, guys?" Like, Nuno, your energy is unmatched. It's so good. But thank you so much for being on earlier. Thank you for like taking over the stream. That was so much fun. I got a break. I was able to eat.
Nuno Nation takeover.
Yeah. Let's do content. There's like the energy. Let's do content. Let's do it in Amsterdam. We should at least make YouTube shorts for sure.
I actually just can't wait to meet Nuno in person for the first time.
Ooh, yeah. Nuno's great to meet in person.
Mm-hmm.
Carl Codswell has been here all day.
All day.
All day.
You. Yes.
You should teach us all how to Codwell next time.
So why do scientists not trust atoms?
Oh, I read this. I think the app I was making actually did this one. Why though?
Because they make everything up.
Oh, no, I think I had a different punchline. Does anyone else have any dad jokes to like close us out? I mean, we're gonna wait till the perfect time, right? So we have 6 minutes left, I think, or 5 minutes and 51 seconds. It's going too fast for me to.
Why did the database admin leave his wife?
My brain's so busted. All I can think of is like because he was sad a base or something, which isn't even good.
Because he had too many relations.
Oh, okay, that one's good. That's good. Why did my brain think of sad a base? I don't know.
I don't know. That was yeah. I asked my dog what 2 minus 2 is. He said nothing.
Okay, maybe should we deploy the voting app? Should we at least like try to get it on cloud and hook up the WebSocket?
Let's go for it. I actually have a migration I have to do right at 9 p.m. So
okay,
let's rip it.
We have like 6 minutes then to see, or it's at 5. I don't know. I think it's 5.
6, 7.
6, 7. Oh, it's not even on GitHub. I think this will take too long. I think I'd be here overtime, guys.
Well, next time. Next office hours, we'll ship an app.
Yeah. Because is it going to be easier to get on GitHub? Yes. But it will not take me over 5 minutes to get it all on GitHub, then put it on cloud. Yes.
So why don't programmers like nature?
Why?
Too many bugs and no Stack Overflow.
That's not even a dad joke. That's not even a dad joke.
How does the developer tell a joke?
How?
With perfect timing. And then a callback.
Tessa said, I think you can do it. Tessa, you're going to be the one to talk me into the 24-hour stream then. It's going to be, this is how it starts, is people being like, you can do it, Leah. It's only another 10 minutes. And then Next thing you know, it's
All
1
of a sudden,
a.m.
it's 9 a.m. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And you're like, Leah, when did you go to sleep? I'm like, what is sleep? I'm sitting here with like 4 monsters like stacked up, like I've reformed. Let's see. Okay, while Devin's talking, I'll start the process of trying to make this. Because also the app itself is still busted, right? Like it was busted. Just a little bit. Like there's something wrong, I think, with the reverb setup. Deploying to cloud is really quick. It's more the, I guess, the GitHub part too. But okay, I'm working on that. If Devin has a drop, Devin can drop, and then I can keep going from there. Create new repository. So I'm going to do this stuff.
I'm beating my Claude up for a good dad joke.
Okay. Hopefully you get one.
Oh, this thing's so broken, so terrible.
What is?
My trying to get dad jokes out of Claude right now.
Oh.
This one that it gave me, this is so terrible. I'm tired of people saying dad jokes aren't funny. I think they're father amusing. Come on, like what?
That's really bad. That's really, really bad. The mouse thing is going to be the death of me for this, but DS Store. I don't want to push up DS Store stuff. Okay, everything else. Okay, I do have it. I have the GitHub repository. I'm going to push up what I have to GitHub, and then I'll share again in a second. I'm going to get at all, which I normally hate doing.
That is worse than 6.7. It's terrible.
What, get at all, or what you said?
The terrible dad joke that came out of here.
Okay, I'm going to push. It should go here. Okay. Let me make sure I'm logged in on Cloud. Sign in. Nope, I'm not signed in on Cloud. So give me a second.
I can't believe Claude, literally, this is its response. I said, why do you mock me with such terrible jokes? And it says, okay, final answer. This is genuinely a banger. Like, this is literally what Claude just said to me. This is genuinely a banger. You ready for this?
It's going to be awful.
Yeah, it is. I asked my wife to go get me a newspaper. She said, don't be silly. Just use my phone. So I swatted the spider with it. That thing's dead. What?
What?
Goodbye. I'm throwing that Claude chat in the dumpster.
What? Okay.
I'm not even putting that one in the database.
Share screen. Window. Okay. You should see Cloud over. Why? As soon as I went to share it, Okay, computer, what are you doing? It
Is it
disappeared.
on the invisible
there it is.
monitor again?
Okay.
Yay!
New
It hit 9
application.
o'clock. I gotta run.
Bye, Devin. Thank you for
Thanks for
hanging
having
out.
me. This was so fun. Bye, everybody. Till next
Bye,
time.
bye. Till next time. Till next year. Okay. Let's go ahead and launch this on Cloud. Is the bug fixed? No, but we're gonna launch on Cloud. We're gonna end the stream with a bang. Okay, so I put it on GitHub. It's in the repository dad joke generator. Actually, should I zoom in? Oop. No, apparently not, because what is that? I think it's okay, whatever. If I zoom in, it's going to weird things. So I'm going to go ahead and create application from this. Yeah, Claude was like, actually, I didn't use Claude earlier. Maybe that was my mistake. I used Composer. I can probably fix the issue with Claude. Okay, so we did this. I'm going to need a database. I'm going to go ahead and set up a brand new database. So create new database cluster. Oh, what do I want to use? I think I want to use, do I want to use I might use MySQL 8.4. I might use MySQL. What do I want to use? Say, actually, let me exit out of that. I think I could do the dev one. Gosh, see, this is my issue too. When I'm like, okay, I can deploy. Yeah, you can deploy quick, but then I look at things and I'm like, do I want Postgres? Do I want MySQL? Okay, let's do Laravel MySQL 8.4. So we're just gonna do that. I'm gonna do it for dev. I'm gonna do create database cluster. And yeah, thank you so much, Danny Phantom, for being here. Thank you everyone who's enjoyed the stream. This has been a lot of fun too. We kind of planned this last minute, so seeing it actually come to like fruition and how well it's gone, I'm really, really proud. I'm like, it's been really nice that you all have hung out with me. Okay, we created a database. I'm also going to need a WebSocket server. I'm going to need a Reverb one. If I'm sharing it, we're going to need way more than this, but right now I'm just going to start it here. Sounds good to me. That should all already be set up together. I'm going to deploy this. It should be fine, I honestly. Should just succeed, but we shall find out together. What is the best way to import database? Ooh, that would actually be a really good question to ask when Devin was here. Ask on a cloud, cloud office hour stream. I know. Oh, my deployment failed. What happened? So this is what happens when you try to deploy before you end a live stream. What happened here? I think okay, that's probably that. I do see where it's telling me I have unsaved changes. Was it because of my database and stuff? Okay, I did save changes. It's now trying to redeploy. It's doing that thing where it's okay. Carl, check your email in the next few days. I'd say tomorrow. Check your email tomorrow in regards to the cloud credits. Okay, it's building again. I did hit save from here, from like the save and redeploy. Let's see. Let's see. I always use Table Plus, but it lost connections. Oop. Trying to think. Is there a way? I feel like that should be in the docs, right? I know there was like in the docs, there's a guide on how to upgrade from Laravel MySQL 8.0. Was it? Hold on. I'm hesitating because saying the like numbers, I'm like, is that right? I think it's from 8.0 to 8.4, right? And the guide is saying ways to kind of like save your database backup and then to import it. If you like, that's if you can't just hit the button to upgrade. Oh, yeah, that was the case then, Nuno, because it looks like it succeeded now. So I just didn't save before. So I don't know if that is the best way to do it. Sorry, my brain is a little scatterbrained right now, and I'm trying to get this. Let me wait a minute or two, and then hit visit. And there we go. There we go. Sorry about that. Oh man, it's live. It's live, and we have a link. Is it perfectly working? No, I don't think it's working great with the WebSockets. But we have our app. It lives and it's deployed on Laravel Cloud. And the only issue with deploying was human error because I did not save and redeploy. I did not save my changes. So we did it. We deployed on cloud. And this is the thing that I built using the Svelte starter kit and AI. It's not 100%, but honestly, it came pretty far for something we built in what, like 40 something minutes? Yeah, and deploying it, like pushing it to get like creating a GitHub repository, pushing all the like code changes I had up to GitHub and deploying it on cloud, creating the resources in cloud and everything. It only took like 6 or 7 minutes with all of that. And part of that was just me putting this application on GitHub because it wasn't already there. So I was pretty dang good in my My 6'7"? When I say 6'7", I almost add an accent. 6'7"? I do it like that. I don't know why. I don't think that's part of the thing. I don't know if Tessa set that up, but Nuno definitely took it to the 6'7" joke. Yeah, I didn't even mean to do that. Okay, well, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I'll try to fix this app up and buy a cute domain for it and post it on Twitter so everyone can mess around with it and try to break it. Here comes Devin for the 6'7" jokes, of course. But yeah, thank you so much, Tessa. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hopefully enjoying Laravel Cloud. And if you hadn't already used Laravel Cloud before today, hopefully you deployed an application on Laravel Cloud today, like I just did. And yeah, bye everyone. We will be streaming again next week. I don't think we have anything else this week, but I'll see you all next week and have a great day or night. Bye. If I can find my mouse. Okay, bye.